Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the Eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
at the devil! You couldn't be saved.
Back at it again. We have playoffs coming through, but I am not smiling. Even though you see my shirt, today is no laughing matter. All these teams have won series so far. They've made it through the bracket, but it's do or die for some of these teams today. My name is Kag, and I'm very zoomed in. I'm joined by the one and only, the classy CB, and the marvelous Matsy. We have two of the biggest brains in all of Marvel Rivals on the desk with me in a full-on yap session to see XOXO versus Triple AD. I'm very excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, me and my big massive brain with its many wrinkles have been thinking
I've got
about
the
this
massive
matchup
brain.
all day long. You said we had the biggest brains, all right?
But
Like,
I've zoomed in.
I mean, it's okay, so it's closer. That doesn't mean it's bigger, all right? Like,
That's true. It's mostly skull.
and it's real smooth too.
Size doesn't
It
mean
everything.
It looks like you took an iron to that thing. It's so smooth. Anyway, I've been thinking about this game like all day long. You know, usually at the top of these shows we say like, oh, we're so happy to be here. We're so excited. It's playoffs week. You know, we're really getting through it. But I'm happy to be here. But I'm also kind of sad because we get the dubious honor of sending two teams home tonight before we even hand it off to our colleagues later on, and they get to send home a third team. So today is culling day here in the Pacific, and only a couple more teams are going to be making it through onto day number 4. And I'm looking forward to seeing who it is, but I'm also not really looking forward to seeing who we got to say goodbye to.
Yeah, it's tough because we've grown attached to a lot of these teams, and we've trimmed the fat so far. We've seen the teams that haven't won a series in playoffs, they're out of here. And each team so far now has had some sort of staple. They have won series, they've beaten some big teams, some small teams. There's a reason why they've made it here, but also there's a reason why they're in the lower bracket too. XOXO has been the true wild card of our region, and for the most part, they dominated the group stage outside of Reject. I think for a lot of people, it's kind of surprising. Well, it's surprising that they're in the lower bracket, I think, this early, but when you're in the same bracket as Chiefs, Reject, and Genji, it's no surprise. But, my friends, you know what isn't a surprise? Oh boy, howdy, I got something for you, because I'm your travel guide! Welcome to the Hellfire Bay Beach! Happy Rival Summer Festival, everyone! It's time to trade those heavy combat suits for swimwear. Because the Ultimate Beach Party has officially arrived! The sun is shining, the waves are rolling in, and our seasonal hub is packed with exciting activities and rewards. The Summer Snapshot photo event, Pop and Win, Krakoan Reels, and all you have to do is simply log in daily to claim up to 1,500 limited time units and participate in festival activities for a chance to win up to 2,500 units in total. Sounds like a pretty good vacation to me.
Can you say swimwear like you did again? You put some real sauce on that.
Swimwear?
Yeah, that's about as good a segue into this next ad as we could possibly ask for. Strike from the shadows or guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch. Gear up in some swimwear to dominate the shore in Marvel Rivals Season 8. Claim the coast, leave them breathless.
They sure do.
Oh, they sure do. And you know what else leaves me a breathless, CB? The brand new Twitch drops on the Horizon Rivals. They're here right now. Tune into your favorite streamers to earn sprays, emotes, nameplates, and an exclusive costume for Storm. It's going to be on right now until the 10th of July at 9 a.m. UTC there. You don't want to miss it because you can get that Willa Galacta Storm spray there for watching for 30 minutes. 1 hour, you get the Willa Galacta nameplate there for Storm. 2 hours, you get Reading on the Wind emote. And 4 hours, you get all the way through to the Will of Galacta costume. You do not want to miss your chance to get this one. It is absolute heat every day of the week.
And if you're just joining us and you're here for the drop, I bet you a lot is going to happen within these next 4 hours. So enjoy every single minute of it because we have got some heat today.
All I'm saying is that I think that Storm costume would be pretty good swimwear. But we're all smiles here in chat and, of course, on the broadcast too. But again, we can't be all smiles on the desk as two, because even though I'm wearing this amazing shirt, it's going to be do or die for one of these teams, and we've seen this position before. XOXO versus AAAD, they fought up against each other back in the group stage, and XOXO, hard-fought victory, did end up winning it out. Now, CB, walk me through the history of these teams as we look at the picks and bans. Is there going to be a reality where if AAAD is the secondary team below, that maybe they could get that first reserve and win it out?
I mean, it's a little bit, it's kind of tricky. I do think that, AAAD, hopefully they took something from the matchup yesterday between Gen G and EXO, because EXO were red hot right up until Gen G caught the download around map 2 up against them, and then it wasn't close from there on out. They figured out the ban system, they figured out how to just outright beat EXO at their own game, and, if you're AAAD, you're kind of going to need that. So, I kind of agree. Maybe they do get the second slot for some of these matchups. Maybe they do get that first protect, and that ends up telling the story. But, a lot of these picks and a lot of these protects for a lot of these teams, they've been more or less the same. It's always been ban that Mantis first, lock in that Gambit as quickly as possible, and then just kind of go from there. Ban out the must-haves for the Gambit for the other side, and try and get your hands on a Rocket if you can, or a Cyclops, depending on how you want to play.
Now, if I'm Gen G, what would the big picture be? I'm sorry, if I'm EXO... No, sorry, I got myself confused.
If you're Gen G, the big picture is buy your plane tickets now. You're going to land.
It
Get
seems
your
like
visa
it.
sorted.
If
Get out of here.
If I'm Gen G, what is the download? What is the big picture against EXO that I'm trying to figure out how to beat this team? Because again, Dark Horse, Wild Card, Caster Buzzword, what's it going to be to beat this team?
Well, I think that the big thing is trying to decipher some of their more key enabling factors, right? Like EXO, Sungjuk Woo has been such a key factor for them, but it's not just Sungjuk Woo that's the player to watch there. You've got Alone Fills, which has been a bit of a problem as well. And I think that an example of a team being deciphered is, you have your more hybrid-based duelist player like Jerry being disengaged on the Z10 side of things. So I think that if you're going to try and disengage EXO in this context, then you can try and disengage that similar playstyle by taking out your Sungjuk Woo and maybe trying to disengage your Alone Fills as well.
I think another thing you can kind of scout out from EXO is the, as we're looking at the map pool, some of the comfort picks that they like to go to. Their map picks up against Gen G yesterday were Spider Islands and Central Park. I think Spider Islands is something that you have to be prepared for if you're AAAD, especially if you take that first domination map, because twice EXO have taken us back to Spider Islands. They have got some interesting compositions that we've seen with mixed results, but again, it was up against Gen G, so maybe you kind of put an asterisk on the failure to execute the second time around, but first time it looked pretty scary.
But my friends, the last time AAAD and EXO faced up against each other, it was a completely different meta. We have Cyclops in the fray now, Mantis is taking ban priority, and with not too many slots left for pack playoffs, I'm wondering, is this meta adjustment going to be what AAAD needs to maybe get the leg up over EXO?
For their sake, I hope so, but it is also going to take that download because, like I said, EXO in this meta, they have looked red hot. While everyone has been scrumming all of those heroes that you've said, EXO have taken bits and pieces that they feel like work for them. Alone Fills on that Cyclops, but Sungjuk Woo has also been playing his own game, and, as long as the front line of EXO has been getting their job done, it makes so much space for him to be able to get his job done. Here are the matchups that we've got today. We're yapping a whole lot about AAAD versus EXO, but we have got so much more yap coming your way. Zero Tenacity versus the Chiefs later on today, and I know everybody's hearts are set on that third matchup right there.
Yep.
Reject versus Gen G. We finally get to settle the score of which of the two titans of their respective region will reign supreme here in the Pacific, and then unfortunately, match number 4, we're gonna have to send one more team home.
Mr. Dan is a big fan of XOXO, but of course, it's going to be match 2 and match 3 that are going to be the premier matches of today. Reject versus Gen G, unfortunately, the three of us, we won't be covering it, so let's just get it out of the way now. Who do we think is going to win that one real quick?
I think I think Gen G, I think they're gonna take it. I think
I thought the Australian would say that.
I'm sure he still will.
He will.
Massey.
Yes!
Yeah, I'll give you a
right.
score line as well. Clean sweep
Oh.
3-0.
What?
Ooh, I mean that would be quite the dominant statement, but I'm sure that statement, well, again, we'll get to it when we get there. We gotta, circle back to what's in front of us and what is in front of us is a very talented Triple AD roster. I think, they've got some insane levels of talent. They've got No Smite Tuba. They have been phenomenal on this front line. I think Rocco has been a standout for me. He's been quite flexible. Whether it's some of these flex duelists or whether it's hit scans, the Elsa, I think, particularly has looked really solid for Rocco, and I think he's been, for me, the star of this roster, but something just hasn't really clicked for this team. With their level of talent, they're able to take some of the best teams in the world deep into a map, but then struggle to close it out. I've used the word anti-clutch to describe this roster, and I think they need to kind of shake that today. They need to be able to shed that particular skin and figure out how to close out against a team like EXO, and that's hard to do because they don't just let you close out fights all that easily. They kind of just keep coming at you.
Well, I mean, we saw some legendary chokes coming out from Triple AD in the Chiefs matchup just a few days ago where it seemed like it could have been a 5-map extravaganza. It seemed like there was a reality where Triple AD could have taken the series, but from one thing to the next each map, there was a reason why Triple AD just couldn't clutch it out. Dan made a really good point that it feels like there's a lot of macro level cohesion issues for Triple AD. Each of the players, like you said, CB, are unbelievably talented, but when it comes to playing as a team, it's been a big struggle, and I think that's going to be a big advantage for EXO.
Yeah, and, speaking of teams that have cracked the macro, EXO is definitely going to be one of them, and they play completely differently. Again, if you haven't seen EXO play, then, you're definitely going to be in for something you're not expecting. You can't really predict them. There's a couple things that you can rely on is that Sungjuk Woo is going to play some of these off-meta duelists, like your Spider-Man that we've seen a whole lot from, and you might think that, like, oh, Spider-Man's so easy to counter. Yeah, he is, right up until he's not. When he just, like, web slings and takes your strategist, off for a ride, or takes your Devil Dino off a cliff, like, what do? Suddenly your whole plan is in disarray, and it takes a real coordinated team to be able to deal with that. And if you don't have that macro unlocked, EXO will just walk right over you.
We were talking about this in the green room, and Matty, I would love your opinion on this, that even though the meta has been very duelist heavy with Cyclops being introduced, very dive heavy as well, a lot of the secondary duelists have found themselves struggling a lot in these playoff matches, and we've seen this across a variety of teams. Do we think there could be a chance with Sungjuk Woo playing more of those off-kilter heroes in the duelist role that he might struggle in this matchup?
Yeah, I think that there is room for difficulties to be faced there. Like, we've seen him being forced to flex his hero pool a little bit more, playing into the Iron Fist and the Magic there. Honestly, if we're going through the whole roster, it wouldn't surprise me if we even saw him play into something like a Blade or a Black Panther.
I think that would still surprise me.
Like,
it's Sungjuk Woo. That would still be surprising, though. Like,
yeah. Like, I feel like anything could come out of this player, you know what I mean? I think the chances
Give
are low.
me a percentage. Give me a percentage on Blade.
It's like I think that's like a 1% chance at the moment. I think that if you find your opponent playing into like your triple strategist composition, the chances become a lot higher, but I don't think it's going to come out anytime soon.
I thought you were going to say 6.7.
I was tempted to chime in and say 6.7 just to kind of give you what you wanted. Like, I knew you were fishing for that one. I knew that's exactly what you casted your reel out for. And
all right. We're going to burn into T'Challa first, and of course, Warrior Falls is always the unknown factor when it comes to this matchup here. And so, circling back to the duelist-centered dive meta that we're looking at, this has been a big struggle submap for a lot of teams. Is Warrior Falls, and again, we don't know the order yet, is that going to be the make or break moment for Game 1?
Ooh, I think it could be a great way to kind of dictate the pace early on, right? I think that if Triple AD can get their foot in the door here, it'll be fantastic for them, because that's the kind of early momentum that they need, right? Because they struggled to kind of get their foot in the door against the Chiefs there, and the Chiefs just kept edging it through right on the last moment. So EXO is a whole different beast, it's not so much your traditional style of play there, and they may actually overwhelm Triple AD even further. depending on how things are played out. Obviously, both of these teams have had
Yeah.
plentiful amounts of time to study each other heading into this matchup. So, yeah, I'm really curious how the face-off is going to go down here.
We are moments away, my friends, before we start game number 1. Triple AD versus XOXO. The bans and picks are right around the corner. CB, Matsy, can we get a quick prediction?
I think I'm thinking XO 3-0, to be completely honest with you. Like, again, Triple AD, you said it, Keg, like their macro just hasn't quite been there, and you do need to have a strong macro up against a team like XO. And you know, if it doesn't click today, it's never gonna click for Triple AD, and they're gonna need to figure something out. But it's a tall challenge in front of them to go up against a team like XO and have to try and figure it out on the fly. So I'm kind of feeling like XO, as red hot as they are, I think they just kind of run away with this one.
What do we think, Matsy?
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I think it's either going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1, depending on how
Okay.
domination plays out, or if they manage to get onto something like your Lower Manhattan or your Museum, and they can play more into the stall side of things, then there is that possibility that they could claw something back in those scenarios. But yeah, early on into the game is really going to dictate the pace of this one.
I think it's kind of hard for me to even say, though, that like XO 3-0 over Triple AD, because like I have been one of the biggest supporters of Triple AD. I love this team, you know, and I will be the first to tell you just how talented so many of these players are, but you know, I've been burned too many times. You know, fool me once, fool me twice. They've fooled me like 16 times at this point with how I'm like, oh, surely they're gonna win this fight, and they find a way to just somehow lose it, struggle, fail to close out a map, and end up, you know, just behind in a series when they have no business being behind in a series.
It looks like we are going to be kicking off our draft now. So, going to be Mantis drafted out in the early phase here. Maybe you could see Cyclops into the mid-range. Looks like there is the first Protect over towards Cyclops for the XO side here. So, already getting their priority straight onto this one. I'm sure that Triple AD would match this, right, for Snake in particular.
Yeah, I agree, but what's interesting is that they're going to go for a Luna ban instead of, you know, trying to snipe the Gambit. I wonder if they're just like maybe not worried about Felix or Zaytha, or sorry, not Zaytha, Felix or Ace on that Gambit. They're just gonna go ahead and give that one up. So yeah, like you predict, you know, going for that early Cyclops Protect and then a Luna ban on the other side as well. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting they've gone to just mirror things up in the early phase here. Looks like we do have Rockets being mirrored as well, so not going to have that CYA be used there. Do still have Gambit available on both sides, so, you know, teams prioritizing Rocket doesn't matter
There he
because
is.
Gambit Protect has now just come through.
Gambit, wow, his stocks have really fallen. Gambit relegated to a second Protect in this matchup, was able to make it through a ban phase that long before being grabbed, but I guess still too tantalizing to leave on the table. They'll go for that one. A White Fox ban coming out now for the side of XO, and I think there might be one final Protect coming out, and it's got to be Gambit, right? Like at this stage, you can't just give up a one-sided one. There it is. Yep.
Yeah, 100% any a day of the week, but this does leave the option available for a Rogue ban, maybe if they want to deny the team up here for Triple AD, so curious if they go that direction, or if they want to deny it as something else out of the pool here. It looks like they will head straight towards that rogue focus there, so not going to enable that team up or even that Vanguard in of itself as a powerhouse. But we are going to be getting into the game right now, folks. The gates are open. Let's get down to business here. And Sungjuk Woo is coming at it on the Spidey. We got Ace on the Jeff as well. Well, it's Jeff time.
It's also, you know, you were talking about the Rogue, just, okay, goodbye. I guess we don't gotta talk a whole lot about the Rogue, Sunjuk Woo. Not able to take No Smite off the map there, but, I mean, a good early jump scare just to kind of put the fear of God into Triple AD. Zaytha has no fear, though, goes directly in, taking down Quasid. Mandu also gonna get sniped out as well, and, you know, that's your backline already done and dusted, so Triple AD ain't gonna have a whole lot to say in this fight. Snake is good for one onto Zaytha, but that is a formality.
Yeah, all formalities in the early phase as XO will take center stage and take control of the mission area. So, it'll be all happy days all round for the beginning here, and they've managed to try and isolate out Rocco. So, gonna get the delayed triple KO there for Sungjuk Woo, and great to stagger out the respawns on this one. really forcing a little bit more time for Triple AD to regroup here. But I like how Sungjok Woo is already scouting for their team, playing that low ground there while the rest of them stack up, get the get over here out, and that is a KO from downtown.
That is disgusting. Sungjok Woo pulled him in for a Lone Fills to hit that reflective shot and finish that one off. That's just disgusting team play that comes out from XO. And, again, we talk about the macro. This is a team that has the macro understood. They know that, like, Sungjok Woo, if he's lurking around doing that scouting, like you said, sooner or later, Triple AD are going to have to check. They're going to have to look for him. And if they don't, they're just going to get yanked in, and XO are going to finish them off. And now JT3 going on in with that Deadpool ult. The big test is going to force Triple AD back, and as Zaytha just pummels No Smite there with a shield, it's now passing that halfway point. 53% now for XO, and Triple AD, they haven't really gotten in this map yet.
No, they're being completely isolated out. They're not getting anywhere near the mission area because XO are just taking so much control of the space here. And even when they concede a little bit of space, they're already preparing themselves to stage for the next fight. Scouting things out, ready to just drag them in with the get over here, isolate out the KO, and go from there. And if they want to right now, the Raging Royal Flush is available, and they're going to look to pop that in a second. Maybe there it goes. So, already looking for another one.
You can see Triple AD, like, they know, even though they got the man advantage, they managed to take down Sungjok Woo there. They're a little bit too afraid to go in. A Ruby Rage from Snake is going to pressure XO back, give him a little bit more space, and Rocco trying to make the most of it with that Galactic Legend, but he's sniped out by a Lone Fills, only able to get one in Felix, and that's going to have to be good enough. Taking down the Gambit, I think, should be good enough for the time being. But Triple AD have to get bodies on the point. They've got to win this fight. Ruby Rage from a Lone Fills looking to try and burst Triple AD down, but it too goes wide. So he's going to have to go in, get back into the fray, start hitting some of those concussive beams, build up that damage, and hopefully try and find something final. Sungjok Woo going in deep with a spectacular spin. Snake trying to put him down and does find the headshot there. Someone from Triple AD's got to get on the point. They do trigger OT, and with only a sliver of OT left, they need to win this fight now or never. We're in dire straits now. C9 potential is off the charts. A Lone Fills is also getting off the charts with some of these shots now coming out, pressuring No Smite as well as Sungjok Woo swings right back into the action, going deep into that back line, taking down Snake. Mandu falling as well, and Felix is just going to tear right through the front line, and XO 100-0 on Imperial Institute of Science, and that is a statement to kick this map off.
Yeah, fantastic start coming through from XO there. A commanding beginning. And we move on through to the Warrior Falls here. It almost looks like Triple AD are lost in the beginning of this one. They need to find a way to adapt accordingly, and it looks like they're already considering some changes in their lineup. Rocco looking to play into the Elsa instead now. They did have the hover over the Phoenix there, but Elsa could be the trump card that they've been searching for. We'll see how it plays out in practice though, as they've got the Heartbreaker available if they need it. No one really going to be too close to ults for XO at the moment, but later on into the fight, definitely can make a statement to try and disengage someone from potentially going first onto this. Looks like Loki is going to be used by Mandu as well here, so definitely can replicate that Raging Royal Flush, look to double engage onto that if they need to. We'll see how it plays out though, as our teams get ready to storm the front, get out the gate, and get ready to ignite the battle.
Yeah, I'm glad you call out some of these swaps though from Triple AD, because like they're trying to figure out like what can you really do. The White Fox ban I think is hurting right now, and that's why they're going for the Loki. The double flush I think is something you can try and play for, and that will be quite helpful, but so too will be taking out the potential of a flush coming up from the other side. Is Rocco able to take down Gambit, turn his head and try to deal with Zaytha, and that is going to be the reason why you play this Elsa, so that you can pressure out the front line when it gets in close quarters, and that's where XO love to play. So I like Triple AD, they're playing for survivability right now more so than ever, and as Ace dives down to the depths with the Jeff Ultimate, looking to try and scoop someone up, we'll take all of Mandu's clones for a ride, and Snake will be having those right back. That's going to be 2 easy KOs coming out for the side of Triple AD, and another one for Snake as he's got the off angle and now has Sungjok Woo in his sights.
Yeah,
oh, he's locked in prison. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Bro got sent to Alcatraz there.
Yeah, maybe sent to the mirror dimension for a second there. Tuba going to be bringing down the Van Hammer though. Going to see if they can shut out Snake onto this one. Alone feels good to try and think about the Ruby Rage there. Not going to engage with it yet, but now's the time to burn things up. and churn through some KOs with their team there. Sungjok Woo ready to engage as well. Fits of Fury, and they will find no smite. So, first capture going to EXO, but they ain't even close to being done. They are forcing them far away from this one, and will be able to hold down the space.
But again, like, it's so crazy how it felt like AAAD won that first fight, but they can't even get first cap off of it because EXO know their limits. They can stretch themselves just thin enough to where they don't give up the capture percentage, but they also don't lose the fight entirely, and they're able to get that first capture percentage. And AAAD coming up on a wealth of ultimates, looking to try and break through it, but EXO understand the pace, and Felix channeling that Royal Flush, gonna go in early on. A Glartrox from Rocco ain't gonna find the mark, but JT3's Deagle shots are finding every mark and then some, but it's not enough to confirm that elim, and now a Royal Flush is gonna come out from the side of AAAD. It's gonna be Freedom Charge to help EXO sustain through it, but that's gonna force AAAD through that choke there. JT3, though, caught the flank, took down Mandu, and I think that was while he was channeling the God of Mischief, so that shuts down a potential second Royal Flush that could come out from AAAD, and it's all gone wrong. EXO still holding strong.
Yeah, from bad to worse there. Fantastic timing to shut down the God of Mischief, and now just further cultivating their own ult bank here. They've got the Isjef available in a second if required, and especially towards the later stage of this one, definitely going to be a fantastic way to disengage them. But again, Sungjok Woo just scouting ahead, has been spotted this time around, so can't be too slippery for too long. But their time will come, I'm sure, as they jump straight into enemy lines. Oh, they try and pop them spectacular spin, but it's going to be the reversal on that one. Ruby Rage engaged from Snake as well, and now AAAD trying to bounce back here. Zaytha in a bit of trouble, struggle as they might. Rocco wins the fight. It's Jeff coming through from Ace here, just to try and have a bit of a comeback onto this one. Won't be able to get a much value from it. Alone Fields goes down. Ace in a bit of trouble. Felix at least bounces back, but how long can they sustain through? They will finally feel the pain here, and they will be drained out. Sungjok Woo still good for more, though. They're still fighting hard and strong. Freedom Charge, though, gonna sustain the fight.
Yeah, and like, that's a defensive ultimate coming out from AAAD. Like, they don't feel like they have control of this fight, and how can you when EXO are still finding these trades? And now every KO that AAAD has found, they'll be back before long. Aloneville's taking down Rocco. It's a trade for Sungjok Woo, but again, Sungjok Woo is Spider-Man. He'll be back to the fight before it ends, and you better believe EXO want to stretch it just as far as they have time and time again. No Smite getting caught out there by Alonefills on the flank, taking down early on, and AAAD now losing out on their shield. No way to absorb all of the damage. They're gonna have to dish it right back out, but there's Sungjok Woo back in the fray, and a Ruby Rage from Alonefills is going to eviscerate Quazid, and the Glartrox from Rocco. I'm sorry, your Apex Predator, he cannot contest, and neither can AAAD. Up against EXO, map number 1, back-to-back 100-0s.
Oh my goodness, just such confidence being put on full display there from XOXO. And JT3 going to be the one to take away the MVP here. So, fantastic work from our Vanpool player on to this one. So they will be able to get their foot in the door nice and early. AAAD, you know, they had moments where they looked like they were going to turn things around, but EXO, they managed to find the win condition even when the circumstances looked like they could be dire there. They still have their full desire bright as ever and will be able to push on.
And I think it's that White Fox ban, you know, that came through in the pick and ban phase, because, you know, Mandu has to swap over onto the Loki, but that is a pretty juicy target, especially once you see those regen domains go down. All it really takes is JT3 or Alonefills, you know, trying to pressure somebody down low enough. It doesn't even have to be Mandu. Anybody from AAAD, if they are on critical HP and Mandu pops that cooldown, that becomes a go button for Sungjok Woo. He can go down, or he can go in, he can harass the backline all he wants, get away with it. Zaytha can even be the one to go in and, you know, confirm that elim, and you just lack the survivability against a dive without that White Fox. So the double flush just doesn't work. I keep saying, you know, Loki, Gambit, it's beatable now. All you have to do is out-tempo them, and EXO never took their foot off the gas.
Yeah, it was just all go, no stop, pretty much the whole way through there. Fantastic work coming through from them and theirs. And you can see from the replays here, exactly that put on full display. You know, they just managed to go and go and go and never stopped in their tracks. That's how they took control of the first capture point with a great confidence, and they continued that brilliance through all the way to the second. You know, disengaging the God of Mischief there. I did love the trade, how they took down the spectacular spin as well from Sungjok Woo. Very impressive stuff coming through, but AAAD, like, it just feels like they're lost.
Yeah, they're definitely lost. I think that's the best way to put it, and they're still trying to search for the answers. I called out also, Rocco on the Elsa. I think that's a good swap that comes through, and he's able to take some of those 1v1s with Sungjak Woo, or at times also with Zeta. But I think the problem with that is you're kind of relying on members of EXO making that mistake of trying to take that 1v1 outside of an overall team fight, and that's a mistake that EXO can they can afford to make it a couple times, but they can also just choose not to make it later on, and that pick just kind of ends up becoming completely null. Like, it doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things, because sure, maybe you win those 1v1s, maybe we don't take those 1v1s, maybe you get nothing done, doesn't matter because your backline's already dead.
Yeah, and it's just simple as that. If they're able to disengage so many of those key pieces before you even have a chance to activate, then the battle's already lost there. But the war isn't done. We've still got more maps in order to unfold here. We're going to be loading into the next one right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the Eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Fast and Furious Game 1 for XOXO. Things are looking pretty good for this team that is teetering on the edge of elimination. And if we think that's a teetering for EXO, let's talk about Triple AD. They are tottering so much more, and there's a chance that there's only 2 more maps for them left inside their mini LAN and for pack playoffs. Matsy, talk to me about Game 1, man.
Game 1 felt like a Thanos snap. And that's as
Yeah.
simple as that, Cake. I think that it was quick, it was precise, and yeah, they just absolutely sliced their way through it. I think Triple AD maybe were caught off guard by what EXO was bringing to them, just considering how unique their playstyle truly is, right? Because maybe in your Scrimbox, you're preparing for one type of team, but this is a whole other type of beast that you're being faced with right now. And as you saw by the way that they were playing, they were really enabling themselves. They scouted really effectively there, and Triple AD just weren't able to kind of match that or even get past it.
Yeah.
And I'll often be the first to say that, the ban phase, while it is, very consequential, it's not, the be-all, end-all. You do have to load up into the game, and you do have to play the game better on the day, and, regardless of what heroes are or aren't available. But in this instance, I do think that the White Fox ban was a huge snipe from EXO. Being able to shut down the most survivable backliner makes it so much easier for Sungjak Woo to get so much done. It makes it so much easier for Zeta to go in there and punish the backline, and that now kind of puts Triple AD in a bind going forward with some of these picks and bans. You can maybe try and go for an early White Fox Protect to make sure that doesn't come out through, but what do you give up in order to make that happen? I think, maybe is it going to be the Gambit? Is it going to be the Cyclops? Is the White Fox even worth trying to go for a Protect? And, you know, and that's even assuming AAAD picked up on that as well. I'm sure when Mandu made that swap over onto the Loki, that's what he was thinking. He was thinking, oh, I wish I could play White Fox right now. Oh, I wish I could play something that can live.
Well, hey, we may very well see White Fox as we go to Lower Manhattan. When EXO faced up against Gen G 3-0'd this team, and the responsive maps that EXO chose to bring Gen G into were Spider Islands and Central Park. Neither one of them, surprisingly, is Lower Manhattan. I know, breaking news. But considering we're not going to what could very well be a comfort map for EXO, could this be the best chance AAAD has to maybe reserve the White Fox and take the dub?
I think, you know, this is one of those maps where maybe you're not as worried about saving the White Fox. I think you're just trying to, you know, play one of your comfort picks, because AAAD, you know, they've had some pretty solid performances on this map, you know, despite, again, failing to close it out over and over again because of their anti-clutchness, which they need to shake now or never.
Yeah.
But I do also think that, you know, they're probably thinking the same as I was previously, that this is going to be a map that's very unfriendly to some of these dives, but the problem is that only works for point 1. As we saw yesterday, when you get to point number 2 and things open up a little bit more, Sungjuk Woo can play his game again, and even worse, Alone Fills can control that high ground that's central to the entire point, and you're basically in the Panopticon at that point. He can see you wherever you are.
Yeah. Well, my friends, we are moments away from picks and bans for Lower Manhattan. This could very well be the last line of defense before you have no safety net at all if you're Team AAAD. This could very well, you know what? AAAD, 3 maps, map, A. That's 1 A down. We're on the second
D
A.
is going to be their grade if they don't win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even that. I mean, look, I guess they had a passing grade so far. They've made it to playoffs, but this might be where the end of the road lies. They've got Lower Manhattan, my friends, and we're going to have to wait and see. Is the White Fox maybe reserved? Maybe not as necessary? I don't know.
D's get degrees, but they don't get championships, so...
That's my college.
Yeah. We love to see it. Always good with the D's get degrees there. But yeah, I'm curious what side they're going to be starting on as well. You know, curious of the team's decisions there. Well, I don't have to wait for much longer to find that out. AAAD going to start out on the defense. I feel like this is honestly perfect for them. If they can hold things down on a spawn hold type composition here to really just cut off any kind of momentum building from EXO into this could actually be perfect for them. But there's a lot of pressure that's going to be on them in this initial first point.
Yeah, and I also kind of feel like, you know, it's the whole reason why you go for a map pick like this is to try and play for the defensive side. They also do have to take into account, though, that sooner or later the sides are going to flip, and you also have to have something solid for your attacking phase. So, you know, hopefully they have thought that far ahead, and that's been one of those things that, you know, has kind of come back to bite them. Like, you know, it feels like they'll put up a decent defense, but when it comes over to their offense on these maps, especially this one in particular, they just kind of run out of gas right at that last hurdle. They're so close to that last checkpoint, and they just can't make it through. Speaking of things that are making it through, though, there's going to be a Cyclops Protect for the side of EXO and a Luna ban again from AAAD. Now time for that first Protect. What's it going to be, Matsy?
I think it could be Blade. No, I'm kidding. It's definitely
It's
going to be
not going to be Blade. Just keep dreaming.
We can dream, but no, it's going to be Cyclops matched up there. So, probably going to see a bit of a mirror into this one, much like the last draft. You know, we did see Rocket get priority after the double sets of Luna bans before, but it looks like Rocket's actually earlier into the ban segment from this one now.
I think that's very wise. You know, if AAAD are trying to put all of their eggs in the defensive basket, you take out one of the biggest and brightest and most golden eggs in that Rocket Raccoon. BRB, that gives you that extra lifeline, and the CYA that builds up so fast, and, you know, you hear this is real firepower, you better believe you're going to slow your roll before you just walk into all the damage that's going to be coming your way. So, you know, taking that out, and of course, you know, AAAD, they understand they can't give up a one-sided rocket. That's far too valuable. This is interesting, though. A Wolverine Protect, foregoing, you know, the White Fox we've talked about, but also foregoing the Gambit as well.
Looks like they're ready to let it rip onto this one, so keen to see how they will be able to try and spin to win on this one, as they have the perfect team up for it heading into the fray here. But will they allow it on to the other side of things here? You know, there still is access to the Wolverine, the opposing side, if they want it. Looks like Gambit is going to be banned out, however, looking to go for the single-sided Gambit this time. So, Could that be the difference maker for them? Could it be a whole other ball game? It's up to Triple AD now to get one last piece through, and it is going to be Invis. No boundaries, and that's been pretty critical on this map.
I think that's wise if you're gonna play the Wolverine, you know, take out, you know, potentially Wolverine's biggest op in the one character that has the ability to just yank you off of anybody you catch with a Pharaoh Leap. So, you know, pretty solid pick ban phase that comes out here from Triple AD. But you know, when we flip over the attacking side, you know, I'm gonna have some questions about that Wolverine. But you know, right now he gets Slurk wherever he wants. He's on the defensive side, and Triple AD looking to try and set up a potential choke point here for EXO. A nice little crossfire for them to walk on into. And EXO weren't born yesterday. They are going to proceed with caution, take little baby steps, inch themselves over towards the point, and only give up as much space as Triple AD are willing to give them for the time being.
Yeah, they aren't going to be conceding too much at this point, you know, just holding from a distance, ready to pump up the numbers there, see if they can get some good charge through onto their key heroes here, because they've already got the Strangling Prison pretty close. But JT3, the one I'm interested in now, will they get the value out of Devil Dinosaur? It's going to be Rocco taking the floor this time, shutting down Sungjuk Woo on the road here, and we're going to see if they can explode forward all over again, as they will be able to gain that space back and look to set up their defenses right around this point of cover here.
Yeah, we kind of glossed over Sungjuk Woo on the Rogue. I didn't even realize that. You know, I guess I got to keep a closer eye on this guy, as we all do. Yeah, now he's going to be back over onto the Spider-Man. Gave it the old college try with the Rogue, but now as that Rage and Royal Flush is going to be coming out from EXO, you know, they're down a man. They don't have a whole lot of damage, but they can make up for it with the damage amp from that Royal Flush. Felix and Ace both getting in there with a couple of cards dealt down range, and EXO have now gotten themselves to the point, gotten the first tick, and there's not a whole lot of members of Triple AD alive, and Snake tries to get away, but Sungjuk Woo says, no, come right on back there. The teleport play is going to come out, but Sungjuk Woo has already made his presence felt. Triple AD have to stick the landing, though. Invisible Boundary on the other side of that portal does give Rocco a safe haven, and he will make it very unsafe for Ace, but Alonefield still has the angle, and he has bounced right around onto that shot with Tuba. And Triple AD, again, bleeding out members one by one, and EXO, they're not repelled. They're still just sticking around here. There's going to be a huge Strangling Prison that comes up from Zeta. He's going to take down two, and that should be the point.
Yeah, they managed to commit many ults to the fight there, and it will net them plentiful amounts of value. They can push on to the convoy section now. Won't have too much left. They've only got their duelists to put up some aggressive pressure with the Ruby Rage, maybe the Spectacular Spin here, but they're already changing the style of competition. Zeta playing in to the Symbiotic Shenanigans team up there with Ace on the Jeff, so it'll be all good for them to switch it up to the Dive Power. We'll see if JT3 changes later as well, whether they stick it out, because Sungjuk Woo is certainly sticking it out on that Spidey and will light the solo Spectacular Spin onto Snake. They know exactly where their priorities lie.
That is so tilting. I've been in that situation so many times where you think you finally got the KO on the Spider-Man and he just pops ult, gets that overshield, and bursts you down. And speaking of being bursted down, Mandu, Quasit, all of Triple AD are going to be going the very same way. And there's going to be so much cart progress built for EXO.
Yeah, they're just getting many dividends on their push right now. Already making it through towards the first checkpoint here. You can see that they're still scouting it out. Zeta playing a similar role to what Sungjuk Woo does right now, just hanging on the walls there, ready to try and engage in the backline if the opportunity arises here, and just making sure that they have all points of contact covered. So they're definitely performing their role well, and now looking to further that as they dive straight in.
Going to be an Apex Predator that comes out from Rocco, and he will catch on to one. Can he confirm this elim onto JT3? Indeed he will, and that is one of the beefiest members of EXO that have been dealt with. And Mandu gonna invest the Invisible Boundary, but EXO have already evacuated, so they don't really have to play into this. Sungjuk Woo, the only man left behind, but he is Spider-Man, so he can get himself back to the rest of his team in no time flat. And that kind of feels like, sure, it's a fight win for Triple AD, but it's an ultimate down the drain. And with a Royal Flush about to be coming on deck for Felix, you definitely wish that you had another one. Quasid will give them that second one, but now he has got to be perfect with it.
Yeah, perfection, nothing less. And Rocco going to be able to bless the time stream here, finding Sungjuk Woo. So at least one less point of contact they have to worry about for now, but they still have to worry about Alonefield, as they will spill the blood there on the KO feed. It's Jeff coming out from Ace as well, trying to clear things around the side here, and will be able to push things up. Beats the Abyss. We're going to enable some more survivability from Zeta. JT3 are doubling down and finding the triple ripple KO in into the photo shoot there. So Gonna be all good all round as they push it straight up to the gates here, and we'll find that first checkpoint.
How was Quasid there? Like, you saw where he was when Loneville found that last shot. You needed to have that invisible boundary, like, somewhere in there, you know, whether it was to the Feast of the Abyss, maybe you're worried about getting chomped down through it, but Quasid just wasn't there with that ultimate when he really needed to be, and I think that's going to come back to bite Triple AD. Sure, they will still have it for this next fight, but EXO are coming up on more utilities that they can use to pressure that out, and again, he's going to have to be perfect on it. Mandu has made the swap over onto the White Fox, so you're not going to get a second chance at it, and Mandu has to make up some difference to get up to that Kumiho Unleashed, the next best thing, but here's the thing about a Kumiho Unleashed versus Spider-Man. Seongjuk Woo, especially with this bridge looming large behind Triple AD, he can just yank that Fox right off into a ravine.
Yeah, send them in to the Abyss there, but for now it's going to be a Snake splitting things up with the Ruby Rage there, already taking a ton of punishment though. Which Cyclops will survive the longest? Which player will be the strongest here as Rocco tries their best to burst ahead here, forcing them back by a little bit. Spectacular spin, immediate activation from Seongjuk Woo here. Glartrox sending them straight into the wall, the pin and KO. And JT3 trying their best to stay in the flow of things as well. Triple AD will be able to get control over the mission vehicle again for now, but it's immediately taken back in his tug of war.
Snake was able to find 2 in that fight though, so it's going to slow EXO's approach just a little bit. And nevertheless, Triple AD is still going to find themselves needing to regroup and try and leverage that spawn advantage and bleed this last 2 minutes out of the time bank. They're going to have some ultimates to do it, but again, it's that Kumiho, and this is a very dangerous place to use such a thing. Good shot coming out there from Rocco to take down Ace, and more damage bursting down JT3 and Zaytho with the Symbiotic Resilience forced back, and now Snake knows the perfect angle, as Cyclops so often says, and Rocco going in there with a nice little 2-piece at the end, and once again, Triple AD have repelled EXO temporarily.
Yeah, temporary retreat for now. Rocco going to be getting the triple delayed there. Nicely done to shut down Seongjuk Woo again, because Seongjuk Woo has been a never-ending thorn in their side here. Going to be getting a little bit of value of the Living Bullet as well, but they need to do everything they can to just hold down this final choke point here. Everything lies on this. EXO have all the pieces available. Seongjuk Woo's even changed up to the Daredevil just to try and edge it over the line. They've lost Mandu as well, and now could lose even more. Feast the Abyss up top. Quasid struggling, but they will lose the battle as everybody falls down like dominoes here. EXO stampede their way forward and will force them to concede the space.
Now, you're losing Mandu early on in that fight is worst case scenario, because he was the only one on Triple AD with an ultimate, specifically a defensive ultimate. He's still going to have it, and a lot more ultimates for Triple AD about to be coming online, but, you know, they have to be careful because there's going to be a stagger fight as we're at 30 seconds left. There's a potential for a straight TP play to come out, even if they win this fight, but they just might not, as a Glartrox going to come out, catch on to JT3, but he doesn't fall. The Banhammer goes out onto Rocco. JT3 simply says, no you. Invisible Boundary going to come out from Quasid, but it's stacked with Mandu's Kumiho Unleash, and that goes over the cliff. Ace just chews him up, spits him out, and EXO are chewing them up even further, just into a fine paste. Quasid done. Zaytha now going to find Snake, a nice little 2-piece for him. Now Rocco in his sights. JT3 will help him confirm that elim, and that is going to be the full cap coming out from EXO.
All the way, they push it through the gates there. So, confidence shining through once again onto this one. Triple AD, decent defenses in the beginning, but once the EXO effect comes in full swing there, there's nothing stopping it in its path. And now, Triple AD gonna have to match that or even exceed it onto their own attacking segment here. You can see some differing hero hovers already coming through there. Seongjuk Woo was even considering the Black Cat there. Stocks on that hero have gone all the way down this season, but maybe we could see it come back for at least a little segment. Not this time, though. Adam actually going to be coming through here, so it looks like they're going to be trying to enable a spawn hold of their own.
Ooh, that pick from JT3 also, that's kind of scary. You know, some of the best looks that we saw from EXO against Gen G was on that first map on Celestial Husk, and that's where you had Felix and JT3 playing with that Rogue team up, and we haven't seen a whole lot of Rogue from JT3, but it looked pretty good, at least initially, and up against one of the best teams in the region, potentially the best team in the region. That's definitely something you're going to have to be afraid of, and with this, not a triple look from EXO, but still a pretty strong look with this triple strategist. You know, you've got the Loki that can either duplicate the Adam Warlock for a double res, or you can go for the double flush off of Felix. There's going to be a lot of damage that comes out from this Rogue, and even if you deal with it, there's a chance for a second, potentially even a third life.
It could make all the difference there, you know, being able to cycle through the Karmic Revival and maybe even more. But for now, the gates will open in into the earlier phase here. Zaytha already setting up a lot, but it's that portal play coming into effect here. They're going to be pushing themselves straight onto the mission area, and this is the make or break segment here. It all could come down to this early strange portal. They have managed to find one tick over the mission area very quickly, so this is an early success for Triple AD, but they need to win the battle if they want to get more. Seongjuk Woo already takes the floor, shutting out No Smite there, looking to kite their way forward. They've popped the regeneration domain, and they are bringing so much to it, but Snake does catch Felix there. Maybe more to follow here. This is a great turnaround for Triple AD onto this one, cutting off the priority targets when it counts, and looking to see if they can get even further as they get double trouble and more over the top here. This is exactly the recipe they need onto this one. We'll see if they can get that capture just that little bit further as they're still being staggered out here, CB. They aren't going to go all the way.
Rocco is going to go all the way in and take down Seongjuk Woo, and he already saw that the cocoon came out, so you're not going to get that Karmic Revival. And Rocco, with a Penta in the backline, he is just running a rampage right now on this angle, and no one from EXO has even tried to check him. They don't dare, as the Eye of Agamotto now coming out from Tuba and No Smite pummeling. Finally, Rocco being brought to halt for the time being by JT3, but again, Rocco just returns fire, takes down JT3, and that should be the cap. Rocco, again, the star for this team, shining bright and showing the way for Triple AD.
Shining bright to ignite the battle here. Let's see how they rattle things up as Rocco scouts ahead. Knows that their enemies are around the corner. Living Bullet going to reveal some locations there. So this is good to try and re-establish themselves here. But they can't afford to get cut off in the early phase, or they're going to be in a big amount of trouble here. Oh, this is good spotting. They know exactly where Felix is playing from, and Ace. They can definitely do more, but it's going to be the Royal Flush coming through from Mandu right now. Snake already shutting out Felix, and more looking to be added to the KO tally here. This is a great way to get some early pushing power from the Triple AD side.
Yeah, but EXO are aware of that, so they are making sure that they take as much of this fight on the cart as possible. Even though the fight gets kind of split up and Triple AD win the one that's further forward, they do stall out that cart progress, so we're still not even quite halfway, and that essentially buys EXO 2 more fights, including the stagger fight that's going to be so difficult for Triple AD to be able to muscle on through, even with the ultimates that they have. As you know, we're seeing a couple of swaps now coming out from the side of EXO. Seongjuk Woo going over onto that Black Cat. You know, I guess he likes to buy the stocks while they are still low. Maybe he can get a couple things with his money when they start to rise back up again, but Rocco has risen to the occasion. Can't confirm any elims onto Zaytha or A's, but it is still keeping them honest. Invisible Boundary now going to come out from Quasit, and Felix was hoping to go for the Royal Flush, but he saw that boundary come out, decided to stop channeling it, but now Rocco has gone in and caught him slipping, and now caught him in the jaws of a Glartrox, and Ace is going to be next up on the chopping block. He'll be able to take him down, but over on the other side, Seongjuk Woo has found 2, and Triple AD have seemingly bled out, and once again, they're not going to be able to get a whole lot of card progress here. They win the fight, but it's only 3 members left alive.
And they're still looking to fight their way through this one as hard as they can. Losing Mandu, though, is only going to harm them at this point. Alone Phils and Co. already returning to the battle and will be able to shut the remaining members out of the fight, causing a bit of a stagger here for the Triple AD side. And they're not looking to give up that advantage at all. They take a bit of space themselves, the EXO side, and will be looking to force them back as much as they can here. But there's still plentiful amount of time for Triple AD to charge back up into this. So EXO going to have to really try and find something out of this one. Try and find that turnaround circumstance. It might not be afforded to them yet, but I'm sure they can catch something if their patience does be prepared for it.
I mean, like Triple AD, they can't be too patient. You know, they have to make the most out of the opportunities that they're given. There's another early stagger there onto Zaytha, and it's going to force members of EXO back, but if you know EXO, you know, even when you win, you haven't fully won. They're going to come back in, even without Zaytha going in with the Raging Royal Flush, and Alone Phils making the most out of the ultimate up on the high ground, catches Mandu, and again, like Triple AD, they're just bleeding out. Look at the health bars. Where are they? They're gone. They've been snapped away by EXO and by Felix as they just run roughshod over this point right now. Tuba is good for 2. Gonna take a quick little selfie, but I think that one is gonna be going in the obituaries.
Yeah, that's up to the memorial segment there. Hopefully, we'll see them back in the highlights in a second. As Get Over Here is activated and shuts Quasit immediately out of the fight. So EXO doing a great job to stall out time more and more here. No Smite has opted to play into the Angela this time around, though, so this could be a good answer for them. They get the Assassin's Charge, try and cut them out of the fight here, but Songjok Woo just looking to take them on their own. They got their teammate there to try and burst through as well. Banhammer going to be coming down. JT3 down with it now, though. Triple AD looking to go on this one. Fix the Abyss around the side. Quasit in trouble, and now goes down. EXO looking to turn the tides of the fight as they will be able to get the player advantage, and now looking to further that one a step closer. Rock goes out of here. Songjok Woo instilling more and more fear into their opponents. Get over here, and they will be forced all the way back.
Songjok Woo and Zaytha are just in lockstep right now. Every single time Triple AD tries to march forward, take any degree of space, whether it's No Smite on that flank or Tuba going up just to try and pressure out, whether it's, JT3 or Alone Fills, they leave an open gap for Zaytha to go in with Songjok Woo and find an assassination on a backliner. And it doesn't matter how hard you try to peel, Zaytha will have it, and he knows exactly when to go in, when he's got the ultimate, and when he can confirm it. Songjok Woo now has that spectacular spin. They can go for that same play. Zaytha is all over Quasit. Quasit is begging for help, for peel, for anything, but it just won't come. There will be no salvation. Tuba will turn around and try to deal with some of these frontliners, taking down Felix, and now looking to try and take a duel with JT3, but meanwhile, Zaytha has been caught out, has Snake in his sights, will take that one down, and it's just going all wrong for Triple AD. They're able to take down Alone Fills, but EXO seemingly will not be denied. With a quick little Hawk Tua, Ace will put Tuba down. Call that a Hawk Tuba, I suppose, and EXO still have the ultimates to take this one the rest of the way. 5 seconds left, and overtime about to tick over as jazz music intensifies. Spectacular spin from Songjok Woo will put Quasit down once again. He has been constantly under the knife, and Triple AD are being surgically dismantled here by EXO, one piece at a time, and Lower Manhattan seemingly will go the way of EXO if there's nothing left for Triple AD to say about it, and no one is gonna get on that point to say a damn thing. EXO, they're gonna get the last word on this map, and they're going up 2-0, and Triple AD, match point, tournament point, lives have never been more on the line than they are right now.
Seizing the moment when it counts there. Fantastic stuff coming through from the EXO side, and Ace gonna be the ace in the server this time, and taking away that MVP on Lil Jeffy there. So love to see the Jeff's little trick costume getting its full little showcase there, and you get to take a look at some of the stats as well. Rocco going to be on top in terms of the finals this time around. Definitely made a statement, especially in the beginning.
Yeah, like Rocco with all those finals, like he was, like I hate to say it, but it kind of felt like he was carrying Triple AD. It was either he finds a penta or we just don't win the fight, because in between all of his assassinations, all of his elims, all of his 1v1s that he took and that he won, Zaytha and Songjok Woo were just pressuring down Quasit and Mandu. That's going to be 10 casualties for each of them, and so many of them came every time Triple AD was trying to re-engage on the attacking side. If you stretch yourself too thin, if you give them even the tiniest gap to get in there, they will have your supports and they will eat them for lunch.
Yeah, and might even take it all the way to dinner if you're not careful there. So, gonna be a time to check out the replays right now. You can see there was some amazing plays here. Like Rocco definitely was an impact maker for Triple AD, and I gotta agree with you there, CB. You know, it felt like they were the turning point factor for Triple AD there, and without them, it just wasn't happening. Like Snake, as good as they have looked, just weren't able to really step up to the pitch on this one and meet or exceed Alone Fills on that Cyclops there. So they definitely faced their fair share of difficulties into the battle here.
And I think the scary thing, though, is that, like, this was probably Triple AD's best chance. Like, we called out the White Fox on map 1. Well, they got it. It didn't work. I've called out how good Rocco is on this Elsa, and he does look stellar on it, but it's still just not enough to carry Triple AD over the line. They're simply just getting outplayed, and there's really no way that you can win a situation like that in the pick and ban draft. So what do you do next? You know, you got to go to another map. You got to reassess. You've got one more shot. You got to show us something, Triple AD. And we're going to give you a quick little break to go back, think about it, come back with a new plan, a new strategy. Your tournament lives are on the line. And chat, we will be right back to see how it all unfolds. Don't go anywhere.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
The real MVP needs to be CB for the Hawk Tua joke. I cannot believe you went there, but you know what? We gotta spit on that thing when it comes to the second game because unfortunately, did not really go Triple AD's way once again, my friends. You know, you mentioned it right before we went to the break, but for Triple AD, Lower Manhattan may have been the best chance for this team to take a map off of XO because XO, they've only played this map once in the entirety of Stage 1 and now is against Zero Tenacity, and Triple AD is just coming off of a win against, you know, it was N1 Hex, but they still won Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you know, that matchup XO versus Zero Tenacity on Lower Manhattan, if memory serves me correctly, and it does, XO won that one. So,
Yes.
you know, you're going up against a team on a map that they haven't lost, and, you know, all the map geometry says they probably should be uncomfortable on this map, but they look so well practiced on it, especially on that point B. They're so lethal there. They understand, you know, that particular little play box to its fullest potential, and you know, it's not just the map pick that I think, you know, made that Triple AD's best shot. Again, it's the picks, it's the bans. They got everything that they needed. They got Rocco having an all-star performance on the Elsa. It just wasn't enough to even get them 2 points there. They got Mandu on the White Fox. Doesn't matter. You're on the most survivable backliner of all time. We will challenge that theory, and we will show you just how mortal that Fox can actually be.
Yeah, it was a quiet game one when it came to Rocco's front. Snake, of course, absolutely popped off on the Cyclops, but now that the roles were somewhat reversed, it's not like Snake had a bad game two either, but it was definitely the Rocco show. But even when both of these players can clutch up or at least hard carry in terms of stats, it wasn't enough.
To your point, though, I think, you know, on the Cyclops, yeah, Snake is definitely no slouch, but he's also kind of getting diffed by Alone Fills, and that's not entirely Snake's fault because it's just so easy for Alone Fills when he's not under any pressure. Like, no one can get to where Alone Fills is playing because the fight's not happening. He can just, you know, kind of chill on an off angle, thrive, moisturize, you know, in his lane, flourishing, you know, hitting some of those, like, ricochet shots around corners, just finding elims casually. It's so easy, and meanwhile, like, the backline of Triple AD is in the trenches, and everybody's turning around to try and peel for them, but it's too little too late.
We gotta talk about the trenches, right? Matsy, talk to me about Sungjuk Woo's hero pool, because we were seeing some of the most uncommon picks ever. I wrote them down. We didn't see the Wolverine, even though it was available. We didn't see the Daredevil until the very end of the attacking side. We didn't see, like, a complimentary Star-Lord to the Cyclops. Instead, we got Spider-Man, Atom, Black Cat, and a little bit of Daredevil. What is going on, man?
It just feels like it's more of the melee-based hero pool, right? Coming out from Sungjuk Woo there. You know, I thought that Black Cat might make an appearance, and it did. I'm surprised.
Really?
So, yeah. So great to see that Black Cat
Why?
did come out for a second there, but I don't know. I think that the ebb and flow of XO right now is that Sungjuk Woo is able to cause a lot of calamity in the frontline side of things, and especially playing into things like that Spider-Man. You know, he's just in your face, not giving you a chance to breathe, and that gives Alone Fills so much time to do whatever they please. You know, they can just put your sunscreen on at the beach, have it whatever time you want there. So it's exactly as CB put it. You know, they're just having a pretty chill time, but it looks like we're going to have plenty of time on this wonderful map.
Well, I mean, it's a map that we have seen so many times in our lives. It's Museum of Contemplation, and frankly speaking, I never thought I'd say this, you two. I don't think we've had enough of this map in playoffs.
Yeah, I just can't. I can't get enough of this one. Well, okay, I think, you know, with the way that, you know, poke has become a little bit more meta, some of these teams that, you know, don't want to go up against a poke will try and play something where it's not going to, like it's just not going to work out quite the same. So a lot of these teams, you know, they'll go over to Museum of Contemplation, but the problem is that you can kind of play anything on Museum. Again, it's just so conducive to just about any play style. You want to play a flanker, there's so many flank routes you can take. You want to play Venom, the ceilings are so high you can climb up on them, and people are going to break their spines trying to look up at you at the ceiling before you dive in and break them yourself.
Well, we all have gamer necks, so that we don't have to worry about that too much. But if
Trip posture will not suffice on a map like this when Zaytha's crawling around up in the scaffolding.
I am so happy we have the camera angles we do because my posture is terrible, and you would never know. Speaking of which, you would
That's
never
why
know.
your face is so close to the camera, but your spine is like in another room.
But guess what? You know what? You might not be aware, but I certainly am. We are moments away from potentially the final map of Triple AD inside of playoffs. And my big brain's going to tell you that these picks and bans are going to be gnarly. Now, if XOXO have been focusing a lot on these very mobile heroes like the Spider-Man, the Rogue, etc., is Museum going to be the stopgap that Triple AD's hoping for?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I tried Triple AD.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think they're still going to be looking to play to perfection there. I mean, Triple AD, you know, I think they might still have trauma from their last matchup against Chiefs on this map. So, you know,
that was
kind of makes me think that
that was
blood's
brutal.
going to be boiling a bit more coming into this map in particular.
That's where I decided, like, when I started saying that this team is anti-clutch, it was because of that map against Triple AD, or not against Triple AD. I mean, they are kind of fighting themselves in a way on this map. It was against the Chiefs, where all Quasit had to do was pop an invisible boundary, and, you know, Triple AD could have gotten back on the point and contested, but they didn't. Like, it just didn't happen. You know, they held on to the ultimate, thought they could just, you know, kite out the Star-Lord ultimate that came out from Jongvek, and they end up C9ing and giving up the point just a couple of inches away from that checkpoint. They should have won that map, and probably then some against the Chiefs, but they didn't, and it's their own fault. And, you know, they need to exercise that particular demon here. They need to make sure that this map is not close. It goes in their favor, and they get a little bit of momentum behind them. Otherwise, it's curtains for them in this match and in this tournament.
Yeah, it could be over and out in moments here, but for now, we are into the draft. And we've already got the mirror of the beginning in recent events here. Mantis is gone again, and it is going to be the Cyclops protected there. Luna going to be locked out here.
You were so
for
ready to say
the time
Gambit
being.
was protected. You stuttered there because you
Yeah,
were like,
I was keen.
oh yeah, of course you protect Gambit. No, they don't care. They're going for Cyclops.
No, not this time. But Luna's actually going to hit the protect this time around for Triple AD, so that's a bit of a change of direction here.
Yeah, they're gonna give up the Cyclops, and of course Exo are gonna take that one-sided. But here's the thing, though, is like, I think of the protects, Cyclops is the most expendable because you can just sub him out for Phoenix and it'll be just as good, to be completely honest with you. You know, especially up against some of these like beefier targets like a Venom that you know, Zaytha's probably gonna come out with at some point. So I like that one, and also prioritizing the Luna does give your backline a little bit more staying power. She is definitely no slouch when it comes to anti-dive and damage, and we got the team up coming. They have now identified protect the White Fox, make sure that Mandu is able to play the video game, and, you know, maybe it won't be a 5v6 this time.
And it looks like Gambit is going to be banned out this time around, so Exo will take that one away there, and see what they can lock in for their final one here. Who stays? Who goes? It's only 2 more options left on the board, so they will take away the single-sided Gambit. Important to note, Rogue's still available for the moment, so they can look to enable that team up unless Triple AD wants to ban it out. Their decision is going to be made within the last possible moments here, and it is going to be Jeff.
Ooh.
They've actually put focus on Ace this time.
Ooh, I mean, that's a gamble, but it could be a smart one. You know, like, Jeff might not be the most popular on this map, but he's still pretty strong with what you can do, you know, just with that Joyful Splash going down on a narrow hallway, and there is a lot of narrow hallways, and Sungjek Woo wants to do a little bit of reconstruction, widen things up, you know, we can take down this wall, it's not load-bearing, maybe we can put in a nice little dining area around this corner, maybe turn this into a nursery, you know. whatever the case may be, is he's going to be coming out on the Wolverine, letting the claws fly, and you better believe No Smite is going to be worried about that. Ace, though, you take away his Jeff, he'll take away your Groot, he'll pull him right on into the Wolf's Den, and EXO just going to eat him all up, and that's going to be Triple AD giving up so much ground. Rocco on a flank there on the Atom nearly gets felled, but that was scouted, and Ace wants to take that duel. Felix is there with him as well. They want Rocco.
Yeah, they want him. They got him. See you later to Rocco there. Not going to be in the fight for very long at all. And it is going to be EXO looking to hold on to the momentum here. Rocco's back with the Cocoon, though, so it's not over and out here. But a fully charged JT3, it could make things over and out as Ace now clears the space with the boundary. Felix going to be the first one to fall, though, and a good trade's coming out from EXO to find the player advantage in their favor, and they're looking to further that with the tendrils there. Zaytha good for it, and they're looking to wall them out as well. They're still holding on to the mission vehicle here, though, but they can only defend for so long.
All right, and the healing coming through from Tuba off of that cheeky little roundhouse kick. Tuba all alone, standing his ground, but he'll take down Lone Fills as well. And the Ensong Inferno from Snake coming through the portal. I don't know if that landed exactly where he needed to, but it still did enough damage, and he's able to convert that into an Elim onto Zaytha. So Triple AD are able to reclaim the point, and they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that Tuba was able to cling to dear life.
Yeah, holding on tightly to this one, and let's see how it all goes down as they now look to hold down the choke point here. Triple AD, a lot of pressure on them. Only 2 minutes for EXO to try and pressure it forward. The Strangling Prison is definitely a great enabling factor for them. It could force out the boundary from them, but looks like it is going to be the Rage Royal Flush, the first thing to come into the fray here from Felix. Now, there's that Strangling Prison forcing out the boundary, and it will be the Ruby Rage to disengage Mando, and more. Rocco going down. 2 strategists out of here in seconds. They are surely going to push it past the checkpoint, you would think, but you never know until you know.
And they still do have Quasad there, but JT3 is going to take down No Smite too, but still holding on to life, but his health bar is going to expire, and Felix is going to be taking that one, but now Rocco... No, wait, that was Mandu with the duplicate, but it's not enough. He gets that Karmic Revival off, but now Triple AD are just stuck playing so far forward as EXO. They've got the cap. They don't care what happens from here on out. They're within spitting distance of their spawn door, and Triple AD, or at least the last denizens of Triple AD, are going to have to back up and give ground, and JT3 with the Sonic Seduction is going to pull them back in, force them to take this fight that they want no part of.
Yeah, they do not want to be a part of this if they can help it, and the more EXO get from this, the more space they can clear here as they continue to single out these KOs. Gonna see the Karmic Revival come through from Rocco, though. Just barely getting shot out immediately. As soon as it pops, all the players drops there. So, going to be a massacre from EXO right now, and they will be looking to set sail.
And that shuts down the res, so we can't even get the rest of the team back into the fray. So now he's finally going to abandon ship with the Atom and swap over onto the Elsa, which he's been so good on so far, but he's going to have to make magic happen. He doesn't have a whole lot of room left to do it on point B.
Yeah, not going to have much room to enable that any further. It's onto the Elsa effect now to see if they can command respect alongside Snake on the Phoenix here. The boundary going to come up from Ace, though. They are ready to commit to this one. I do have the end song coming through from Snake right now. Just trying to sustain them through this. Tuba going down as well, so more and more problems being faced by Triple AD onto this one. And Felix and Co are stealing the show with this, as they will be able to set them out one after the other. Felix does get caught in the crossfires, though. A nice one from downtown from Snake, but it's not going to be enough to hold them steady here. Snake now gets isolated by Zaytha. Everybody falling. It's up to Tuba to try and hold it down on the mission vehicle here. Strangling Prison to isolate the rest out. Sonic Seduction as well. They're doing a great job to try and hold on to this one as players trickle in. A boundary comes up as well. As soon as you think the fight's over, it just keeps on going on, CB.
Yeah, but Alone Feels, he realizes the fight is over. He sees that invisible boundary come out, and immediately he just pops a U-turn and backs up, gives space, and gives more respect to Triple AD. So again, by a thread, Triple AD are able to cling on to point B, but they don't really have any good ultimates. Got a Mischief potentially for another invisible boundary, but there's going to be so many tools for EXO to be able to burst on through that. The Ruby Rage and Triple AD, they didn't see it coming, and just in time, the regen domain will come out, and Tuba is going to take down Sungjuk Woo. And EXO repelled for the time being.
Repelled for the moment, but they can certainly look to turn things around within the next minute or so, as they have time at their disposal. Raging Royal Flush at the ready, and maybe more to follow if they just charge towards it. We'll see how they look to play this one out, though. Sungjok Woo is looking to rely on the Black Cat again. So, looks like we're getting more Black Cat stocks onto this one. I'm sure Keg's going to be happy about that one. But it looks like they're ready to prepare for the engagement here, CB. And here we go!
Some assembly required. No Smite gonna go ahead and pop that Freedom Charge. It's a Glartrox from Rocco. I don't think it caught on to enough members of XO, and there is gonna be that Mento Fish gonna lock down Triple AD in that choke point, and JT3 wants to keep them there with the Sonic Seduction, and the cap comes through, and even though Mandu went for the duplicate invisible boundary, again, Triple AD, they have to take this fight. They have bought into it. It is now or never, but again, doesn't matter. The spawn door is just a few inches away. Rocco will kick Felix right on back through it, and Triple AD will win this fight, and I guess that might be the best case scenario out of this this last engagement here. They can maybe set up for a spawn hold, but that's still not ideal. You want to be able to regroup and recollect yourself and make sure that you've got all the manpower you need to go for the spawn hold. The fight is still so scattered, and there's still opportunities for XO to get in there, and Ace doing just that and no Smite. I guess just like Shift of the Night, gonna let him pass.
Yeah, they're just going to have the little say hello, say goodbye, you know, just cruising through for the moment. Looking to go for another drive-by on this one as they prepare to set their sights on the back line, but they've already been focused down here. Alonefield's not letting them pass. Kumio Unleashed now coming out as well, looking to get them a little bit more strides over the mission vehicle here. Regeneration Domain also being drowned out with Mandu going alongside it. Boundary forced to be popped out there by Triple AD. They're doing a great job to fight back onto this one as they finally clear out Ace and could find more as well. Zeta in a bit of trouble, doesn't have much health available, gonna need some heals, but the Feast of the Abyss keeps them in the fight, and they find Quasar alongside it, but the trays just never end here. It's Rocco locking in for the double down and looking to go for more.
And I do think that Rocco, you know, how many times we gotta say it, he has been the linchpin of this team. The best case scenario for this team is that Rocco just kind of frags out. They're doing a good job of punishing Ace, who's going in a lot of these times aggressively to try and augment the dive with the White Fox, using that spectral that sanctuary, that teleport to get in with the divers. But it means you don't have it to get out, so all Rocco has to do is punish that one. But as Alonefield's found that Elim onto Rocco, Triple AD have to give more respect to XO and give a little bit more ground, and that's something that you can't afford at this stage. Less than 30 seconds to go, and XO looking to try and get the full cap. They're going to have some tools to be able to brute force this the rest of the way, and Triple AD are going to have to play perfectly with these Strategist ultimates, but they are going to lose their Strategist! Mandu and Quasit both just eviscerated in the blink of an eye!
Just like that, they all come crumbling down here. Snake is still into it for the moment. The end song runs its course, and they're ready to burn them through as they will be able to set sail towards the tail end of this one. One last contest could be coming through from Triple AD here, but they could get held at the gates by XOXO. They're already prepared for the battle, prepared for the next stage of the struggle, and you will see Sungjok Woo looking to lock it in with a calling card there. Glartrox coming out from Rocker! Oh my days! Rocker locks it in for 3 when it counts here, doing the best they can to shut down JT3. Psionic Seduction, only thing standing between them and the map. Sungjok Woo trying to go for the portal, but no! Triple AD break it back in and hold them at the gates.
I mean, how many times we gotta say it? Rocco is the hero, coming through with that huge Glartrox play, finds an opening, goes in on the flank, catches onto 3, and then takes the duel with JT3, and the reinforcements Triple AD come in at just the right moment, and that's just what you need. It's still a lofty goal, it's still a tall task to overcome, but it's a win condition. It is something. Triple AD can get the job done, but this attacking phase has to be perfect. They can't risk petering out on point B the same as they did on Lower Manhattan, so all or nothing on this attacking phase, but you just got to give Rocco more openings because he has seized every opportunity.
Yeah, they just stake their claim to every opportunity, like you said there, CB, and they managed to take ownership of it when it counts here. If you keep your star player enabled, they're going to be able to pay dividends for you, but if Rocco ain't able to take stock on this one, then it already has been seen how rough the battle can it become. But Rocco looking to play into the Daredevil this time. I kind of like this coming out from them because in their previous engagement against the Chiefs, we saw what Reno was able to do against them onto the Daredevil as well. Really enabling them by just using it to scout there, push them in to some great early fights. So very keen to see how Rocco is going to be able to put it to use against XO now, as XO is set up on the defense.
Yeah, it's not just the Elsa. He's also pretty adept when it comes to some of these flex duelists. He's going to go back over onto the Elsa, I think, just trying to get a little bit of scouting off that Daredevil, make sure that EXO weren't trying to go for like a spawn hold, you know, get a little bit of forward progress here. JT3 is going to snipe out Tuba there, and you know, it might not be a spawn hold, but it might as well be, because EXO are holding so far forward and now taking the fight directly on the Batsmobile, and a good little mag cannon onto Mandu, forcing him back. And you know, JT3 is saying, hey, you know, I own this cart. You will remove me from it by force, or you won't remove me at all.
Yeah, should they stay? Should they go? It's going to be the double KO to start the show here for JT3, and Alone Feels looking to drift around the outside. Yeah, we'll glide past Rocco. Such precision coming through from our duelist onto this one. Rocco is actually going to be changing in another direction. Or not. I saw that silo cover.
Yeah,
They're
me
really
too.
just left confused, aren't they?
Oh, you saw that turnaround right there. No Smite is off on the flank, and I think he and Rocco were trying to set something up, but with Rocco getting sussed out, No Smite's gonna have to go in alone and draw out some aggro. He'll get a fair bit of it out with the back line of EXO, backing up to try and deal with this looming threat, but it hasn't been fully repelled. He can keep the pressure up, and the more he can stay this deep in, the further up the rest of Triple AD can march up, and eventually they can clamp down onto somebody. I think he really wants to force out that cocoon from Sung-Juk Woo, but that is another thing that you have to worry about is, you know, when it comes to this God of Mischief coming up from Ace or that Karmic Revival, there's going to be a res on deck before long. So if you can't find something now, it just might not come.
Yeah, could be there, could be nowhere as the KOs start up strong for Triple AD. A great grand beginning, but they aren't going to be able to back it up any further as the Strangling Prison locks in for Zaytha. Triple KO on for more. Zaytha coming in full swing, and the trees are alive.
It was such a good play, but all that for only a drop of blood. EXO still standing strong and barely giving up any cart progress, and Zaytha has been so good when it comes to this Vanguard lineup. You know, he's finding all of these huge Groot ultimates, and whether it's on the Venom or the Groot, he has been a threat. And No Smite, I can't say the same, as JT3 doesn't look all that threatened, just dealing with the Captain America deep in the back line while Zaytha holds down the fort on the front line. And I mean, the parking brake might as well be on for this bus, because those wheels are not going round and round.
Not today, but maybe they're stuck in place, so looking a bit bogged at the moment. Gonna need someone to tow them out of here. Who is going to be the someone to step up? No Smite looking to step it up with the Freedom Charge here. Tuba barging in as well. Shots down JT3, a key piece now being shut out. Quasit looking to lock in as well. Has found Alone Feels, but it doesn't matter. Karmic Revival online and will be stifled immediately. Ruby Rage engaged though. Ace ready to clear it with the boundary coming up to match the Kumio Unleashed here. Rocco in a bit of trouble as well. They need to stay enabled here. Need to stay in the fight. The dance floor coming through as well. Matched by the boundary. Every strategist you can think of has been used here. Sung-Juk Woo making the change up to the magic as well here, trying their best to try and spice it up when it counts. The Banhammer coming down as well, but JT3, it's clouding on him around the outside and has found many bits of damage here. A good fight more around the corner.
Rocco was still able to find one there as well. Regen domain forced out from Ace, and T3 is going to take Rocco down, and EXO are starting to heat up again, and Triple AD haven't been able to cool them off, but maybe the Ice Arts from Quasit will be just what he needs, and he does snipe down Ace. That's absolutely huge, and gets the freeze onto Felix, a nice little charm as well, and Felix on low HP. The healing will come, and EXO will continue to mount this defensive, but Triple AD now seemingly have the sauce. They just need to stick the landing here. Gonna be an Ensong Inferno online from Snake and a Freedom Charge for No Smite. They can drag this fight out or close it out. First now, the Freedom Charge. No Smite wants to go in deep and try and set up a play. Regen domain forced out, and now it's go time for the Ensong Inferno. Snake gonna crash back down to earth, hoping to reduce the defense to ashes, and he'll do just that. Taking down JT3 with a couple of shots. Will burst Zaytha down as well. That's a double KO for him, and no more contest coming out from EXO. First hurdle for Triple AD cleared, but only 230 for the next one.
Yeah, they had to work so hard just to get it past the first checkpoint here, and they still have to cover a ton more ground as well. Curious to see how they are going to be able to enable themselves this time. Sung-Juk Woo playing into the Daredevil, maybe for early scouting, or maybe to go for some enabling KOs here. Curious how they put that one to the test, as Snake as well, playing from a distance here, just trying to pump up the damage.
They want to pressure out. They want to pressure out Snake. Like, that's why Sung-Juk Woo is going over onto the Daredevil and Zaytha is over on the Captain America. They basically want to do what No Smite is trying to do, but to Snake, because they know they're not going to be able to take down Quasit and Mandu quite so easily. Sung-Juk Woo going in. He's going to find Rocco, and is going to be able to clean that one up and cancels the Glartrox. What an Elim coming out, and the rest of EXO are going to be making the most of the opportunities given as the Raging Royal Flush comes out, and Zaytha goes in deep and just pummels Mandu. He was left all alone in a dark alleyway, and Zaytha took him to the back rooms.
And there's nowhere out from there, as they will be looking to start things off strong on the defensive side of this next checkpoint here. They've got more ults on charge as well. EXO are ready to barge into this one. Triple AD and need to find a way in sooner rather than later, or they could get left behind in these final moments. Dance Floor going to be the first thing to start. Sungjuk Woo going down in the beginning here. This could be a grand start for them, but they need to find more than just one here. Need to try and break past the back line. JT3 might even break past their front line as Rocco goes down. This is a great way to bring things back for your team here. Snake, though, does catch Zaytha. This is good return fire from both sides, and Snake is not being held.
Yeah, but you need more than just return fire. It can't just be a stalemate right now, because that means an EXO win as the Heartbreaker comes out, and Felix is there. Lone Phil's with the Ruby Rage as well, taking down one. Tuba will bring him down, but again, you need so much more if you're Triple AD. Trades are not enough. You need decisive fight wins, and you need them within the next 30 seconds, because that's all you got left in this tournament if you don't come correct in this next fight. Can he clean up JT3? He's pumping in the Deagle shots, trying so hard, but the healing is there. He just can't bring JT3 down. Kumiho now unleashed. He's going to force out the freedom charge from Zaytha. Both teams with all the sustain they could possibly want. Snake with the Ensong Inferno looks to try and put them down. He'll take one down. Rocco's good for one as well, but JT3 is in the back line. He's been untouched, and he's letting the fist fly, forcing out the freedom charge from No Smite. He's going to run back to his team. OT will start to take away, but they left Snake behind, and JT3 took him down. Sungjuk Woo going in deep, looking to take down Tuba, and he will do just that. Zaytha now with the Vibranium Energy Saw may have just cut the lifeline for Triple AD as Rocco falls. No Smite falls. Triple AD potentially for the last time in this tournament. One by one, they will all fall. EXO stand tall, and Triple AD, farewell, my friends. It was a good showing, but you just weren't good enough to come for the best, and EXO are looking like one of the best right now.
GG, well played. The museum is where it all comes crashing down, and they will be left in the museum as an exhibit. Goodbye to Triple AD there, and hello to the next step on the journey for XOXO01. Their opponent going to be decided very soon, but what an incredible spur of energy we've seen out of this series from them, and the KO feed is showing a very hefty result in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, 29 and 14 with 16 final hits for Rocco. Even under pressure, he was still able to come up clutch for this Triple AD squad so many times. But you can't just rely on clutch plays, on hero plays, on these big moments. You have to make opportunities for these moments to happen. And Triple AD just can't come together as a collective with the macro in order to enable Rocco and Snake to pop off in the ways that they so desperately needed to. But on the other side, it wasn't even just the duelists for EXO that were popping off. Like Alone Phil's with 15 final hits. Yeah, he was popping off. Sungjuk Woo 32 and 11, typical, flank duelist play. With mutually assured destruction. I don't care if I go down. I just know I'm taking a couple bodies with me. Doesn't matter because JT3 with 17 final hits and Zaytha with 12. The front line is just as aggressive and just as active as the duelist lineup here. And that makes EXO just such a lethal team, such a scary team to go up against. And here's the extra scary part. They didn't even really play their style on this map. They didn't play the Spider-Man. They didn't play anything too off-kilter. They played something kind of, dare I say, normal for Museum of Contemplation, and they just played it better than Triple AD. You can pick, you can ban, you can do whatever you want in the ban phase, but you gotta be the better team, and undoubtedly, EXO are the better team.
That's right, and I have a devastating fact for you two.
No.
Triple AD just got eliminated in the same exact spot they had that big choke with Chiefs on a few days ago.
I think maybe a couple of meters shy, but it was pretty close. Yeah,
approximately.
It is approximately. That spot is definitely going to be an Achilles heel for them, a bit of a sore spot for them going forward. I think going forward for this team, you're going to need to want to put this entire tournament in the rear view, play for stage 2, maybe, make some adjustments to your roster, but there's some really bright pieces here that you definitely want to hold on to. I think Rocco more than made a name for himself, and I think for any teams potentially looking to rebuild, he might be someone that you want to try and take away from Triple AD, or if you are Triple AD, you want to invest very heavily in Rocco and your front line as well. I think No Smite and Tuba are also some bright spots for this team, but I don't know. It's tough to say because I love this team. I love, you know, some of the things that they've shown us, but we got to say goodbye to them. So I'm just looking for any kind of silver linings.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Triple AD. I think all the players individually have been playing fantastic, but I think Dan said it best. They have a lot of great individuality, but when coming together, they're just getting outpaced by a lot of other teams in this tournament. XOXO, a perfect case in point. They played, like you said, CV, a normal team comp, something we very, very rarely see from this team, and yet they still made it work.
Yeah, and like that's the scariest part is like, okay, sure, you know, even if you get a good map read, even if you get a good meta read on this team, you know, they want to play that dive composition, you force them to play, you know, a normal composition and they still beat you on it. Like that just feels so crushing, so defeating. It's like you thought you gave it your best shot on Lower Manhattan, you gave it an even better one on Museum of Contemplation, and you still couldn't even get 2 points off of them.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Ring ring. I hear an interview. Who do we have on the line? Oh, it's Sungjuk Boo! How are you, my friend? It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm good, guy. Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you again, too, man. So, first of all, congratulations on your win. You move on forward. Talk to us about your journey so far for playoffs and how it's been feeling playing, you know, closer to your friends, closer to your team, and maybe the level of competition that you've had to face so far.
Yeah, we feel really good to play with this team. I mean, I've been with this guy for like over years now, and for this tournament, yeah, there is not that much like top team, but also good to play in this tournament. And the only team that I scared of is Reject and Genji, because like, of course, yesterday we got our ass beaten by Genji. And we can't really fight them, like they're really strong, but I mean, of course we try our best, but we'll see again. If we beat the next team, we might get a chance to revenge again.
Yeah.
I'll leave the Genji question for someone else, but real quick, Sungjuk Woo, I got beef with you. You lied to me in the last interview. I asked you, like, I was like, all right, you got the Spider-Man, the Magic, the Daredevil, you know, all the, like, what else is in your hero pool? And you said that's it. You didn't tell me that you had a Stellar Adam Warlock in your pocket as well.
Adam is not that, but I play really bad though. Like I really bad at Adam, but that character is pretty easy to play because like I only heal people and shooting, even though I miss my shot, but still, yeah.
You also played a little bit of Rogue as well. Like, is that another one that you've put some practice in, or was that just kind of like a you know trying some stuff out?
Yeah, my coach. We've been practicing triple tank, and I have to play Rogue, but I don't think I will get to play her that much in this tournament. But I mean, there's nothing wrong to practice it, and yes, sometimes my coach just want me to play Rogue, so I just go what he told me to go.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I think it's good to have that flexible hero pool, you know. It's always going to benefit you in those situations. And speaking of future situations here, your opponent could be one of two things, you know. You could be facing off against the Chiefs or a Z10 all over again. No matter which of those teams you're going to be faced against, do you think those two are beatable for you?
Yeah, Chief is not gonna lie, they're pretty strong. They're like pretty like underrated, and yeah, they're good. We'll see.
Okay. For my final question, I just want to rewind a bit to yesterday. So, unfortunately, EXO did not make it up against Genji. You fell to the lower bracket. Can you talk to us about that journey about facing Genji? You said that the team was very tough, but what about Genji gave you and the rest of EXO such a hard time?
I mean, they're kind of like full-time team. We just I don't know. Some of us like can't even like play all the time, but I mean they're just a full-time team, and this is all we can do. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Fair enough, man. You do have some tough competition up ahead, but after watching all of your games for months on end now, I have no doubts in my mind that XOXO could be the team to take that championship. Songjak Woo, you have the platform right now. Is there anything you want to say to the teams that you'll be facing later on? Your friends, your enemies, chat? The platform's yours, man.
Yeah, thanks for all the support again, for everyone like sharing us, and we try to get our ticket to the land maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Songjak Woo, thank you so much, dude. Go get some rest. You have a lot up ahead of you, man, and I have no doubts that we're going to see some banger matches out of you and XO.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Songjak Woo. Thank you so much, man. So, looking pretty good. I mean, look, the identity of EXO has not really faltered going into playoffs. You know, they've been the most unique team I think we've seen out of really anybody outside. I would say maybe Pirates from last season or from preseason. Reject have certainly been like an upgraded version of EXO to an extent, but with a little bit more team-wide presence. But the big question is, though, we have another series up ahead, and we're getting closer and closer to that Reject Genji matchup. We got one more before that, though, and are we excited for the next matchup?
I'm very excited for the next one.
Yeah! Excited! Let's go! Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about! Woo! All right, we're going to go to a break. We got to get things set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Do you have tenacity? I bet you do, but this could be the end of having zero tenacity, depending on how things go. Chiefs versus Zero Tenacity is going to be our next matchup, coming right up in just a few moments, but there was a major issue yesterday. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you two had a major podcast session on the desk yesterday when Chiefs were on. How was that?
We do be yapping.
Yeah?
That's for sure. I think CB Diatonic and I spoke so much wisdom that we could have written our own tomes and maybe many volumes, right, CB?
Yeah, I think my vocal cords got quite the workout, which is great. You know, you got to train everything to failure. You got to train your biceps, your legs to failure, your heart. You know, which I hope this match is going to train my heart to failure. It's gonna be a bit of a
Same.
banger, but you also got to train your vocal cords to failure as well. And luckily, they held strong and good to go for another day. And I'm glad because today is going to be a big one for these teams.
That's right, big one for these teams. It's elimination, and unfortunately for Chiefs, they were brought down to the lower bracket because, unfortunately, they had some internet issues. They were struggling a lot, but thankfully, it seems like those issues have been resolved. I'm hoping we see a Chiefs that's in best form that we've ever seen in our lives. They're going to be looking fantastic. But with Zero Tenacity, they've made some major changes on the back end themselves. Oni was telling us yesterday how Baser has stepped back from the traditional playing role, has been the interim. I always have a hard time with this word. Interim? Is that how you say it?
Interim.
It feels like you're missing a letter there. Interim coach for Zero Tenacity. Creative stepped in full time as that 6th player. They're coming on in, and things have been okay, but as Oni put it, Baser's been thrusted into the Marianas Trench of a deep end in trying to counterplay some of the best teams in Ignite.
It's pretty difficult, and right, like we're supposed to be unbiased here as casters, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I want Zero Tenacity to win. I want them to make it to a LAN. Do I think that's gonna happen? Probably not. When you got Reject and Gen G both, likely claiming those 2 spots, but I want the world to see what we are seeing with this team because Exy is something special. In his series yesterday against the Burgers, he had 99 elims across the series, across 3 maps, and nearly half of them were final blows. That's unheard of for a duelist player. He is one of the best hit scan players in the world. But unfortunately, he's still kind of like the best kept secret out here in the Pacific region because he doesn't get the opportunity to shine on the grand stage. And I think the heights that this team is capable of reaching are they're falling just a little bit short. There's a couple of inconsistencies, there's a couple problems that I'm sure we'll get to that I think are kind of holding them back. But on the other side, like you said, the Chiefs have also had some problems. They've also had some inconsistencies, but unfortunately for them, it's in the packet loss more than anything.
Yeah, a little out of their control. But, I mean, LeBronald the Donald, right? He has been so strong in the Magneto and a lot of counterplay options. Like, if I'm looking at Exy, I kind of want him to stay hidden, right? Like, we want to keep him in Pacific. People are going to be looking at that stat and be like, nah, he's got to go to America or EMEA. Nah, dude. Stay here, man.
I love to see him and I love him here, but I also kind of feel like, whatever Zero Tenacity is paying him, it's not enough.
but Matty is our senior OCE representative, right? You have the Chiefs, and you're looking at some fantastic players that have stuck around for a while. Surely you're looking at the stat that Exy dropped yesterday with the 99 elims and being like, okay, we have to hard focus this guy today.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be taking that into full account, right? Because that's the thing that's really been, I guess, stalling the Chiefs out in their own individual matches there, where some of those star players have been really the factor between them and finding those little moments of success. So they will need to focus down Exy, but they're also going to need to focus down Jerry as well, playing into that more flex duelist role there in order to try and, I guess, get the cracks through the armor for their team. So I think that the Chiefs should have that on lockdown, but I don't know who's going to win out of this matchup.
Really?
It breaks my heart to see either of them lose.
I will say
That's
I'm glad though
treason.
that I'm glad that you bring up the flex duelist situation, because I do think that on that front, you got to give the nod, you got to give the edge in that department to the Chiefs, because Reno has been the star of this roster when it comes to a lot of these flex duelists. And on the opposite side, I think Jerry has been quite inconsistent. For all of the star-making performances that Exy has had, there's also been a couple of flat performances that come out from Jerry that they have to try and identify the root cause of and try and get that taken care of. Again, now or never, because now their tournament lives depend on it.
That's right. Facing elimination, what are you going to do when it seems like one player has been hard focused for the majority of this tournament and Exy has flourished? There could be a reality today where both of these duelist players on Zero Tenacity just straight up struggle today.
It's tough, isn't it? Because if one struggles, at least you can rely on the other or some of your other heroes there or roles to kind of pick up the slack there, in the sense that they could rely on Marvel in the Vanguard role there, or even take it a whole other direction, rely on Soko, you know, or Creative. There's a lot of options for Z10 there, but one and the same, you know, the Chiefs, even if their duelists have some struggles, they can put focus towards Beast Node there, one who definitely can make a difference when the circumstances play out right for them. But, you know, there's a reason that Donald is named LeBronald, because they can also turn things around for them and theirs. So there's always going to be someone there to pick things up where they fall, but it is just if they're able to pick themselves up, if someone gets disengaged.
I just think it's so interesting, and I'm stuck on this point that, Matsy, you are not all in on Chiefs. I mean, you would think you're the representative, right? You're feeling good, but I'm looking back at the playoffs, and I'm thinking, you know, Chiefs, as good as they have been, internet issues aside, they did struggle against Triple AD. Even though it was a 3-0, it was still a pretty damn close 3-0.
Oh, yeah. I think that matchup really tested them, right? I think Triple AD did a great job there, in the sense that they just completely wiped out Beast Node whenever they were trying to, you know, enable their team playing into the dive Vanguard there. You just have a Cyclops just absolutely destroying him, and it would be tough to kind of activate from there. So I'm curious if the Chiefs have done some thinking, you know, done some reflecting, contemplating even into the tank there to
Don't
try
say
and turn things
contemplating.
around.
Don't say contemplating. You know where Map 2 is going to
Lighter's
be.
already been summoned.
I'm manifesting it, CB, all right? I wanted to come out again.
I'm going to put you in an exhibit if you don't stop.
Whoa, that's very
You tell me I
tenacious.
belong in a museum?
Ooh, you belong on a trophy pedestal, Matsy. Because you are a gem. But you know what? I'm feeling pretty tenacious, and chat is teaching me how to say interim. But I can tell you, we're the interim part of this broadcast because we're moments away from
we're going
to picks and
away
bans.
eventually.
Yes, I'm going away. Well, I guess all of us, but me sooner than later.
We all go away
Picks and
eventually.
bans, everybody, is right around the corner. Is the Cyclops going to survive? I don't know. I don't even know how to say interim.
You figured it out. I think it's a very morbid way to start this one out, though, saying that, you know, all things are temporary. We're all
It's
going
true.
to go away eventually, and unfortunately, it's going to break our little hearts.
Very
one of these
Nietzsche.
teams. Shut up. It's unfortunately one of these teams is also going to be going away, and you know, we've kind of talked about it. Like, we don't want to see either of them go. These are two fan favorite teams, two underdog teams that I think have insanely high potential, but for one reason or another just haven't been able to live up to it. And they've got to show us something worth sticking to now, because again, lower bracket, tournament lives on the line. You've never faced a challenge as dire as this one, so you best come correct.
Yeah, best to come correct and best to get this thing started in the right fashion. So it's going to be a double Mantis, no advantage this time. We'll see the next band locked in a second. Gambit going to be the first protector for this Z10 this time around. Chiefs going to see what they can take away from them here. Will it be a strategist? Be another, you know, duelist onto this one? Nope, it's going to be a rogue, so disengaging the team up before it can even be thought about.
Yeah, it's a pretty bog standard way to start things out. Like, if I had to predict what's going to be coming up next for some of these bans and picks, of course, you know, you're going to go for that Gambit Protect for the side of Z10. And now the onus is going to be on to the Chiefs to try and break the mold here. But of course, why would they do that when they could just stick to it, you know, protect the rogue? And that, I think, is a very safe way for both of these teams to start this tournament off. You know, you have the Chiefs trying to shake the cobwebs off from yesterday, that kind of tainted victory that that Reject got over them. And you have Zero Tenacity, you know, trying to figure out what went wrong and trying to give themselves a control environment to figure that one out. A rocket on the Protect is going to be a great way to do that. I kind of like this to kick things off.
Yeah, this is going to be great for the Chiefs to play into there, and you can definitely know that's going to be donned by Bubble. I mean, there's a reason they were taking away MVPs on that one before. Looks like Cyclops will be locked out, though, by Z10 this time. So, going to be trying to play in to the Luna on the Protect, and Cyclops going to be double-sided. So fascinating. It's on the end side of the draft here. That's incredible, CB. But you know what else is incredible? The Chiefs are starting Jongvek on the Psylocke.
Yeah, that's an interesting look. It's going to be mirror bands that come out, but not mirror compositions. It's a very dive-focused, well, I guess a split dive. It's a triple Vanguard lineup that comes out from the Chiefs, as a matter of fact, with Jongvek being the only duelist, and that is a very interesting look. It's something that we haven't seen from a whole lot of other teams. And Zero Tenacity, though, looking to try and go in. Jerry goes in, but forces out some resources. They're able to repel him for the time being, and now Jongbaek wants to take that duel, and once again, Jerry is going to be the first to fall.
And maybe following up, it looks like Marvel in a bit of trouble here. Jongbaek are trying their best to disconnect them from their strategists here. They will be able to maintain line of sight for a little bit of time here, though. So great stuff from Marvel to try and stall them, but the Chiefs will get that early capture when it counts here. And Jongbaek ain't even close to being done. They're looking to run around the outside here, forcing Jerry out of position onto this one to see if they can take fights here. And this could be good if they can disconnect that duelist. But for now, though, it's going to be Soko starting off with a Banhammer.
Xe looking to try and get a couple of shots down range, catches Beast Node on the fly, and will swat him like the very same. And now Banhammer going to come out from the other side here. Jerry going in, able to take down Bubble, and now he's going in, trying to take this duel against Jongbaek, get his revenge. Soko will be there for one as well, and Jerry will get his man, and Zero Tenacity will clap back with this capture percentage. Only, I believe, is going to be 40% for the Chiefs before the flip comes through. Nope, just shy, 39.
Yeah, close, but not close enough this time. The change-up has already been enabled for the Chiefs, though. Looking to put Jongbaek on to the Elsa, Beast Node on to the Angela now. See if they can shift direction here. Interesting to see Reno actually bringing out the Magneto, so maybe going to be a new Dunk Master in town on this one. See how it plays out in a second, though, as they try and push through the gates. Actually going to run out the outside, though. Reno in a bit of trouble, but it is going to be Zykrek going first there with the Raging Royal Flush. Dance Floor coming out. Actually good for the end song as well. Waiting on delay there. Bubble out of play as well. Great from Jerry to enable themselves onto this one, and to see if they can capture a few more on the outer rim of this one.
The Bubble got kind of caught out there. There's going to be another Royal Flush that ends up coming out, this time from Creative, and Zero Tenacity looking to push the advantage. Meteor Rim now from Reno, but ain't quite LeBronald. That one, I think, hit Rim, and is going to be bouncing back out. Zero Tenacity going to catch the rebound, but on the rebound, Zykrek is going to find a pick there onto Jerry, and I mean, Jerry goes down with that let the devil out, and he's not going to be able to contribute that ultimate to this next fight, and this fight is really kicking off, forcing out the Freedom Charge from Marvel, but as a Royal Flush now coming out from the Chiefs off of the duplicate from Bubble, Reno is just going to burst Wendy down, making up for that Meteor Ram, and a nice little poke to the noggin of Xe, and Beast Node will put him down. That's going to be the Chiefs finding the flip.
Will be fighting hard and fighting strong there in order to force their way through to get the capture back. Jerry in a bit of trouble as well. Just barely holding on to this
Soko
one.
bails him out.
Luckily, yeah, gets bailed out of that fight. Going to be good to hold on to as many players as they can here. So they try and layer their approach from the side rooms here. Looking to pelt up a little bit of damage. Might just be able to enable it. Like, Jerry's ready with Soko now. They're looking to dive straight in, but Beast Node impales them there. Heaven's Retribution coming out, and Jerry going out of town. Jongbaek ready to support them, and it will be double down from downtown.
It's still not bad, though, for Zero Tenacity. Like, they needed to take a dry fight there because Jerry was never going to be able to get, like, a 2-piece, 3-piece with just the let the devil out with no tools to be able to bolster that. So they force out both the Heaven's Retribution and the Banhammer from the front line of the Chiefs, and now only a Glartrox online and a small window of time before Zykrek gets up to this Raging Royal Flush, and now Zero Tenacity have the tools to match it or potentially break through this defense.
And Marvel already are looking to push in. Neville coming out there from Jerry as well. In a bit of trouble, though. They've been focused down immediately. No one there to assist them. And now going to be the Banhammer coming through from Soko as well here. Reno doing the best they can to disengage Marvel and will succeed. Xe good with the end song there. Can stall it out a bit longer while they get the rest of their team here. But Reno, their focus is on the strategist right now. Freeze comes through at the right time. Beast Node trying to impale them as well. Dance Floor just in time from Wendy here. Reno good with the Meteor, trying to disengage it. Somebody's got to go, somebody's got to stay. It's got to be Creative. Exactly the player they needed. They have no Raging Royal Flush. They have nothing else to sustain them through the fight here. The Chiefs bring out all the pain and take first capture point.
And I mean, I hate to harp on it, but, like, Jerry has got to change something up, man. He is getting caught out on the flanks, on off angles all by himself, trying to go for some of these big plays, and just denied any opportunity to do so. He's playing a lot of these, dive duelists, but, dive duelists got nerfed. Like, they're not as strong as they once were. They're still viable. Heroes like Daredevil are still good, but you need hands. It's not just a free win anymore. It's not just like, you can't just go in with Black Cat, have infinite cooldowns, and get value anymore. It just doesn't work that way. You have to have a little bit of setup, and you have to be there to execute. But the only thing that was being executed was Jerry every single time he tried to go in for a play, and the Chiefs made the most out of those 5v6 situations. Something, again, has to change for Zero Tenacity, and the clock is going to keep ticking, and sooner or later, it's going to strike midnight, and if they haven't changed by the time it ticks over, they're going to be saying goodbye.
And the trouble was, there was also focus on Marble there as well, playing into that dive-centric role. It looks like the change has come out, though, now. Jerry and Exy are switching roles here, where Exy's actually playing into the Wolverine here. Jerry going to be on the Phoenix. Unfortunately, no Primal Flame team up anymore, but it would have been good if that one was still there for this situation. We'll see how things go down now, though, as Marble dives straight into the fray, but not today.
I do think this is a good change-up, though, for Zero Tenacity, because in other hero shooters, Jerry has been a very strong hit-scan player, and, you know, they are able to flex around with that one, so it's now going to be up to Exy on the Wolverine, but Marvel with a diving strike right on top of Zykrix. Zykrix catches the belly flop practically on his face. Now Bubble, though, going to get a duplicate Raging Royal Flush. The Chiefs want to try and get themselves back into this fight, and an Assassin's Charge Beast Node goes about as deep as you possibly can, and he'll get rewarded for his efforts with a Raccoon on the end of his skewer, but Jerry is now starting to come online here on the Phoenix, gonna put him down, and Exy getting in there alongside. With that ultimate coming out from Donald, it's just not gonna be enough to sustain the Chiefs any longer, and Zero Tenacity will eviscerate them, evict them from the point, and claim first cap.
Yeah, an amazing change-up coming through from them, but it looks like the Chiefs are changing up immediately as well, playing Beast Node into the whole Carino on the Wolverine. We've seen the fastball before, and it's going out again for the Chiefs right now. You know they can play it effectively here, and in combination with Jong Bak on the Elsa, definitely can make great use out of the traps there. So eager to see how it's all going to go down now, as Donald in a bit of trouble gets collected and ejected from the game, as Icreg good with the Raging Royal Flush, though, looking to rush their way forward into the fray. Enson coming out from Jerry as well, looking for the next target here, and they will be looking to lock it down. Zykreg in trouble, but will not be taken away. So Z10 just doing whatever they can to hold on to control of the mission area here.
They do a good job of kiting out that Raging Royal Flush, though, and then Jerry just hangs over like a sword of Damocles with that Endsong Inferno. And I mean, the Chiefs, once that ultimate expires, are a little bit too afraid, so they have to give up all of the ground they worked for. Last stand now from Exy is going to bring Donald right back down to that very same ground. And as Wendy taking down Bubble, it looks like it is all over for the Chiefs. Zero Tenacity off that CYA from Wendy are just charging forward and forcing the Chiefs back into their spawn by hook or by crook.
Yeah, one or the other, they got to get the job done here, and Z10 are ready to do exactly what they need, no matter what the Chiefs are bringing to them here. That Raging Royal Flush is coming out. Last stand are going to be online from Marino. Nobody going to be going down, though. Banhammer coming out as well. It's time to go Hulk mode for Beast Node, and the Banhammer now going to be exchanged on Beck. First one to fall there. Good targeting from Jerry here, and they're not even done. Hulk Smash coming around the back, beats the Abyss. Bubble good with the CYA, though, but they're trying their best to take Jerry out of play. They will succeed. Creative going down with them. The Chiefs now having a resurgence onto this one. Looking to jump straight onto the mission area here, and now looking to shift focus. Creative, though, going to be the main focus as they're back online with a bit of feed there, and looking to see what else they can achieve into this OT segment.
And 99%, and like you said, OT ticking over. Donald, though, going in with the katanas, trying to cut someone down to ribbons, and will bust out the deagles and pop a cap right in between Jerry's eyes. And that's going to be a good early frag there, as the flip will now come for the Chiefs. But the fight not quite over, as Jong Bak going to take down Soko, as Soko was taken for a ride. But this one goes straight back to your spawn door, my friend.
Yeah, straight back to the drawing board, and ready to draw the sword here as Jong Bak is holding it from afar right now. They need to hold position as long as they possibly can, but this gives Z10 a ton of time to try and charge themselves up here. They've already got the CYA and the Endsong. They can get the Raging Royal Flush out and look to see if they can enable themselves further. Reno in deep trouble, though. Luckily, he has the Overshield there. They can escape that fight. Might not escape in a second, though. Feral Leap from afar. Jong Bak forced out of the Endsong, burning down the CYA there, and looking to see if they make some big plays around town as well. Beast Node already implodes upon Soko. Jerry going to be followed up as well here, but they're not done. It's the follow-up from XC. They will go down with a chip, however, so the Chiefs going to be good to have a huge response onto this one, as Z10 are sent back to the spawn point.
And here's the problem, though, in that fight, you know, you saw both the Phoenixes pop their Endsong Inferno. For Jong Bak, it was to burst down Wendy's CYA. Well, now Bubble is going to have one, and you look at Jerry, he is going to be regretting using that ultimate, because now you don't have the tool to burst down the very same. So the Chiefs can just use that as a defensive utility to be able to withstand Creative's ultimate here, and they gotta watch behind them because Beast Node has got a fastball loaded in the chamber. He is gonna send Reno right down at an unsuspecting Zero to Nasty member, but here comes that Royal Flush, and just like I said, there's the CYA, and now all attention has to be focused on that amplifier. They will get a shot down onto Reno, shutting him down as Beast Node going to let the World Breaker Hulk come out, but is it going to be enough as now another member falls? BRB's burned on both sides, but Jongvek taking down Jerry. Reno taking Marvel for a ride, but he gets turned around. XC pulls the Uno reverse card. Reno able to come back onto Terra Firma, and now Bubble gonna be the one to try and make the teleport play. He's gotta come on through, but Soko taking down Donald and Zero Tenacity are starting to wrestle away with this one. He's keeping the Deagles flying, keeping the shots going as the reinforcements from the Chiefs are gonna be coming. The Bubble to try and cut Bubble off, and now XC with the last stand catches onto two. Can he confirm the elims? He can. He'll take them both down. A double KO for him, and the Chiefs now on death's door. De-hulked Hulk, Beast Node now down in puny banner form. XE just gonna cut Donald down, and it seems like the Chiefs may be evicted from this one. We might be going 1-1. Beast Node now on the Angela, managed to get through the portal, getting a little bit more of congestion through. The flip comes through, and there's not a whole lot of time left for the Chiefs to try and get back on the point here. Soko gonna try and deny them, not let anyone through. Reno tries to dive in the Pharaoh Leap, but it's just skeet shooting for Soko. And now a CYA as well. The Chiefs still trying to buy their way into this one, but they might have just gone bust. Zero Tenacity will walk away with Stellar Spaceport.
Oh my days. We'll be able to take control and flip the script back here. One capture point apiece. It goes down to Warrior Falls now for the final stand here on Domination. Which team stays, which team goes into the beginning of this series. All going to be dictated by this final capture point here. And you can see both teams are fired up as ever.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, so fired up like Jongvek. I guess because he made the swap over onto the rocket, you're okay with him burning the BRB or the CYA at the end of that fight, and now Bubble only going to be 32% to his. It's still a bit of an awkward exit from that second point for the Chiefs, and they're not really carrying a whole lot of momentum on over into this next point here. The one thing that I do think you're going to keep a close eye on is, again, going to be the CYA versus that Raging Royal Flush. Zycrick already having the Royal Flush. Zero Tenacity, I think, need to scout out that he was able to get that much work done. That ultimate's going to be online, and use this CYA from Wendy defensively, just as the Chiefs did prior.
Yeah, they need to match that energy and exceed it here. And see who's going to be able to pump up the volume early into this one. Jerry on the Punisher, I think, is going to be a big difference maker for Z10, especially with that final judgment already close to being charged up there. They can make some big waves with that one, but Donald now does have the Devil Beast Rampage at the ready. They're going to be furthering that with the Rage Royal Flush here. CYA was popped in response there from Z10, but it might not be enough into this one. XE already getting a lot of focus. Does go down. Back from the BRB in a second, though, so it's not all over and out. Jerry, though, going to be out of here, and the Chiefs take control of the early fight and will get the capture.
Yeah, but again, like, the Chiefs did use a fair few ultimates in order to get that one, and Zero Tenacity only used that CYA defensively, but, I mean, even that isn't going to be enough to, you know, withstand all that the Chiefs come through. You know, the Devil Beast Rampage, so much AoE damage, Reno with the last stand as well, and then you have all of that stacked on top of Zycrick's Rage and Royal Flush. It's just real difficult to be able to burst on through that, but they do come out the other side with a couple of ultimates, a Royal Flush of their own. Once again, we get that head-to-head. This time, flip the script. It's Creative versus Bubble. Jerry's gonna have the final judgment, though, and that might be able to burst right on through all of that overshield.
It could have burned through everything here with the Rage and Royal Flush as well. Everything is coming out of this one. Jerry doing the best they can to enable it, but it's Creative getting all the KOs to their name this time. Looks like the final judgment, just cosmetic. It's Creative time, and Soko will follow it up. So the Chiefs are looking to concede this one as Bubble jumps off the map there, just trying to regroup, reset, and see if they can get it done again in the next one.
I think the interesting thing, though, is that, you know, Zero Tenacity popped the final judgment first, and then they popped the Rage and Royal Flush, and I think that gives the Chiefs just a moment of pause, and Bubble doesn't invest that CYA, instead choosing to carry it on over into the next fight. I think that final judgment might have been a signal flare that, okay, the CYA wouldn't actually help us, so we just kind of have to GG go next and play for this next fight. So now they can carry it on over. Donald going in on a flank there, turning around trying to deal with Marvel, who looks to catch him off, but right now it's looking like the Chiefs are getting the better of this fight as Beast Node gets a D-Hulk there. There's the CYA coming out, but Xe burns it down and torches Reno and Beast Node in their Ashen Wake. And now it's going to be Zero Tenacity getting full control of this fight and maintaining control over the point as one last parting shot, a quad for Xe, and give him the Penta. He'll find it. Donald cannot escape Xe's wrath. No mere man could ever hope to escape.
Just absolute devastation coming down from Xe right now. There's a reason that Xe is one of the most fearsome duelists across Pacific, and they are commanding respect right now from near or far. Xe leaves a nasty scar here, and they're ready for the next fight ahead as they now push past the 80% mark. The Chiefs set their sights to try and contest onto this one, but they're going to have a hell of a fight ahead of them because Z10 are ready for anything. They've already shot down Reno, but Reno's going to be right back with the BRB here and ready for the next statement to be made. Who goes first onto this one? Is it the CYA? Is it something else entirely as they now pop and drop?
CYA versus CYA, or CYA versus Raging Royal Flush, but it's going to be the Ansong Inferno to burn down Wendy's CYA, so that one goes awry, but not enough value gained off of that Royal Flush. Now, you would have liked to see some KOs coming through for the Chiefs, but they just don't. A late Let the Devil out from Reno, but Soko, now with the Royal Flush of his own, is going in with the katanas, and he has cut your backline clean in half, but the flip comes through. The Chiefs now in control. They look to wrestle this one away as Reno comes in from the top rope and just pummels Xe with those billy clubs, just battering him. Now Xe up on the high ground, though, off of the res. He got the high ground. Joke's on you. You thought you struck me down, but I'm more powerful than you could have ever imagined.
And they will be looking to get the TP through from Zykrek as well. One last moment, one last stand here, and the Chiefs will be back on lock. Beats Node in a bit of trouble. Does pop through the portal for a bit of healing here, but again, Xe just being unchecked right now, pushing out so much damage. Bubble in trouble as well. Soko allowing them no quarter, no space here as they continue to lay waste to everything the Chiefs bring to them. And Z10 take it away in a full reversal. Map 1 is theirs.
And I think they figured it out, right? Imperial Institute of Science, that was a wake-up call. That was the last straw for Jerry on some of these flex duelists. You instead want to get him on a hit scan because he's great when it comes to those. And then you just go for a double hit scan look, you know, Punisher and Phoenix, and then both of them get to frag out. And that's what this team was missing. If they can keep that up for 2 more maps throughout this series, they can ensure themselves another life and cut the Chiefs short. But on this map, I mean, Xe, a very well-deserved MVP. How many final hits has he had this time around? 18 off of a 28-7 KD. Like, he's just something special. Like, he's something that the world has got to see, and I need to see this team on a world stage so everyone can see just how good Xe is. He's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, without a doubt, Xe is an incredible player, a reason that they are one of the stars for Z10 into this one, and I gotta admire the flexibility that was put on full showcase from Z10 into that one, you know? We saw Xe look to bounce around the melee-based duelist role for a little bit there when they played into the Wolverine. Jerry playing into a bit more of a flexible position as well, you know, bouncing back towards that hit scan type role. So I think that the adaptations coming through from there really enabled them to just do a much better job than what they came into this with initially.
Yeah, and the execution was just so much better once they made those adjustments. And, you know, again, you just can't... You gotta have hands when it comes to a lot of these flex duelists. Like, you can't just go in with a Daredevil and get free value anymore. You have to be just... You gotta be him. And I'm sorry, but Jerry on that hero is just not him. But you give him the Phoenix and he will run away with it. You give him that Punisher, you've got money right there. You just, I think, need to change your look and invest more in some of these double hit scan looks and get Jerry on some of these heroes that I think come a little bit more naturally to him, because I know him as an aim god, and he is pretty good when it comes to a lot of these aim-based heroes. And, you know, he could potentially be right up there with Xe when it comes to some of these hit scan heroes. But I think the problem, again, it's just a flex duelist, you know? So I think you just need to leave that in the rear view. But map 1 is going to be in the rear view, and it's going to be all eyes forward for map number 2 as this series just looks to heat up. Chat, don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we got map number 2 right on the other side.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Well, Zero Tenacity got map 1, but let me tell you, I'm not entirely convinced that they can still take the series. Now, I know, after the intensity we just saw on Burn and T'Challa, why would I possibly say that? Well, if you look at the bracket, it's been nothing but 3-0s across the board. That tells me each time the first team that wins the first map usually wins the series, right? But the one time that wasn't the case, it was Zero Tenacity taking the domination map, the first map, off of XO.
You're on some Pepe Silva business right now. Like you've got the
Yes,
like the,
who
the
is
core
Pepe
with
Silva? Who is he? Where's the mail? Where does the mail come
three
from?
O's, which means, of course, that all of these teams they'll take the
XO.
series, but it wasn't this time.
But XO went for a reverse sweep back. They were the ones that sent Zero Tenacity down to the lower bracket. The big question is it going to happen again? I sure hope not.
I hope not as well, because again, I want to see, Zero Tenacity rise up and live up to their potential. And I think on that first map, they found something that worked for them. But there's also, a caveat to that, and it's that they found that in the first map, and there is now time for the Chiefs to adjust. And every map that the Chiefs take off of Zero Tenacity gives them even more time to scout it out. So if this goes long, maybe you find a way to force Jerry back into that uncomfortable situation where he's got to play the Daredevil.
Really? You think he's going to return back onto the Daredevil? You were saying before the break how great
not because
he was on his scan.
not because I want him to, but because the Chiefs, like, either through the ban phase are going to make it so there's only so many hit scans available, or through just the way that they play, they pressure him out and force him to make that adaptation again. Like, again, I think Flex Duelist is a weakness for this Zero Tenacity roster, and I think that if the Chiefs identify that and can force him to try and make the best of that bad situation, well, if it's a bad situation, the Chiefs can make the best of it, and they can run away with the series.
And it's been a pain mark for Zero Tenacity. Like you said, the flexibility of the duelists, as flexible as it can be, only on the hit scan front. Jerry has been a weak link in playoffs, and Xe has been shining, but Jerry, if he's not on hit scan, it's been rough. Matsy, is this going to be the target focus once again? Maybe not Xe, because he's just been excelling on whatever, but making just Jerry unable to do anything of his own accord in the next map? Is that the key to victory?
I think it definitely can be a pain point for them, and we've seen how the Chiefs are able to collect up some KOs, especially when they utilize Beast Node in order to just press in with that Assassin's Charge there, and it really enabled their team to just start to get the ball rolling from there. But I'm not sure if they're necessarily going to be just solely focusing down Jerry. Because we saw the impact of what Xe was able to do, they might put focus there first, or towards Z10's strategist lineup before they start to really enable that domino effect.
Interesting. We really haven't talked about the strategist line for ZT. It's been very effective all throughout playoffs, but because the duelists have been such a prime moniker of what Zero Tenacity's been able to accomplish, we've been focusing on them so much. Maybe you're onto something.
I kind of want to shift gears a little bit here, because as much as I love talking about Zero Tenacity, and I could talk about them all day, I do kind of feel like, we're doing the Chiefs a disservice, as it's their map pick, and we got to talk a little bit about them as well. Lower Manhattan is where they're going to be taking us to, and, you want to talk about the strategist lineup for Zero Tenacity. I think that when it comes to strategist lineups, it's kind of equal, to be completely honest with you. Like, I think, I think Bubble and Zykrek are playing pretty much one-to-one for what you're seeing out of Wendy and Creative, and a lot of these times we're seeing these ultimates being traded out, CYAs in lockstep with the enemy Raging Royal Flush, and vice versa.
Okay, so Lower Manhattan, the way to go. Once again, we are moments away until we get to the picks and bans. The Chiefs, this is their time to potentially shine. They're going to have to find a way to make this 1-1, but if Zero Tenacity take this, I think the momentum will truly be in their favor. We have yet to see a 3-2 or anything beyond a 4-game matchup in the entirety of playoffs. I want a long day. I do not want to sleep tonight. And it's up to Zero Tenacity and the Chiefs to do that. CB, Lower Manhattan, can this be Chiefs game?
I think it does play very well into the front-to-back style that I think the Chiefs have excelled at, but, I do also think that Zero Tenacity can make that work for them quite well, and I think, that might end up kind of being a bad map pick, because, again, it does open up the door for XC and Jerry to just go into that double hit scan, You could just play for a long-range poke when it comes to Zero Tenacity on the defensive side.
We saw Sung Jung Woo and Spider-Man. I think we could pretty much see anything here.
Good. I don't know if we got any Spidey players. I've seen Jerry on Spider-Man a couple of times, and I don't want to see it today. There's a time and a place, and now is neither.
We're putting that back in a box, all right? We're not going to be letting that one out. Maybe let the devil out. We're going to leave the Spidey away. Leave the Spider-Man in Australia, all right?
we think the Daredevil might make an appearance, Patsy?
Yeah, I think it definitely can find its value, especially with Reno playing into the mix there. That is one of the staple heroes that we've seen Reno shine on, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do bring that one out. We did see a lot of success from them on Wolverine when they were against Triple AD on this very map, though. So we could see them put focus into that direction, but as you've seen with the Chiefs so far, they seem to be a very adaptive team, a very shifting gears team, depending on what's presented to them. So we can see many different styles kind of showcased in this one.
Yeah, and again, especially once that map opens up, when you get past point A and things start to become a little bit more dynamic, a lot more of those like dive duelists can become a little bit more prevalent. But as we go through the picks and the ban phase, we're going to start things off pretty similarly, but I think the bans are going to be a little bit different from what we saw in Burn It T'Challa, and a map like Lower Manhattan necessitates some of those adaptations.
Yeah, we'll be able to necessitate all of the above, and we are going to be seeing a similar draft so far. Mantis is out of here. Rogue and Gambit going to be seeing Rogue gone. Gambit staying on both sides this time, though. So, curious what the next ban could be. It's Rogue again, so just full mirror matchup this time around.
And I imagine it's going to stay that way today. Again, these teams don't want to take too many risks early on in the draft phase. A Cyclops ban, though, coming out from the Chiefs, and they're actually going to protect it as well. Go for a one-sided one, I guess, setting up Jongvek for success, and at the same time robbing XE of one of his best tools. And I think that's a little bit interesting because there's still other hit scans that XE can be just as lethal on. I don't think you can really try and target ban the Cyclops because he'll diff you on the Phoenix. That's just kind of how it goes.
You have to stop them from
Oh, yeah.
the mission area.
It's just so many options available to them, right? They can just do so much with it. But speaking of what they can't do, the Chiefs can't play into the Wolverine this time. So Z10 are clearly doing their homework there. Having the single-sided Wolverine, it could be a big difference maker for them. Very curious how it's all going to go down, though, because without the Groot for Z10 here, this might stifle them on their own defensive segment.
Yeah, but as they take the approach on the attacking side, they're definitely going to be making the most of XE on that Wolverine. And Marvel, interestingly, on the Hulk, and he is looking to try and find someone he can get a good clap on, and maybe even trying to set up a fastball. No, he just goes in for the bubble and then jumps right on top of Reno, forcing him back. The Chiefs are on this triple look with the Adam Warlock, and you got to try and make something happen before that God of Mischief comes up, because that's the first res, and then you got to worry about the second one. And so far, Zero Tenacity have been hesitant to do more than just dip their toes in the water.
Yeah, they're having to try and establish early pressure here. CYA coming up, though, could be the first good pain point from them, as the Chiefs aren't really able to match it. Oh, good collection from XE there. Feral Leaper scoops up Reno, and now looking to see if they can get a more flowing in their favor. Marvel good in the Hulk smash form as well. Karmic Revival going to be brought out from Bubble, though. Luckily brings back their teammates. Will go down with the ship, though, just when they are trying to contest this one. And looking to see what else they can do. It's the final judgment coming out from Jerry there. Jongbaek are not going to be able to stay online here. Soko getting close to a meteor as well if required, but they aren't even going to need it. Reno good with the portal though, just at the last second here. Will at least be able to get back onto the mission area to contest with this one. A bubble going to be going down again though. Xe good with the last stand there. Double KO flowing forward and looking to stop the show in its tracks here. Zycreek was good for a minute, but the power leap gonna lock in the Xe triple ripple there. And Z10 still fighting through. Donald somehow staying on that mission area, but not for long. It's time for the convoy segment.
And it's such a good look from Zero Tenacity. You know, again, I'm loving seeing Xe on this Punisher, or sorry, Xe on this Wolverine. He's looked pretty solid on it, and Jerry on this Punisher. I think this is, you know, where your bread is buttered, at least for this series. You know, maybe you have to adapt if you win this one and go on to the next round, but let's focus on what's in front of us, and that is the Chiefs making a couple of composition swaps because they can't hold the high ground with that triple-triple. They don't have any good chokes on this second point, so they're going to abandon the Adam Warlock bubble, going to stay onto the Loki, and now they're playing for the double flush as Reno gonna be on the Elsa, and I think up against this Hulk, you know, you're kind of thinking we need something anti-dive in order to be able to live through this, but now as the Raging Royal Flush comes out from Creative, beating the Chiefs to the punch, there's not gonna be any punches coming from the side of Z10. A Meteor M from Soko to dodge that Psionic Seduction, and he'll dunk that right on top of Jongbaek. Even still, throughout all of the defensive utility from the Chiefs, Soko will still find his pound of flesh.
Yeah, still going to be able to find exactly what they were hoping for through it there. Reno does have the Apex Predator at the ready now as well. CYA coming up from Wendy, though, to go first. Here we go. Glutrox out. Huge damage. And you're going to see your Vanguards going down here. The Chiefs able to respond in a big way when it mattered there. And Z10 already on the retreat here. They know the battle's lost, and they will be looking to re-engage later. Wendy almost going to be caught out as well. Jerry the same. Luckily, they do get out when it counted. Reno ain't giving up, though. They're still taking it straight to them, so really trying to stall them out from regrouping here. But Jongbaek, again, has been caught out.
And Reno's feeling himself, and that it does create an opening for Jerry to hit that shot there onto Jongbaek. Beast Node gets caught out, pulled in, went for the Strangling Prison, but it doesn't even matter. There's going to be a Raging Royal Flush that comes out from the Chiefs, but Zero Tenacity, they don't even care. They're just going to push right into it. Xe now on the angle, finding the shots and pressuring the back line. Good Diamond Shield coming out from the side of the Chiefs. Donald trying to mitigate some of the damage, but there's still so much coming their way that they just can't sit comfortably. And as Xe now takes to the high ground, it's going to get so much more oppressive on this Reproach here. Another Royal Flush is going to be online from Zycreek, and he is channeling it, looking for the opportunity. Going to pull the trigger down. The Chiefs going to erupt out from this choke, and Zero Tenacity going to back up, give a little bit of ground, try to absorb it, pop one of their own, and with an Endsong Inferno, Xe goes deep. Creative taking the duel with, he finds Reno. How does he find Reno? Reno wasn't even in the same zip code as Creative, and somehow he falls. He'll win the duel with Beast Node as well, so a lethal backliner here is going to secure this second point here for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, going to be a huge impact being made there, and it's Creative stacking up the stats there. Triple KO to their name, and ready to take Ape at even more. Z10 on the home stretch here. The Chiefs left pondering what else can they do here. They do have the Apex Predator at the ready if required, but not going to be able to bring much more on a line here. Z10, they're close to the CYA. They have Psionic Seduction, Heaven's Retribution, everything they could possibly want. A CYA going to be forced out. Jerry going to be the first one to fall. We'll be back with the BRB though. Soko good with the Psionic Seduction. Causes a vacuum effect. The KOs here for Z10, and they send Chiefs all the way back to spawn.
That might have been the most seductive Emma Frost I've ever seen. I think Soko caught onto everybody, and at close distance, everybody locked down. There wasn't a damn thing the Chiefs could do to be able to stop the pain that would soon follow. And Zero Tenacity keeping this cart a rolling. They still got a ways to go, and as they hold forward, they're trying to avoid any environmental potential on this very treacherous bridge. They don't want to get booped off by Bubble or, you know, potentially Glartroxed off by Reno when he builds back up to that ultimate. So Xe now going to take another high ground angle if he can. Thinks better of it, and instead just going to go from the low ground and peek over at the back line. Can't finish off Jongbaek, but will still make him fear for his life.
Oh, and more fear will be coming out from Marvel right now. Heaven's Retribution goes down with a boundary there. Xe dealing damage from a distance again. Does have the end song if needed. Marvel looking to support Xe as well, and will catch Reno off guard. Creative going to be traded out though. Marvel good with the Assassin's Charge there, trying their best to collect Donald onto this one. They are struggling, but they will be able to get Resurgence onto this one. So the Chiefs hold their ground for the moment. Z10 forced to consider their options for a little bit longer. If they just charge up a moment sooner, they can re-engage with CYA or the Raging Royal Flush here, and that could be moments away, CB.
Yeah, but a lot of ults and a spawn advantage online for the Chiefs. In that last engagement, Zero Tenacity just struggled to close it out. They get a couple of early picks, but they just can't seem to finish their meal. Now that Royal Flush is going to come out, but Zykrek is happy to mirror it. And there's also a Strangling Prison and a Meteor M. Everything being drained out from the Chiefs, and they will be rewarded for their efforts as Reno is going to find a double. Creative will be res back up with the BRB, but as he comes back around to the battleground, he'll find nothing but death, destruction, and desolation, as he'll be forced to come back to the rest of his team, and Zero Tenacity going to have to take another mulligan.
And they do have the Psionic Seduction coming out very soon. The only thing to really stop them here would be the Apex Predator from Reno, or maybe the Boundary if Bubble can charge towards it quick enough. This is going to be problematic on both sides here. Somebody has to get ahead of this one, and it could be Exi right now, holding the off angle here from down under, trying their best to get some damage through the chains there.
You ain't gonna get the better of the team from down under from that angle there, all right? The Chiefs, they got Aussie pride, and they are fighting for it with that life on the line. So there's going to be a wall coming out from Beastno trying to catch somebody from Zero Tenacity off guard, but he's also got to keep an eye on that off angle from down under where Exi is still lurking, but now Jerry up on the high ground with the Elsa goes in, taking down Bubble, and there's not going to be an invisible boundary, and now Soko's Seduction will catch everybody onto the Chiefs once again. There's going to be one trade that comes out from Reno, but it just ain't enough because Jerry is now starting to cook, and Donald, he can try all he wants, but he will find himself painted up against the wall with a roundhouse kick from Soko, and as 10 seconds ticks down slowly but surely, the invisible boundary will now come out from Bubble, and that is the lifeline for the Chiefs, but Jerry with a Glartrox is going to carry them out and find a double, make it a triple. No triple. No triple coming through, my bad. I got a little bit ahead of myself. Creative, though, with that anti, downrange is going to take down Bubble, and that should be enough for Zero Tenacity to push this the rest of the way, and the Chiefs will be shunted in a full cap coming through.
Yeah, full store composition coming out from the Chiefs in the end there, but even if you bring out the Daredevil and the Spidey, it just ain't enough to hold on to the end. So Z10 will be able to get it over the line with 0 seconds remaining there, so I've got to give props to the Chiefs for holding on to it as long as they did, but alas, they weren't able to stop them at the gate. Now, going to be the Chiefs moving on to their own attacking segment here. Do they hold on to a similar composition? Do they go for something entirely different here? If you saw them playing traditionally, maybe they look to go for the early portal play to get some combat on to the mission area, or they look to just stall it out, go in an entirely different direction here. They are looking to put focus onto Donald on the mag again, playing around the Groot here, so might not even be considering portals early and just saving that for a later battle.
You also saw Reno hovering over that Daredevil, and I think on the attacking side here, especially on this first point, the ability to see through walls even before the scans come through, that gives everybody the ability to see through walls, I think is going to be quite valuable for, I forgot the word valuable for a second. Been a rough morning. I'm a little bit sleepy, need a little bit more caffeine. Reno not actually going to come through with that Daredevil, though. Instead, just going to go for the Elsa, and I think, trying to front load the damage, burst down some of the things that the Chiefs are coming through, and I think that's it's a good decision, because, you're seeing Marvel setting up all of these different traps, anticipating portal plays potentially coming out, any angle that you could possibly strike from. There may or may not be mines, and, you come through with the Daredevil, you see through walls, you're not going to like what you see.
Yeah, you're going to see something truly terrifying, but see if they are going to be unshaken in the face of a fear, or they will have a fear stare them down and look within them to stop them in their tracks. As the fire already starts up here, Marvel and Co holding the line here, do have the mines at the ready, so can certainly shred up a lot of damage if the Chiefs try and get past the defensive ground here. They're already prepared for that, though, as they're looking to run it around the outside, taking on multiple lines of sight early and trying to shift focus in the defensive side.
And buying Jerry a lot of time to build up to that Karmic Revival, and buying Creative a lot of time to build up to the very same. So it's definitely going to be the long game from Zero Tenacity, making the Chiefs have to worry about every inch that they step forward. Worry about if they're going to step on a literal landmine here. And as the Spider's Nest gets moved back down onto the point, it's at a pretty difficult angle. Okay, maybe never mind. I was going to say it's a difficult angle to shoot, but if you put a Groot wall underneath it, it just automatically breaks it. So Marvel's gonna have to put it down again and try his best to protect it and make the point treacherous, but as a CYA now gonna come out from the Chiefs, gonna force out the regen domain as well as the soul bond from Jerry, but he'll be able to strike Reno down on the approach here. A tick and a half for the Chiefs, and they'll be able to take down Creative, and no res gonna be coming through for him. Now 2 ticks, and Zero Tenacity have to try and fight their way back into this one. They've got a couple of ults coming online, but they're gonna have to use them now or never.
Now or never, make it count, or gonna be drowned out as the Chiefs now look to heat their way ahead. Xe good with the Galactic
that's
though.
huge!
Triple delivery. They will find a couple of KOs across them with more to follow from Soko here. Bubble taken down for the triple here from Soko, and the show must go on for Z10. Just when you think the Chiefs are able to get it over the line, no, they are stopped in their tracks.
Yep, and now those tracks are going to be even more treacherous as Zero Tenacity going to be back to full strength. Marvel can lay out more of the mines, and then even more with the Spider Sweeper as it's going to come online. And now Jerry's got that Karmic Revival, Creative coming up to a God of Mischief. Just about every ultimate you could possibly ask for and then some is going to be online for Zero Tenacity. So now the win conditions for the Chief. First of all, don't lose Reno on the engage. Already failed on that one, but we still got time to retake that one. But they're going to need to deal with potentially 2 Adam Warlock reses, try and suss out the positions of every single backliner and snuff them out. And their composition just isn't tailored to that particular task.
Yeah, they're just not able to find that breaking point there. They're going to be held at a bay for the moment. Marvel also doing the best they can to cut off other lines of sight. Soko good with Sonic Seduction there. Cut off by the wall for a second, but it can only take them so long. Tracking the prison coming out though. Shuts down Xe. Great start. Coming Revival going to be popped in response though. Xe brought straight back as soon as they go down. And Zycreek now bringing out the CYA here. Ready to play the Ruby Rage. They engage and they will find Devastation. But the Comic Revival brings them all the way back again. Spider Sweep coming through. Sonic Seduction on lock as well. Bubble ready with the God of Mischief as well. See what they could replicate into this one. Jongvek commanding respect around the outside. Yeah, Boundary now going to be popped. CYA coming up from Bubble as well. Somebody has to go down here. Donald will be the one, but they're brought back by the BRB onto this one. Coven Crush from Soko, trying their best to burn him out. Jongvek going to be out of town. Galatrox coming through as well from Reno. Creative good with the God of Mischief onto the Comic Revival. Just when you think they're going down, they're back again. This team is unstoppable here, CB.
Yes, but what about second Karmic Revival? It is time, and Zero Tenacity are having their second dinner here again. The Spider's Nest being laid out by Marvel. The red carpet practically rolled out, inviting the Chiefs to come and step into his domain, littered with landmines all across the point. The Chiefs, no ultimates, no tools, but they've finally burned through all of the reses and all of the second chances for Zero Tenacity. Can they stick the landing? 3 seconds left. They got to get someone on point to get overtime ticking over. Indeed, they will. But Marvel now moving over onto an off angle, throwing down more mines, making this choke all the more dangerous to try and walk through. Snares Bubble forces out the regen domain, and that's an early utility that you're relying on for the Chiefs. Already gone. The Glartrox from Xe comes in, claims 2. He's not going to be able to confirm those KOs, though. The Chiefs able to hold strong for the time being, taking down a couple of these clones from Jongvek. Up on the angle there, but as the amplifier coming up from Zycreek, the damage needs to be good, but Soko again with the Sonic Seduction, locking so many members of the Chiefs down. The Strangling Prison comes through, but it just doesn't matter because Jerry has got another Karmic Revival. He's rezzing Soko back up. He's got Marvel as well, and it's a near team wipe, but it doesn't matter because Jerry is going to bring them all back. But he breaks them back off the cart, and the Chiefs will finally break on through to the other side and unlock point B.
Oh my goodness, the fight ensues so long, we get a triple Karmic Revival throughout the duration there, CB. That is absolutely insane. And Jongvek will be able to drown out the main source there. As Jerry goes down, we'll hit the switch up onto the Phoenix now. So, the composition are going in a whole other direction for Z10, as they will lose that first point in contention, but they did a hell of a job to hold it as long as they did.
And it's gonna be a hell of a mountain to climb now, as they only have 1:45 in the time bank to get this shield Maville the rest of the way to point B. And Zero Tenacity are willing to fight for this high ground. Reno with a Glartrox trying to cart some of them off of it, maybe play him a KO, but I mean, that ult just goes awry. It's down the drain. You don't really get anything for it. And the Chiefs on this kind of awkward, attacking composition may have to make some swaps so they can't stick the landing here. God of Mischief now going to come out from Bubble. They need to try and make something out of this CYA, but he's not popping it. He's really making us all wait for it, but Jongvek is very impatient. He is not going to wait. He's going to take Xe down and deny the BRB from coming out, and there is that CYA. It's mirrored by Wendy, and that'll absorb the lion's share of the damage that comes out from Jongvek's Ruby Rage, but the card is inching further and further forward, and it seems like the Chiefs have maybe done enough as we get a little bit of a rocket duel there. Wendy had no interest in taking it, but it doesn't matter because Zycreek, he wanted his man and he will got it. And so many low health bars coming on through, and Donald is just going to be eating them up for lunch. One by one, Zero Tenacity fall, and sooner or later, the Chiefs will find that cap.
So many points of double trouble there, and they will be able to get it over the line. So, on the home stretch here, the Chiefs have to do the most in order to match Z10 and push it through to a potential OT segment. But they have so much to worry about because Z10 are charging up so many critical pieces here. Heaven's Retribution going to be huge. Onyx Seduction, there's so much that they can put to work here. The Chiefs, they've got the Strangling Prison, maybe the CYA into the Glartrox. There's a lot they can do, but they've already disengaged Marvel there. Huge Carbon Crush! Donald might be able to go first onto this one. They're trying to block out the Sonic Seduction from Soko here. The walls are stalling it out in a big way, and so they avoid all lines of sight, basically nullifying that ultimate.
Zero Tenacity, they're gonna have to back up. Gonna be CYA coming out though, but Donald being taken for a ride by Exy, sky high, and dropped down to the watery depths. And that is gonna be one man down, and even with that CYA, without Donald there, they just can't engage. So the Chiefs are gonna have to tuck their tail between their legs, scurry away, and Zero Tenacity reclaim the point.
Reclaim and get back on track here. Just over a minute to go into this one. Both teams need to do everything within their power to further enable themselves onto this. Soko holding the front line here, has spotted out Reno, needs to call that information through. Wendy gonna go first with the CYA though. The Chiefs, how are they gonna respond to this? Maybe not. Last Stand coming out. Exy getting nothing. Strangling Prison gonna lock down a Marvel in place, and now looking to see if they can clear some further space off this one. They got the God of Mischief at the ready, and it's the Raging Royal Flush to rush ahead, try their best to disengage Z10, and they will find Soko back with the BRB though, so it doesn't even matter, but they're still trying to scatter. They find Soko again, and now looking to further disengage them here. Shot out Exy, try and take Beast Note to spawn there. The Glartrox comes out just at the last second though, but they're still fighting. Exy ready to go for the Feral Leaf here, ready to go for anything. They catch Donald, Ruby Rage ready to engage here, and they will not get any value. Exy ready as ever, trying to stop them. It's a Beast Node portal. One last fight, CB.
3 seconds left. Overtime is inevitable, and the Chiefs have to make the most of it. They're coming up with two big ultimates, the CYA and the Dunk, potentially. We need to see LeBronald now. Exy can't get the Feral Leap onto Beast Node off the map. Donald gets cut down by Creative. The CYA still coming out, though. Even without that Meteor M, the Chiefs gonna have to make the most of the opportunities given because they will not be given another one on this map. And Zero Tenacity are inching closer and closer, forcing the Chiefs back, and the CYA is gonna force them even further back, and Beast Node gets carried off the cart by Exy. You didn't even need to find the Elims, you just needed to take him to a secondary location. And there's only one location left that the Chiefs can take us before they will find themselves sent home.
Oh my goodness. Just like that. Z10 sweep away victory with the Feral Leap there, scooping Beast Node away and taking it away right on the edge of what could have been an OT. Soko going to be taking away a very well-deserved MVP onto that one. The way that they navigated on that Emma Frost is something to be studied for the ages, as they did a great job of maintaining the front line for their team.
And look at this scoreline from Zero Tenacity, all the stats across the board. You know, Exy and Jerry, 12 final hits apiece in perfect harmony. That's what you want to see. You know, you want to see, Exy again. We keep highlighting him as the star of this roster, but, Jerry is capable of playing up to that, and we get to see that on this map. And more than that, we also get to see Soko and Marvel finding value. This roster has so much talent, and they have so much potential, and they just haven't been able to live up to it. But if they keep this pace up, and if they keep this going, they have the potential to do so. And now they've got the potential to close out this series as they are on match point. The Chiefs, one map away from oblivion.
One map away. Will they be able to turn it around? That is going to be fully tested here as Z10 have bringing everything they've got and more to the table here. The Chiefs doing a great job to respond to Lower Manhattan there, but even if they brought out almost everything they had, they got left behind right on the final line there. So going to have to really dig deep once again onto our potential final map here.
Yeah, it very well could be the final map of the series and of the Chiefs tournament. And, I guess that means we gotta kind of shift focus here, because we've talked a whole lot about Zero Tenacity, and a lot of our narratives tonight have been centered around Zero Tenacity, but we gotta talk about the Chiefs a little bit more. They still have a salty taste in their mouth from yesterday. They felt like they could have gone deeper in that series with Reject if not for a couple of networking issues. Now there's no networking issues, and they're still trying to shake those cobwebs off, and they're playing phenomenally, but they're just getting outplayed in some of these key key moments. They're taking Zero Tenacity to the distance in these maps, but just struggling to close them out. And Zero Tenacity, I mean, they've just hit their stride, and the Chiefs are still looking for a way to break that stride. And as we've said a couple of times now, they're going to have one last chance to break that stride, find one of their own, or they will be sent back down under where they came from. And we will see what happens in this series as map number 3 is on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Bro. I don't know what to say, man. Like, normally I write notes, like, about what to talk about. I have nothing. I was glued to the game. What's happening? Chiefs were so good about clutching up when it mattered most in the early stages of the playoffs. Matsy, they have one last attempt to be one of 2 of the OCE representation in playoffs here, and this could be their last chance.
Yeah, you know, we've seen, I guess, a little resurgence from them into that second map there. Obviously, the first one a little bit rougher, but Z10 had just managed to exceed them. And then again, you know, the Chiefs, they tried to do whatever they could there. They managed to get, like, that last moment portal through, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to really keep them on lock there. Like, I liked how Beast Node was just treading the line there on the edge of that kind of control area over the mission vehicle, but unfortunately with no one there to just sustain them, they managed to get scooped off, and with that, their hopes into Mappa 2 went along with them. So it's tough, you know. I think both of these teams have a lot to play for here. I think that Z10 have really been activated since their loss since XOXO there, and I really think they're going to be trying to be gunning for that rematch.
And I also think, you know, to that end, I also think the map pick, you know, choosing Lower Manhattan might have been a potentially fatal misstep from the Chiefs, because, I mean, Z10, they look so strong on that map, you know, and they're able to play, you know, they don't have to put Jerry on any of these dive duelists, so he can just play this kind of double hit scan look, which looks really good for Zero Tenacity, or they can put Xe on the Wolverine, and he has looked pretty solid on the Wolverine, and he gets that hero play, you know, like Matsy was just alluding to, carrying Beast Node off, and it just kind of, you know, shows that things are clicking for Zero Tenacity. It's just one domino falls after another. It's Creative taking out Donald at the beginning of that fight. He's not there with the Meteor M. You're down an ultimate. The CYA then comes out from Zero Tenacity, and everybody has to back up, and Beast Node is the only one holding up that shield to try and hold the line, and that's just easy prey for a Wolverine.
Well, I mean, eyes up ahead right now. What's the expectation for the Chiefs to bring another map? They get to choose once again. They had their last choice. CB, you mentioned that Lower Manhattan could have been a fatal choice for them to choose into. What would the best outcome map choice for Chiefs be here to get themselves a map on the board?
It's tough because I feel like, any map that you could try to go to if you want to try and play something a little bit more divey, well, that's also kind of like, the front to back is also kind of the Chiefs' greatest strength. So you can't really play to your strengths
Museum?
without giving some of your greatest strengths over to Zero Tenacity. I hope it's not Museum, but I don't know. These teams do be contemplating.
I like Museum. I think
Yeah?
they could have some good stocks on that one. There's a reason that they found that confidence against AAAD on Museum before, and it wouldn't surprise me if they want to play into that one again here, considering they have their own set of strengths there. But I mean, even if they have their own set of strengths, like what we saw from them on Lower Manhattan in the past, like Z10 were just able to just exceed them.
Would you say the issue for Chiefs right now is in the ban draft still, like we've seen with earlier teams, or is this more of like a macro micro play?
No, I think it is. I wouldn't even say like it's a macro micro play. I think it's
No?
just, both of these teams really want to try and play the front to back compositions, and Zero Tenacity are being allowed to do so, both in the map picks and in the picks and bans, and they're just better at it than the Chiefs, or at the very least they look better at it right now. I think a lot of the success that we've seen from the Chiefs against, Reject previously was trying to set Reno up for these big hero plays, and you can't really do that if you're, playing behind the 8 ball the whole time.
Okay, so it feels like Chiefs, for the most part, are playing a big game of catch-up at the same exact style of play. Hey, it's
But they
Museum!
They do be contemplating, though.
They are certainly contemplating, CB, but I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't a fan of the Museum choice.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like this choice. I think this
Do
is gonna
tell.
this is gonna subject you to a lot of the same pitfalls as Lower Manhattan, where you're not forcing Jerry to play something uncomfortable, something he's shown to be weak on. You're allowing him to play basically whatever he wants, and you can put Xe on the Wolverine. Maybe a Wolverine ban might be necessitated, so you could force Xe onto something a little bit less comfortable, or maybe that's how you get Jerry through. But
Are we going to see another triple karmic revival?
I mean, maybe we might see that, or we might see, the Punisher come back out, because that looks good for
jeez.
Jerry, or we might see, Cyclops and Phoenix both coming out, and that is a scary thing to have to go up against if you're trying to play front to back. You are going to get poked out so far back that you won't even be in the fight. You'll be trying to defend point B before point A has even been capped.
Well, we are moments away from potentially the final matchup for one of our OCE representations in the playoffs for Pac Asia Stage 1 Ignite. Chiefs, they have one last attempt to bring themselves, get a map on the board up against Zero Tenacity. Matsy, you were a fan of the Museum of Contemplation pick. Can this be a saving grace for one of our 2 representatives?
Absolutely. I think this can definitely be the saving grace there, but they need to lock in. They can't afford to suffer some of
Gotta
the
lock
same
in.
consequences that they've been faced with before. Beast Mode can't overcook onto the dive there if they're playing into something like your Venom. They need to play disciplined onto this one to try and bolster their defenses or offenses, depending on how they're playing into it. And they need to really try and disengage some of that Z10 potential, because on a map like Museum, I just foresee Xe just having a free farm from afar.
Well, do you hear that, Matsy? Do you hear what I hear? It is the sounds of all of Oceania rallying behind the Chiefs when they need it most. They are down 2-0, and they need a reverse sweep to stay alive in this tournament, or all of the hopes of the region will rest in Gen.G's hands. And I don't know, it's looking a little bit rough. I'm not a fan of the map pick. I need to see something different come out from the ban phase at the very least, and I gotta see, once we load into the lobby, a new look from the Chiefs. Now they are the ones that have to make an adaptation, and this is their last chance to make that adaptation.
One last chance, one last opportunity here to make things happen. And what's going to be happening right now? Our draft with Mantis gone and Gambit protected here for the Z10 side. We'll see what will be matched. It's going to be the Rogue taken out of play this time around. So not going to enable that team up, but one of the same, we could see something else taken on board. It's the Mirrored Gambit.
I mean, I think that's again, pretty bog standard, and especially for a map like Museum of Contemplation where you don't stray too far from the norm. So the first 3 picks and bans gonna be the same thing that we've seen all series long, and that's not good for a team that's down 2-0 and needs to try and make a change. You know, again, they're trying to play so deep into their own strengths that it just kind of becomes difficult for them to find anything. You know, they're gonna go ahead and go for another ban onto the Cyclops. Sure, like it doesn't matter because again, Punisher is available, Phoenix is available, you know, Elsa is available, Wolverine is available and locked for the Chiefs, and you know, I'm wondering if Zero Tenacity are going to mirror that particular protect, because XC being able to flex over onto that Wolverine has given Jerry a lot of leeway.
Yeah, it gives them so much more freedom, right? Because Jerry's able to play more to their own strengths here. You know, they can play into the more of the hit scan type duelists here. See, really a lot more enabled for them. But towards the tail end of the draft here, there's not going to be any Cyclops. There won't be Star-Lord, or at least on one side either. But there's going to be no Groot as well. So we jump into the fray now. It's going to be XC bringing out the Wolverine again. Jerry on to the Elsa. Almost the Punisher there. Doesn't mean we won't see that later, but the gate's already opened here, and Chiefs are looking to stand strong on their triple Vanguard defense.
Yeah, well, the regen domain has already been forced out from Bubble, and I think that's going to be a problem for the Chiefs. They're going to have to give some ground just as a result of that alone. Their next best defensive utility online right now is going to be Jong Vek's Soul Bond, but Zero Tenacity, they'll have that scouted out. They'll try and put out some pressure and force him to use that one, or better yet, they'll just cart Reno off, and he practically gets run over by the bus there, but it's no bus, it is Soko, and he hits just as hard, and he's going to keep on hitting, digging in deeper and deeper, and there's that Soul Bond coming out from the Chiefs, and now there is no regen domain, no Soul Bond, and you're down a Vanguard, and XE is going to go in, and he'll be taking your other one.
Yeah, he'll be taking them all the way to the bank there, and we're going to see if they can capture a little bit or more from there, as Z10 already bolster a lot of strength and then some
goodbye.
onto their attack. Special delivery. It's both your damn Vanguards. Bubble bringing them back with the Karmic Revival, though. Portal coming out from Beast Note as well. CYA coming into play from Wendy here, and they're ready to stack back up into the fight right now. Creative already capturing Donald, though, and we're going to see if they can get anyone else as well. Reno will fall. Everybody's down in your Vanguard lineup, and they send them absolutely packing past that first checkpoint. Z10, lock it down.
It's such a bad start for the Chiefs defense, right? Like, they have to use the portal, they have to use the Karmic Revival, and they get nothing. 5 minutes of the time bank for Zero Tenacity, and they only really have to use that Galartrox and that CYA to get the job done. They just brute force it, they keep punching, and the Chiefs just have to keep absorbing it. Swap's now going to come through on something a little bit more standard, a double flush composition now for the Chiefs, but still sticking with this Emma and this Groot, trying to front load the front line and help keep them alive. Reno on the Wolverine might be able to get something done, but, you know, Hulk and Magneto, not the most diveable of Vanguards, not the most kidnappable, as it were. As, you know, they try to lock Marvel down, but he's able to just jump right on out with this World Breaker Hulk and collapse Donald from afar. And as the Royal Flush comes out from Creative, that damage is going to be too much to withstand. The Chiefs going to have to give even more ground, and Z10 already around this first corner.
Yeah, they managed to have free reign over the push at the moment, and looks like it won't be stopping any time soon, as the Chiefs are forced to just hold back and regroup onto this one. At least going to be playing around the walls for now, but it's Donald now starting strong with the Sonic Seduction here. To be able to disengage the lines of sight, and then maybe more than that. As the Strangling Prison comes through there, they're locked in place. Soko responding in a big way with the Meteor, though. Could scoop up a KO, not today, though. So the Chiefs at least managed to bounce back off this one. But Jerry's brought right back into play with the BRB there, and they're on the edge of a final judgment here. Maybe won't get to use it just yet, though, as they get caught in the sky, swatted down.
It's so satisfying seeing these Elsa shots coming through as she's just zipping around through the air with the dashes and hits a shot, and there's a Galartrox to Soko, just puts him between a rock and a hard place, or I guess between a Galartrox and a Groot wall, and that is going to be a fate worse than death, or I guess it'll amount to death nevertheless. But the Chiefs have finally gotten their feet up beneath them, but they got to hold for 3 more minutes, and the ults are starting to come online again for Zero Tenacity. And, you know, we've seen what Z10 has been able to do even without the ultimates. Now as they start to come online, CYA and Final Judgment, you will take Marvel, but you have to trade Bubble for it, and you have to give up even more ground, and it's worst case scenario for the Chiefs.
And it could be even worse. Last stand going to be blocked by the wall there. Good reaction from the Chiefs, but they've already lost their fellow Wolverine player. And Xy's not even close to being done as they're trying to scoop up more and more KOs here. The Chiefs doing the best they can to stall it out. Do have the boundary at the last possible moment here. Beast Node trying their best to hold strong and not implode onto this one. Does force Z10 to give a bit of space here, but they are now looking to engage right back into it. Last stand coming out, and they will not be able to further it. Jerry shuts down Reno, Jongvek down, everybody down. It's the Jerry Show, baby. They are getting it all done for their team, and they will get it past that checkpoint and then some right now.
Yeah, I mean, as Chiefs trying so desperately to hold on to that point by a thread, but there's not a whole lot that you can do when you burn your Volta Strategist ultimates. You don't get any elims for it, and then Jerry just zip lines in, pulls out the shotgun, and just puts it right between the eyes time and time again, finding a triple KO in that fight, and that's like your best shot at a defensive hold from the Chiefs already gone. 3 minutes to try and get through point C. It's a pretty tall task, even for Z10, but at this rate, you know, they just might be able to get the cap, and I think for the Chiefs, that is your only lifeline left. You have to deny this full cap from coming through. Deny Zero Tenacity the opportunity at extra innings if you get a full cap of your own. And I think, you know, you also want to make sure that even if you give it up, you can't give it up with time. But Zero Tenacity are setting a blistering pace right now on Museum, and with Xy holding on to that last stand, there might be an opportunity to add a little bit more, a little bit more pressure onto the Chiefs.
Yeah, add that a little bit much more pressure there, and are they going to succumb to the pressure, or will they be able to bounce back? The big test coming out here. Strangling Prison in to the Meteor from the Chiefs, though. Jerry ready with the end song, trying their best to burn through, and they will burn through. Donald actually good for it. Jerry going to be responded back, though, or Jongvek rather, by Wendy, and looking for more around the corner. It's the Reno Show now. Zerko flowing down and going to town with more. Beast Node prepared to try and hunt down Jerry here. Will succeed at a little bit of distance, and they do get all that they need. So at long last, the Chiefs will be able to stop them in their tracks, but for how long?
Yeah, and again, it's like they're hanging on by a thread, and I think what's happening for the Chiefs right now as well is, you know, on some of these defensive fights, they're taking too much time to think about what they want to do, and Zero Tenacity are able to scout it out in that time frame. Like, you know, they use both Vanguard ultimates, you know, the Strangling Prison from Beast Node, but it gets completely blocked, and with nobody locked down, Donald can't hit the dunk on the Magneto, so that's two ults that end up going awry. Sure, even though you win the fight off some heroics from Reno, it's two tools you can't carry on over to the next one.
And they need all the tools that they can get here. Creative using a big tool there now, matched by the boundary. Soko good with the Meteor to try and shut him down, and they will find Jongvek first mark here. Ignite the spark with more around the corner though. Jerry uncontested on the Hyatt, but Xy going to be contested in a big way. Good matchup on the Bubble though. Xy's back with the BRB as well, so even if they get KO'd, it does not even matter. Marvel is hunting down the back line right now into the Hulk smash form as well. They're ready to continue this clash, and Donald going to be the first one answered there. Marvel back to Puny banner form there. Will go down to Zykrek, and the Chiefs need to do what they can to regroup and push their way back to the mission vehicle because it's so close to getting to the end of the line.
Oh, hey, hello. Jerry delivered airmail. Bubble is going to be receiving that one. He'll put his signature on it and put it on the right side of that KO feed. Now he's got to heal up the front line as they are once again under pressure from Zero Tenacity, looking to try and re-engage here as Marvel is going to come back into the fray, but they're losing the lion's share of their damage without that Phoenix, so it's going to be a tentative approach, and the Chiefs have managed to bleed this time bank down to under 30 seconds, so there is a potential for a hold here, but as we've seen on this map a few times, simply stopping them short of a full cap is not enough, especially when it comes to the attacking side. They have to go on the attack now as they have got the ults to do so, and Song Inferno and a Raging Royal Flush looking to try and burst someone down. Will it be Creative? No, Creative gonna get out of dodge, but so much more damage coming through, so much more pressure, but Wendy absorbing it all with the CYA, pumping out the damage. He'll burn Donald down, and the Chiefs gonna be on the back foot once again as Creative cutting Reno down with those cars. He is dishing out the hurt, and Xy is got a little bit more in the tank for you, and Jerry with a couple more clicks, and this cap will be coming through for Zero Tenacity, and there ain't nothing left for the Chiefs to do to stop it.
Nothing left in this one, and we're left in the exact same situation as map number 2 there. All the way down to 0 seconds. Z10 push it over the line here and manage to get it done. So well done to Z10. They get the full push, but now the pressure is on the Chiefs to try and meet them and exceed them. heading into their own attacking phase here. Z10 had an absolute triumphant beginning on their attack, but they weren't able to push it through with too much quickness towards the end of the line here. So the Chiefs now need to do everything within their power in order to fully enable themselves as soon as possible.
And I think what they need to do, what they really need to do right here and now is use this time frame in between the rounds here to just go for a reset. Because again, there's a lot of these moments where it feels like they're kind of overcooking. They're thinking a little bit too hard about their next move, and it's giving Zero Tenacity an opportunity to strike first or scout out what the Chiefs want to do and have a counter at the ready. And that just means that the Chiefs are going to lose every single fight. They need to be willing to have a plan and go first and act before Zero Tenacity are able to react. And to that end, though, they also can't get too desperate. You know, they can't try and make a couple of these desperation plays. There's a couple times where they're just throwing strategist ultimates out there and hoping that something sticks, and it's still not enough to stop the onslaught from Z10. It's when you're trying to pray for a hero play, when you need a hero so badly, you try to be the hero, when you try to make something happen, and you end up being punished for it. And unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, the Chiefs are going to get another moment to breathe, as we will be going to a pause here for just a short moment, and I think that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, I think that they need that chance to kind of hit the mental reset, you know, just to recompose themselves heading into this next segment here, because at this point, you know, I think that, yeah, they just need to ground themselves, you know, have a chat amongst themselves, I suppose, to put themselves in the right perspective heading forward, because it definitely has been rough, and I'm curious to see what the result of this will turn into.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, like, we don't get a whole lot of data on the attacking side here to kick things off, but yeah, they just need to reset. Like, that's the only real way to say it, because they just kind of played that defense so poorly, especially on point A. Like, it kind of felt like once their plan went awry, they didn't really have a good backup plan, and they were just scratching and clawing for any sort of desperation and making so many mistakes that Zero Tenacity are happy to seize the opportunity for. They need to iron that out, and they need to execute on their plan to perfection. All members of this team need to come on live, come back online, and they need to take a deep breath to do so.
Yeah, they just need to calm down, you know, maybe take a page out of Iron Fist's book there, have some meditation, you know, look to calm things down for a moment, enter their living chi, you know? Yeah, that's it. Get into that Zen state.
Yeah, because the chakras are so far out of line right now. Like, it's all, it's kind of all over the place. Like, you can tell they're stressed, they're a little bit shook, and they're playing like it. And you, like, you know, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes, but you can tell just from the body language, from the posturing, from where some of these team members are playing, like from some of the decisions that they're making. It's just not the right call.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit out of place there, you know. It could just be maybe a bit of tilt coming into effect there, maybe something else entirely. But I'm sure with this time they're going to be able to recompose themselves and, yeah, reactivate heading into the next segment here.
While we're here on a pause, I'm gonna shout out Diatonic in the green room, who just said, yeah, take a page out of Iron Fist book, get into some real estate so you can buy some cheaper townhomes. Listen, they can't afford it if they don't win, you know, a big cash prize here in these tournaments. You know, they got to get through it. Otherwise, they can't even afford a cheap townhome. They're gonna be renting until they're dead.
Yeah. Unlucky. Hopefully they'll be able to log into free real estate as we get back into the game right now, everybody. Thanks so much for your patience. Let the games begin here. Z10 already look to spin things back into action. They've shot down Jong Vek there, and a look at a command and respect from every other member trying to meet them head on here. They will have plentiful amounts of mines at the ready, and Reno is doing the best to try and shift their focus. The Chiefs getting a little bit of ground on this one, but they're going to need a little bit more than a little bit. They're going to need a lot of it in a second.
And I think 1 second is all they have, because, you know, have a look at Zero Tenacity's composition. You know, there is the threat of that triple res that could come out if this fight goes too long, so again, Chiefs have to seize the moment. They can't give Zero Tenacity time to react. So an early CYA, and it's way up high in the sky, so everybody from the Chiefs is going to be the recipient of it, and nobody from Z10 can really afford to look up to break it, so they do have to give ground, and that's enough for the Chiefs to get around this first corner. But now what? As Ultimates are going to start to come online for Zero Tenacity, you have to try and find a way to clear this last hurdle. Potentially Bubble with this God of Mischief might be what the Doctor ordered. That's going to give them another CYA, and maybe they can burst down this Spider Sweeper from Marvel. As the Amplifier comes out, Jungbeck with the shotties is gonna put Creative down, and now Donald getting in there with a diamond for him, just letting the fist fly. There's a choke slam there for Marvel, and he'll send him straight to heck, and Jungbeck is good for 2 more. That's gonna be the cap coming through. Well played from the Chiefs.
Yeah, so they will be able to match up with some of Z10's attacking energy there, getting a lot of time in the bank here, and moving on as to set their sights on that second checkpoint here. Already staging themselves for the next fight ahead of them, and I like that they're already looking to scout here. Exy, though, trying to catch them with the Glance Rocks. Okay, a bit of a confidence booster onto that one, trying to set the walls up. Oh, big reaction! They will be able to get the Strangling Prison out there, but not going to be able to get any KOs from it. Zerko responding again, though. Looking to bounce over the top. They've caught Jungbeck in their raise there, and they will not catch anyone further from there. Exy, though, unlucky onto that one, and Donald bringing out the seductive raise as well. So every ult you think of is just being brought out right now. Z10 coming unwound, it would seem, onto this one, CB.
You can see briefly, though, from Beast Node's player cam, you can tell the cortisol levels are through the roof, and how could you not be after that exchange? It feels like you did a dance with death. You got caught in the Glartrox, then the Carbon Crush, somehow lived to tell about it, hit a huge Strangling Prison, and even still it wasn't enough to put Zero Tenacity down, but off that BRB and Jungbeck getting back into the fray, they're able to return fire, but there is now going to be another Final Judgment coming their way, and the Amplifier from Zykrek and the shotgun shots from Jungbeck, it's enough to put Jerry down. He'll be rezzed back up, but the Chiefs are setting a good pace here. They just need to stick the landing. Exy and Marvel getting into the frays, one by one, getting cut down though. Beast Node going to take Marvel down, and Reno taking this Wolverine duel with Exy, and with the help of a couple of his compadres, he'll be able to win it, and now 4:45 in the time bank for the Chiefs. They might be able to take this to extra innings. They just need to keep this pace going.
Keep it going all the way to the bank here. We'll see if they can do it, CB, as it's all going to be down to these last critical moments here. The Chiefs on the home stretch. They have just under 4.5 minutes to do it. Z10 have no ults right now, which could be perfect for the Chiefs, but maybe not. Reno, oh my goodness, almost sent out of orbit there. Yeah, that was terrifying. That's a jump scare.
Just freezes him in place, and he just stares him down for a second. It's like, what do you think you're doing up there, little buddy? Yeah, not going to be catching them sleeping today. Zero Tenacity, though, on the back foot a little bit, and some decent cart progress being made here for the Chiefs, and some more ultimates to be able to cart that one going, and Marvel nearly getting bursted down to puny banner form. There's going to be CYA that comes out from Bubble off the duplicate there, and Reno with those adamantium claws is going to cut the Raccoon on the other side to ribbons, turning Wendy into roadkill, and there's going to be another fight win for the Chiefs, and a swift de-hulking there of Marvel to stagger that last fight out, get them some more progress.
Yeah, plenty of progress, and maybe more where that came from. Z10 now at the edge of this one. Exy has the last stand, and they're getting so close to many ults here. The Chiefs need to stop them before they can pop, but I mean, if they force them out, they've still got plenty of time to get through this one. We'll see who's going to go first onto this now, though. They will hold the line. Jerry in a bit of trouble for now, not for long, though. They get sustained through it, and it is going to be Zykrek going first with the CYA. Zerko, good with the meteor. They get shut down by Reno. Pop goes the balloon there, and they will push ahead of it. Zerko going to be brought right back, and they will be able to collect a bubble here. Final Judgment going to be coming out from Z10 as well, and they will be able to shred past Jungbeck, and more Donald from downtown. A Beast Node to follow. It's the Jerry Show, baby.
But I gotta say, you know, the shoe is very much so on the other foot. That pause was exactly what the Chiefs needed, because now nearly 3 minutes to try and get the cart 1 meter away, and Zero Tenacity are the ones relying on these hero plays, on these clutch moments. Unfortunately for them, they do come through, and they get some more ultimates to be able to hold on. They can maybe bleed this time bank down, but it feels like the full cap from the Chiefs is all but inevitable, as all it's gonna take is 1 more CYA, and with a low-key composition, they've got 2 chances to do it. Zero Tenacity, they gotta be privy to that. They gotta look for some of these KOs in the neutral. They got to push the advantage while they have it. It's going to be a silent seduction to be able to snuff that opportunity, and Reno is just cutting down this Worldbreaker Hulk. Hulk does not smash. In fact, he will be reduced back down to the puny little scientist that he is, traded out for Donald. But as the fight is happening so far forward, the BRB comes out, brings Donald back into the fray. Zero Tenacity are going to have to be on the back foot here, back themselves all the way to the cart, and give the Chiefs the respect that they are commanding at this moment.
and they switch up onto Angela as well, trying to see if that's going to work. Last stand, looking to be enabled by Axie here. Not going to be able to get the KO though. Jerry looking to start the show. CYA coming up. Bubble looking to match it there. Ooh, last stand into the final judgment coming out from Jongvek as well. The Chiefs burning their way ahead, but it's the Angela trying to stall it out from Marvel. No! Beast Node snipes them down from downtown. They've got one more thing to worry about, a portal and a dream. Will the dream come true? It's all going to be proven here as they go shot for shot onto this one. But Jerry's back with a final judgment as well. The battle ain't over, but the CYA is back in play here. They're pushing them away from the mission vehicle. Donald will be able to shut down Jerry, and they're looking for more over the top of this as well. Reno with a feral leap, getting one back over the top, but it's the Meteor from Soko here, trying to turn the tides. They get nothing as they collide into this one. This fight is never going to stop, CB.
I mean, it's got to sooner or later. 50 seconds left in the time bank, and Chiefs looking to try and get this last meter away from Zero Tenacity, but Zero Tenacity will not be removed from this point. Soko, though, will be by force, as Reno still letting the claws fly, and with the help of Beast Node, he'll bring down another, and as he goes in for the last stand, the Chiefs have stuck the landing, and they'll take us to extra inning. Do you hear that, Matzy? They have not yet flatlined. There is still a heartbeat.
They're still kicking, they're still fighting with all of OC's hopes behind them. The Chiefs will hold on for dear life here. Can they get it done in OT? That is going to be the proving point here. It's all going to be up to Z10 to try and exceed them once again on the attacking phase here. Or will the Chiefs be able to run it back for a defense of the ages? The changes are already being locked in.
It's going to have to be, like you say, a defense of the ages. It's the only real way that they can make this one work. They do have a 40-second advantage in the time bank over Z10, but once it gets to overtime, it doesn't really matter. So you have to stand your ground. You can't give up an inch. You, crucially, can't give up this first capture point, and you also can't give them time to assess, go back to the drawing board like you had. We're going back to another pause. And, yeah, you know what? I guess, steal every trick in the book. If Chiefs get a reset, so do we.
Yeah, we get to settle down for a second here. We get to take a moment. Hi guys, welcome back.
Did you miss
Pleasure
us?
to have you back on board. Oh, I missed us. I hope they missed us too.
So here's the thing though, is I'm looking. I see one player in the lobby who has not locked their hero, and it's Jongvek. So it might actually be another pause coming through from the Chiefs, and I hate to speak this into existence, but that might be. That might be bad. It might be another one of those kind of like mental tests that they need to overcome. Yeah, please not again. Like, they're so close to getting themselves back in this series, right off the heels of a stellar attacking phase where they're able to best Zero Tenacity's time bank, get the full cap for the first time in what feels like a long time, take us to extra innings on Museum of Contemplation. And if Jongvek can't load into the lobby, that is going to shake them to their very core. Looks like we are going to be back into the fray, and Chiefs are going to be back at full strength, and here we go, Matzy. It is now or never. The Chiefs need to stand their ground. Ironclad defense, nothing less, will buy them another life.
We'll buy them another life. We'll buy them another ticket to revival here. And let's see how it's all going to go down as the gates open. Reno prepared to scout out, hiding around the outside while their teammate takes the brunt to the fight, and they will already get a collection there. Marvel in a bit of trouble. They will fall back into their team, waiting for the next point of contention here. I think they might have got a spot on the Jerry as well. Axie might be the next one to face the claws, as they will be hiding around the corners here. But Z10, they're already prepared to try and push it past the first corner.
Well, here's the thing, though, is like the Chiefs, they're going to back up, let Z10 get around the first corner. If that opens up a flank route for Jerry on that Star-Lord. He's holding the same angle right now as Axie, and that might be a mistake. They can't really set up a pinch with the Star-Lord, and the Chiefs, they're going to identify that. All they have to do is clear that angle and force them into an uncomfortable situation, take the fight straight to Zero Tenacity, and they can maybe find their first elim, and they will. It is Jerry getting caught out there by Donald, and with a roundhouse kick, nearly finds one onto Axie as well. Jerry will be rezzed right back up, so Zero Tenacity still at full strength, but the Chiefs assert their dominance early on in this fight. There's a diving strike that comes out from Marvel, but he's forced to swing right back out, feeling the full force of Jongvek, and he'll be feeling it and then some as the CYA comes out, a shotgun shot, painting Axie's chest with buckshot, and this is exactly the defense that the Chiefs need. The overtime wick will burn away, and Jerry will not be able to stop it. He's struck down by Beast Node, and the bar has been set, and all the Chiefs have left to do is clear it.
Oh my days, I said they need a defense of the ages, and they will deliver here and now. Z10 need to absolutely lock in right now. They need to put on an absolute masterpiece if they want to hold it down on Museum of Contemplation right now, because the Chiefs could be on the edge of a potential map victory right here and now. It's all going to be down to this, CB, and Jerry is bringing out the DD.
I'm bringing out the water bottle and I'm spraying him like a cat. No, off. You get off of the Daredevil. Do not come out here with this. For the defensive side, you need so much more than this. Like,
put it back.
This is the kind of situation that calls for like one of those double res compositions, but I guess Zero Tenacity feel like it didn't work out too well on the first side. Chiefs had it scouted, and they don't overwhelm it, but they do go with just enough force that Zero Tenacity have to give ground in order to make it work. So they don't feel safe doing that this time. They're gonna go for a split dive now with Marvel and Jerry looking to try and be a two-man hit squad while the rest of Zero Tenacity hold the fort.
Hold it down, hold down the line, and nobody is going to be fine at the end of this map here. This one is pulling on the heartstrings of supporters of both teams. Will they stay? Will they go? It's all down to this, everybody. And Wendy already looking to pump up the damage numbers for their team there, and going to hold it down the front. But I like how Beast Node is trying to isolate the lines of sight here with the walls, and looking to see if they can catch them off guard nice and quickly.
The Chiefs are definitely feeling themselves in Beast Node, like you said, using those walls to try and catch a member off. Oh, Marvel getting kidnapped there, and that's going to be the first Elim coming through with Jongbaek with a shotgun, and Beast Node is under the full pressure from Soko, but it doesn't matter. They've got the spawn advantage. It's right there. You can afford to take that loss, but Marvel was not expendable. He's going to swap over onto the Doctor Strange, try and get back into the fray quickly because he's running out of time, but he's also running out of friends as Jerry has been caught out as well, and the pressure from the Chiefs, they just keep cranking the screws tighter and tighter, and now as the portal play comes through, Jongbaek is ready for whatever waits on the other side, but it might just be victory on the other side as they're inches away from it, and Marvel is not going to be able to stop it. Jerry getting cleaned up again by Zykrek, and the CYA, the damage, it's too much to withstand, and the Chiefs, their heart is still beating, and it is getting louder as they bought themselves another life, another opportunity. We go one more.
We go all the way, baby! The curse is broken! No more 3-0s! The Chiefs will be able to bring it back and take a map of their own here. Oh my days, and look at that! It's the MVP bar bubble! Locking it in there, my goodness. What a map that was, and the Chiefs are back online!
I don't know if I've ever seen you smile as big right now, as much hope in your eyes as our token OC rep from this one. You know, my Asia bias, I'm putting it aside because now I'm fully invested in this developing underdog story. A reverse sweep is now possible. It's now in the cards if the Chiefs continue to hit this stride that they have now hit, forcing Zero Tenacity to make some of those uncomfortable swaps. They applied just enough pressure to where Jerry had to go back to his old tricks, and it's not a very good trick. He does get the SVP, sure, off of 17 final hits, but I can assure you that did not come off of that Daredevil pick towards the end. That was a Hail Mary play, just trying to go for some assassinations alongside Marvel. Just didn't work. Every time he or Marvel went in, they got carted off by Reno on that Wolverine, and Bubble, like you say, getting the MVP there for the Chiefs, but I'm looking at this duelist lineup. Reno and Jongbaek did exactly what they needed to do in order to put Zero Tenacity down and say, we still have something left to say. We are not out of this tournament just yet. We got at least one more left in the tank, potentially two, potentially three. Now Zero Tenacity, how much more do you have left?
And that's going to be pushed to the limit here, isn't it? You know, have they managed to use up all gas? Is it going to be nothing left in the tank here? Or will they be able to have their own moment of reflection, their epiphany, their aha moment, and switch the gears back into their favor here? They're certainly going to have to prove themselves heading into our fourth map in contention. And I am just left wondering, like, where do we go next, CB?
I mean, it could really be anywhere because I think, Zero Tenacity, it's going to be their map pick for the first time in this series, and they can take us just about anywhere, but two of the best options for the kind of front-to-back playstyle that I think has played very well into their hero pool have now been expended, and there's a couple more good options for the Chiefs later on down the line. You know, I'm thinking something like a Midtown. Zero Tenacity probably want to avoid that one if, you know, considering how Museum of Contemplation went. I don't know, maybe you go to like a Central Park or something like that. You know, I kind of feel like that might be a comfort pick for a team like Zero Tenacity. I think, you know, if I had to predict, that's probably where they would go, but you know, Domination is also open up, and maybe they can take us back to Domination. There's so many questions and so much more time to find some answers, and we will have some answers for you on the other side of this break. It's map number 4 on the other side. We'll see you in just a bit.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
We have a series! We did it! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! We have a series! But is this going to be the momentum the Chiefs need to move it forwards? That's always the question we need to ask when it comes to the elimination side, especially when it's only one map away from possible destruction, losing one of our 2 OCE representatives in playoffs. Take a deep breath.
I hope this goes deeper, because I'm so sick and tired of 3-0s, and now we finally get a 4-mapper. I think I deserve a 5-mapper just to kind of cleanse the palate a little bit more, and this one is starting to get some of that drama that we crave. As we go to our next map pick, it's going to be Hell's Heaven, chosen by Zero Tenacity. And now that we've got the Chiefs back into this fight, let's talk a little bit about this. You know, you've got the Chiefs coming in as one of the 2 representatives from OCE, trying to live up to the standard bearers of the region in Gen G and show that the region is so much more than just the Gen G region. They've also got hands, and I mean, they've now shown it. They have drawn blood off of Zero Tenacity, and you know, Zero Tenacity, this team that is just chock full of some of the best talent in the region, feels like they're destined for so much more than a 3rd seed coming into this matchup. Feels like they're destined for great things, but are struggling to live up to it, now on the back foot, still on match point, but the momentum isn't on their side anymore. The Chiefs have stolen it.
We've set the stakes, and now we have to see, because I'm looking at the feed right now. We are not too far off from getting the picks and bans again. We're heading straight into game number 4. Quick, if you two could give me a big summary about what happened to Museum of Contemplation. How did Chiefs bring it back?
The Chiefs, they managed to really lock in after that pause. You know, I was saying in the green room, I think that maybe their coach slapped some sense into them, or maybe something else entirely, you know, but I think it's just that moment to ground yourself, take a deep breath, as you nicely put it there in the beginning, is exactly what they did. And then after they had that moment to refocus, you know, slow things down, they really managed to play into their strengths.
What about you, CB? Give me a quick summary.
I kind of agree. Like, you know, they just took that opportunity to reset, and then they played their game, and they played it correctly. They stopped kind of overextending. Beast Node stopped getting caught out on some of these dives, and, you know, Jongvek just started to come online, and especially with that rocket, you know, the CYAs from Bubble coming through, and even the duplicate, you know, that was coming through as well. I think it just worked out. I think they hit a stride, and I think they found something that works, and on this next map, Hell's Heaven, it might be difficult to replicate that success, but that doesn't mean that it is impossible, and the Chiefs have shown that nothing is impossible.
And make the impossible possible as we jump into the draft right now, everybody. Is it going to be the Museum of Replication in the draft right now? Most possibly, as I'm certain we're probably going to see Mantis gone again. Maybe not, though. You know, maybe they change it up. Nope. It's going to be all the same. Mantis is no more.
You keep making all these Museum of Contemplation jokes. We're past that, all right? We're going to have a Museum of Confrontation if you don't stop, all right? Mantis is going to be taken off, just like you said. And, you know, of course, you know, the rest of this first half of the ban phase going to be predictable. I think, you know, both teams are going to be a little bit afraid to break the norm here. So expect a couple of Rogue bans and a couple of Gambit Protects, making sure that that's going to be on lockdown. But we might see some change-ups in the back half as both teams are going to be looking to, like you say, I guess, replicate the success from Museum of Contemplation, and for Z10 to throw a curveball that the Chiefs might not be ready for.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to see those double-sided Gambit. No Rogue this time on the team up for Z10. So, going to be no Rogue on both sides for that matter. So, no Rogue, no worries there. But what's next on the block? What's next to come through? It's all going to be decided by both of these sides, as we do have no Rocket for Z10 this time, and no Star-Lord. Okay.
Interesting. So I do like the Star-Lord ban. It's something that they've reached for a couple of times, but I also like the Rocket ban and the Rocket Protect from the Chiefs. I was like, okay, you know, you can't have the Guardian of the Galaxy, you can't have Star-Lord, you can't, you know, hit that Galactic Legend, can't hit the Galactic Flush combo. That's okay, we don't need it because we just have pure raw damage amplification coming from our backline. Rocket Gambit, I will argue, is I think the best backline you can possibly play in the game outside of a triple strategist look, and the Chiefs have now got that on lockdown.
Yeah, they've got exactly what they need here. They won't be able to rely upon the Cyclops, but I mean, they've still got access to the alternative option there in the Phoenix. They will ban out the Lunar Snow away from Z10 though, so they can't play into the Lunar Fox team up this time around on Z10. And it looks like the Chiefs are going to be looking to run it on the Triple Vanguard in the beginning there. Beast Node going places. I would have loved a POV on that to see what happened, to be honest. I don't know what happened there.
We're not going to do him dirty like that. All right, you know what? He was just scouting out the scenery, all right? You got such a beautiful view from outside of this mountain, you know? It's so good. He just wanted to check some of it out, but, you know, it's still going to be a 5v6, but Zero Tenacity not seizing in on the opportunity, especially now with Beast Node back on the Angela, back to the fight relatively quickly. Potentially has the element of surprise, and surprise, he's skewered a Jerry.
Yeah, maybe there was some mind games coming through there early, CB, catching us and their enemies by surprise as a Beast Node grinds their way in with the double down. It's matched by Z10 though. Marvel cooking on this one, almost booking more. They will succeed. Jongvek now taking to the floor, and Z10 looking to lock it down on that first capture point.
Yeah, it's not what you get, it's who you get. I mean, Beast Node makes his presence felt, but it doesn't matter because on the other side, like you say, you trade 2 for 2, but when the two that the Chiefs lose are Bubble and Zycrick, I mean, your front line, like, they're on the clock. They're not going to last forever. They got to get something done or they're cooked, and they got cooked in that one. Zero Tenacity have the first cap here, and now Jerry going into the front line. They're taking down Bubble again, and now on this Daredevil, he is able to scout out this backline and continue to punish them, and the Chiefs have to try and find a way to scout this one out, as Bubble's actually going to make a couple of swaps. He's going to make the swap off of the Rocket now over onto the Luna Snow, and I'm wondering if that might just be a little bit more survival instinct coming out.
Yeah, I think they're definitely looking to make a shift there.
Oh, no.
Looks like the Raging Royal Flush coming out with a Ruby Rage there. Engage, and Bubble goes down immediately. Not going to be able to lock things down there. Jongvek will now be ejected as well. They're looking to follow it up over and over again here. Z10 will take pictures, collect moments, and look to hold it down.
Zero Tenacity, like, they used a lot on that one. I think, you know, there was a back cap that was coming through, and It might have been from Donald and Soko used the Banhammer to try and win that duel, so 3 ultimates end up coming out from the side of Z10, and now they got to invest the 4th, with the Raging Royal Flush now coming up from Zykrek. It's going to give the Chiefs the opportunity to break this stranglehold on the choke point, and Zero Tenacity recognizes, so they scatter like ants. Look at the silhouettes, they're all over the map right now, and the Chiefs are going to walk on forward through this choke relatively unscathed, but now as Zero Tenacity clamp back down, it's going to get a lot more dicey. Wendy popping that Kumiho Unleash, but Jerry getting cleaned up there by Jongbek, and as Bubble lays out the dance floor, Jongbek is going to be dancing on the graves of Z10 if he can get a couple more shots downrange. Zero Tenacity a little bit too afraid to show face in this situation, so the flip may very well come for the Chiefs, and Z10 have to do something to stop it. Marvel and Soko gonna go and try and hold the line, but Reno now dangling above with a Meteor Ram will take down Jerry, catches him trying to follow up on the dive, but Xy's got the angle.
Oh, strangle it in with the triple down. Surely a quad, no creative takes it there. Going absolutely nuclear on the tail end of this mission area. And Z10 lock down your first capture point on Hell's Heaven.
Xy simply says no. That fight was won by the Chiefs, but they were so focused on trying to wrestle control away from Marvel and Soko that all Xy has to do is hit one button, and he literally Thanos snapped 3 members of the Chiefs away. And I mean, if network issues wasn't heartbreaking, if being forced down to match point wasn't heartbreaking, that very well might be. Is there another reset left in the tank for the Chiefs? There's gotta be, because this is their last opportunity. And Zero Tenacity, they scouted out this map pick perfectly, I gotta say. And they've also been able to get a coup in the ban draft, getting Xy this Cyclops, because he has come online. He is not wasting this opportunity to take his team further in the lower bracket. He is gonna make the most of this one. And the Chiefs, I mean, what do you do to stop it?
Everything they possibly can. They've already made some changes there towards Zykrek on the Fox this time. A bubble back towards Luna. Beastno going to be on the cap now. And Donald looking to hold it on the Vanpool there. So, curious to see how the Battle of the Devils will go as well. Will Jerry succeed or Reno into this one? The Chiefs are already scouting them out around the outside here. And we'll be looking to wait things out. Z10 all the same, looking to hold it down and go first. Raging Royal Flush, and now going to flush them in to battle here. Chiefs taking a ton of damage, and with no answer, they will be evacuated immediately.
Now, you called out some of those swaps, Zykrek, over onto the White Fox, but you don't have a Gambit. So every time there's a Raging Royal Flush online for creative, Zero Tenacity are gonna win the fight, and you don't really have a whole lot to do about it. And with those swaps coming through, you're not even gonna have a defensive ult to be able to withstand it. I mean, and even if you did, the Kumiho Unleash is just not enough healing to be able to withstand it. So Zero Tenacity, they win the first fight, they find the first cap, and the Chiefs still struggling to come online, still struggling to get a couple of ultimates, and Zero Tenacity want to press the advantage of the Ban Hammer onto Bubble, and it'll have some Deagle shots as well, and now Xy, oh, he's got some shots as well. One onto Donald, potentially another for Reno. Reno has some objections to it, but he ain't got a whole lot left to say as he'll be tucking his tail between his legs, retreating back to spawn, and Zero Tenacity once again holding the choke.
Holding it down when it counts here, and will be surmounting themselves to the top of the mountain for the moment. But the Chiefs already charging themselves back up to barge back in. They found Wendy, so this is a great start from Reno here. They certainly changed the flow, but losing Donald is going to change the flow back to Z10 here. As Soko looking to count stop, won't stop under this one. They will catch Jerry though around the outside, so the Chiefs fighting back blow for blow into this one, and looking to see if they can capture more out of their resistance here, but they still haven't managed to find the capture point. They will barge in with a freedom charge though. Going to be matched now by the Raging Royal Flush, and Xy and Co. focuses on you.
It's going to be that Fatal Bolt once it comes out from Bubble. That's just what the doctor ordered in this exchange. You're going to need a couple more doctors. Kumiho Unleashed now on both sides, but Jerry now taking the duel to Jongbek, and he's going to be able to clean that one up, and now he's getting into the fray, pummeling the White Fox. Reno, though, wasn't let the devil out. He'll find 2 in the fight, and maybe, just maybe, this is what the Chiefs need to get themselves back into it. 75% now for Zero Tenacity, but they're going to be stopped at 76 as the Chiefs have finally got themselves on the board.
At long last, they will be able to kick the door down and step things back into gear here. But Z10, they've got a lot of points of resistance that they can bring up as well. The Chiefs need to hold on, get further progression as soon as possible, and try and single out some of these KOs before Z10 can meet them at the front door here. They're getting a lot of damage down onto Soko, which is great, but they need a KO to follow it. Jerry now looking to let the devil out. Going to be matched up by the Glotchrox here. Jongvek will be able to lock down Jerry there. Marvel diving into the back line with the Feast of the Abyss, and they double down on the KO feed here. Marvel in a bit of trouble though, but they are going to be sustained through this one as Z10 getting close to it. Will be able to push it up, but not going to be able to progress it yet, but they will flip the script now. The Chiefs in deep, deep trouble.
80% one fight territory, and all Zero Tenacity have to do is close out that one fight, and I mean, they can even make it 2 fights if they really want to, because they're going to have an opportunity for a range TP, but they want to take that fight now. Marvel going to pressure some members of the back line out, but swing right back out. I guess not wanting to fight, just trying to force the Chiefs to flinch, force them to make that one last fatal mistake. And this might be a fatal blow that comes out. Rage and Royal Flush. Jerry goes in deep. He gets frozen up, but it doesn't matter because when he thaws out, he pummels the back line, and the Chiefs eviscerated by Zero Tenacity. They recognize no chain of command. They are the ones in charge, and they will be sending the Chiefs back down under, and they will carry on in this tournament to the next round of the lower bracket. Farewell, Chiefs. You played well, you fought your hearts out, but Zero Tenacity today belongs to them.
Will extinguish one of the 2 flames from Oceania there. Z10 come out on top and will be with a burning rage there. Exi doing absolute work on the Cyclops this time around, and they will lock it in. 4 maps. And Z10 come back on top in the 4th. So, fantastic work from them and theirs onto that one. They lay claim to victory and will secure their potential rematch up against XO.
Yeah, and you better believe they are looking forward to that one. They are salivating at the opportunity to right that wrong now that they have seemingly steered the ship in the correct direction. You know, whether it's on the Wolverine or on the Cyclops, Exi hitting the shots, the star of this squad, 29-1 with 14 final hits. I cannot wait to see how many elims he got in this series. You know, it was 4 maps, so maybe we did break 100 this time around, and how many of them have been final blows. Every single time you give this guy an opportunity to hit a shot, he'll hit it. And Zero Tenacity, they figured out how to make it happen. They figured out how to set him up for success, and they figured out how to close out a series where they are in control the entire time. They flinched a little bit on Museum of Contemplation, but then they came back, and they frankly just looked angry here. Exi with the Ruby Rages, just at the right moment, finding the right shots, and like, that's really all there is to say about it. Like, the Chiefs didn't really get themselves into it, sans like 1 or 2 fights here and there, and even when they win, Exi just simply says no.
Yeah, denied at the gates. You shall not pass onto this one as Exi absolutely sends them out of orbit there. So, fantastic work coming through from them and theirs. But welcome back, Keg. How do you feel about that one, man?
I should be asking you that, dude. How are you feeling, Matsy?
You okay?
No.
No. No, it's time for therapy mode. Hold on. How do you feel, Matsy? Talk about it.
Sadness.
Sadness. That's me every day. But how do you feel about the Chiefs specifically?
I'm very impressed that they managed to take the one map that they did lay claim to there. I'm not sure what happened in between, you know, between that convoy segment in towards the, domination there. It just seemed like something came unwound. They had like the morale ignited there, but it just all came unwound. Z10 locked back in on domination.
Yeah, I concur. You know, they did kind of have it figured out there, and Z10 just kind of locked in. You know, it kind of felt like Z10, they had a couple missteps on Museum of Contemplation, maybe got a little bit cocky, and the Chiefs were able to seize that and end up winning that one outright, but they made no mistakes. They were about as perfect as you can be on Hell's Heaven. It was a great map pick. They ruled domination with an Iron Fist, not the hero, but, you know, the metaphorical Iron Fist. It was with the Cyclops, as a matter of fact, that they ruled Hell's Heaven. And, you know, your heart does kind of break for the Chiefs. At least they went down swinging, and, you know, full credits to them for that. But unfortunately, one of our 2 OCE reps is now gone. And, you know, don't worry too much, Matsy, because Genji, they will carry the flame.
Yeah, Gen.G has been the rep for OCE for quite a while now, and it seems like they may be able to make the run, but we'll have to wait and see later tonight with Reject versus Gen.G to see if they can stay in the upper bracket doing so. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves here. Even though we are in the lower bracket right now, could we, and I don't have all the stats in front of me, CB, could we consider XZ, at least statistically, the MVP of this tournament so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say that with my you're talking to #1 XC Glazer in the region. I will say with my whole chest, yes, I think he is the MVP. And I think the only reason that more people aren't saying that is because Zero Tenacity up to this point haven't really lived up to the potential of the talent of this team. As I've said a couple of times throughout this broadcast, they have so much talent across the board. It's not just XC. He may be the most valuable, but they are destined for so much more than they have achieved, and they still have a lifeline. They still have something left to say in this lower bracket. They can achieve it, and the first step is going to be getting that monkey off of their back, whether it's XO or whoever ends up coming their way. They have to be able to clear that one, and then just maybe, if they were able to take the Chiefs this decisively, maybe they could, take it to Gen.G if we see another lower bracket run. There's a world where it could happen. I want to see this team on land so badly, and I want the world to see the MVP that XE is.
We're going to be stalling for a few minutes before we get the interview ready, but Pack, is this region not cinema or what? Like, this has been the most cinematic region I think we've seen in all of Ignite. It has been incredible. Even though devastating, crushing loss for our OCE enjoyers, this was still one hell of a day for Pack, and we're not even done yet. We're just over the halfway mark, and it's been like this every single day. But even then, every day we get to see XZ has just been a phenomenal time. But unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to Chiefs. They will no longer be here in the tournament. But that being said, right, like, now we can look forward ahead as we wait for the interview. We have a potential rematch. Or it's not even potential anymore. We have a rematch for the team that brought Zero Tenacity down to the lower bracket just after this 4 elimination, you two. Are we gonna see ZT bring it back and defeat XO once and for all?
It's a good thing you're asking us on this desk and not that one, Dan, because I know he's he's gonna be coming up here shortly. If you asked that question a couple minutes from now, he would say, "Oh heck no, XO are gonna walk away with it with a 3-0." But I like to think that Zero Tenacity, now that they've had some time to marinate on the situation, and now that they've gotten a pretty decent challenge in the Chiefs in the rearview mirror, that they're going to be locked in on manifesting that and making it a reality. I don't think it's going to be as much of a blowout the second time around. Can Zero Tenacity clear that hurdle? I want to say yes, and I'm gonna say yes. I'm just gonna say it. I think they can beat XO. If they play like this, they can and they should.
You know what's crazy about this specific matchup too? Oh, never mind. We're gonna have to wait a few more minutes because we're gonna bring it up in the interview. Speaking of which, ring ring. Who do we have on the line? Oh, it's Soko. Hello, Soko. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. I'm feeling good about that win.
Oh, I'm sure. But even though you're feeling good about that win, today must have been super stressful, especially, and I hate to start this interview off negatively, but after that loss against the Chiefs in what was it, the third map, things must have felt at least a little scary before Hell's Heaven. Talk to me about that experience.
I think after that third map, I don't think we exactly felt scared. We feel pretty comfortable on that map that we pivoted to on the fourth map, and we figured out the adjustments we needed to make. We opted more for dive instead of front to back, and I think that plays to our strengths.
Do you think that this is going to be a strategy that you're going to have to employ as you face more difficult teams in the lower bracket?
I think so. I think we're taking it match by match. We just need to figure out the adjustments we need to make in the middle of the match. If something's not working, then we need to figure out what other options we could possibly pivot to instead of sticking to one option that clearly isn't working. I think before, that is something we were struggling with. We'd commit wholeheartedly to one comp instead of making the counter swaps. We'd actually need to secure like a round or just like a map.
Yeah, we saw some of those swaps coming through, and I think, once you kind of made some of those swaps on the first map, it looked like you guys were in the driver's seat for the bulk of that series. As Keg said, you're going to have some more difficult teams that you're going to face in the lower bracket. One in particular, XOXO01, the team that pushed you down into the lower bracket. What do you think went wrong in that matchup, and what do you think the adjustment is going to be for them specifically?
I think that's also another case where we just weren't counter swapping when we needed to. We would stay on something that wasn't as optimal, and we would just not adapt. But I think now after that loss, we've adapted and we've drilled it into our heads that we need to make these adaptations when push comes to shove. So I think we're feeling pretty good.
I want to gauge like how good you are feeling. It's kind of rough. I think that you guys believe that you can beat XO. I've talked to Oni as well, and I think he also believes that you guys can beat XO. But there's more challenges on the horizon. Two of them specifically, Reject and Gen G. If you can beat one of them, there's a chance you can snake a land spot. Do you think that's a possibility, and what would it mean to you guys as a team?
I think anything's possible. I think if we continue to improve as we go through this lower bracket run, we iron things out, as possible issues that we had. I think we could possibly do it. I feel like over the past several months we've gotten a lot closer as a team. Granted, we've been boot camping during the times when we're playing matches, so it would mean a lot to us.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the hope for all the teams here, to secure that spot, and I think it would be all that much more meaningful for you guys, considering the bond that you've been able to cultivate. But in terms of the next series ahead of you, do you have any predictions on how many maps it might take?
I'm not sure. Could be 3, could be 5, could be 4.
Just give it 4. Just give it 4.
Yeah, 4. Okay,
just-
maybe 4. Maybe 4. Let's see 4. Maybe 4.
Just say 4. Like, you give yourself one map to kind of adjust if you need it, but other than that, just dominance, just like we saw in this series.
I'm gonna piggyback off CB and Matsy on their questions and focus on XOXO for my final one here. You're in a very unique spot where you don't get a day to prep between this match you just had and one for tomorrow. It's only going to be a few hours from now. Those next few hours are very important for you and the rest of Zero Tenacity's esports careers wholesale. Talk to me about what the next few hours are going to look like for you and your team.
I'd say we're gonna rest for a little bit, just like relax after that match, and then we're gonna start prepping. Although I will say we expected XO to win versus Triple AD, so we've already started prepping in advance.
Okay. Can we get a sneak peek?
No sneak peek, no leaks.
They don't got...
No!
Don't ask him to reveal the strats before an elimination match.
That's my job. I am the pot stirrer.
Sungjuk Woo is in the chat right now, most likely, and he's just like, oh, please give me something.
I don't know that. Soko, thank you so much, dude. If you want to say anything to the audience right now, please, the platform is yours, dude.
Thank you for supporting Zero Tenacity. And wish us luck.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Soko. Yes, absolutely. Good luck to you, my friend. Zero Tenacity, Silco, thank you so much, my friend. Can't wait to see you again, potentially in a few hours.
Possible.
Maybe.
I wish them good luck, but who needs luck when you got shining stars on your team like Soko? Yeah. We love to talk about Xe so much, or at least I do. I love to talk about Xe, but there's been a couple times where it's like Soko is like kind of carrying it in the front line, and he is very much so proving his worth to this team. Imported from America over to Korea to boot camp with this team, and making him show that he's worth every penny.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be on the broadcast for that matchup. It'll be another crew of amazing, stellar people onto the desk. So let's get our predictions out of the way now before we go to our break. CB, how many maps do you think it's going to be for the Zero Tenacity XO series, and who wins?
This is I'm going to disclose this. I'm cheering. I'm predicting with my heart, not with my mind.
Fully biased.
Yeah, no, this is so I'm going to just say Zero Tenacity wins in 4 maps. I'm going to give them that 1 map to adjust and go there. I can also see Dan in the green room groaning at my answer right there. He's not impressed.
Matsy, how about you, man?
I think Z10 takes it in 5 maps there. I can also hear Dan groaning. I think Dan would say that XO takes it in 3.
He's getting out of the room.
He threw his hands up like this. He was like...
He's buying a plane ticket to all of our houses right now. Oh boy, we're gonna have to cut communications while we can. Chat, also let us know who you think's gonna win while we have our break. That'll be the end for us for tonight, but we have Diatonic, we have Liger, and we have Dan on the line.
As
Not
perturbed
too far
as he is.
Yes. Oh, Dan back into the green room now. He's no longer mad. Thankfully, he's not coming over. But that being said, chat, let us know what you think, and we will see you all in just a few minutes.
Shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chain.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, 2 Avengers-level threats have been lurking in the upper bracket of the Pacific playoffs, and tonight, right here, right now, they will cross swords for the very first time this season. And guys, the stakes could not be higher. First seed versus first seed, streak versus streak, and all with the trip to the mid-season finals on the line. Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Pacific, and welcome into our third match of the night with Reject taking on Gen G. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Diatonic. I'm your host for the back half of this broadcast, joined by the ferocious Liger, and not just any Dan, that one Dan. And guys, we have a very high stakes match on our hands here, because not only is the first pack land slot going to be decided, but it is going to be the first mid-season finals invite handed out through all of Ignite. How are we feeling about this one?
I mean, with the great power of all of these teams, we have the great responsibility of covering which one of these teams will take that first ever slot in the mid-season finals. And I wouldn't have it any other way. This is a matchup that has been hyped for so many months. Reject, the top of Asia, versus Gen G, the top of OCE. Both teams heading into this are both undefeated. Gen G went on a flawless run their group stage back in OCE Stage 1. Reject, we just saw, go on a flawless run in the Asia group stage, and now they're converging in what could be one of the most hyped up and maybe one of the more iconic matches in Ignite history.
Ooh, somebody's O has got to go here today between these two teams right now. We got Reject, as we know, looking sharp, looking ready to roll, looking ready to bring the thunder right now. This team, you know, we've been hearing, they are locked in. They said enough is enough. We have to take back that #1 spot. We are the premier team. We are also a partnered Pacific team, and they want to take it down because according to the wise words, we're going to bring it up again. If Piggy says it, then it's true that everyone's bad. That's Piggy's opinion. The question is, can he say that about Gen G?
That is the question, and so many questions we have had for months now. Back when the partner teams were first announced for this season of Ignite, this was the matchup we all had our eyes on here in the Pacific, of course, and now finally we are going to get it. So dreamers, wake up. That dream match is in store here. The big story in this match really, of course, Lan on the line, but an even bigger story here that I was kind of doing some research on beforehand. Both of these teams on an insane win streak here. For Reject, the last time they dropped a map all the way back in the preseason upper finals against Pirates, that was Shin Shibuya. Their last full series drop was against Zero Tenacity in the group stage of the preseason. But for Gen G, last map drop, OCE preseason finals against the Chiefs. Their last series dropped, you're gonna have to go way back in the time stream to 2025. That was grand finals at DreamHack Atlanta. They have not dropped a series since, and show no signs of slowing down coming into this one tonight.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like, what do we have to say about this, right? Everyone is so damn hyped, right? Ever since we saw the partner teams being announced here for Pacific, everyone was questioning how is Gen G going to fare up against Reject. That was like what everyone has been looking at, and if preseason said anything, we know that Reject definitely are the best team out of Asia, Gen G the best team out of OCE, and now finally, after what felt like so many months, we finally get to see them duke it out here in an official match, and I wouldn't have it any other way, man.
Oh yeah, the regional rumble right now between these two teams, that is what we're gonna get. That's what we're hoping for. But Krakoa is our first choice for the domination maps. Okay, Krakoa should be really interesting, open skies, big sight lines, but a good time for dive. But I will say, are we gonna see, you know, the unorthodox team comps that we have been seeing from Gen G coming out of the bag straight away? Or are they gonna save it? Are they gonna save these new strategies? I've heard some things, I've heard some rumblings, some new heroes, and I'm gonna spice it up a little bit. They've got some compositions of heroes that were considered bottom tier. Last patch are now at the top of the big moves that a lot of international teams are bringing to the compositions right now. The question is, do Gen G know about it? Are they gonna bring it to the table? Or are they gonna run with what they know they can beat Reject on in the past? Or have Reject prepared for that and they might need to finally open that bag of tricks?
I mean, it's all going to come down to adaptations, right? Throughout this entire series, we're going to see what these teams really like to go for. We saw some trends in the ban draft here in the playoffs, right? Both teams really like to go for the first ban onto the Mantis rather than the Gambit, and it does seem like that's been relatively the same for both teams as we get deeper and deeper into their playoff runs, and now going up against each other. We'll see how that turns out, right? We're going to expect the Mantis being first saved, or first banned, I should say, and then the Gambit going to be saved as a reaction from both teams. So it feels like that first half of the ban draft is going to be pretty much the same that we've been seeing, not just here, but also in the last series we just saw.
Well, that's going to be answered very quickly as we get on into it. It's a double Mantis both sides. Locking in everybody. As we know, Mantis, one of the most banned heroes so far in the Pacific playoffs. We've got to be very careful how we approach this next one, but it's going to be a Gambit Protect over here for Reject. And on the side of Gen G, they're going to go for another pick here. What do they want to secure for themselves? It's going to be a Rogue ban just to counter that Gambit Protect. It's pretty stock standard right there so far, Dan. What are we thinking they're going to pull out here on the next one? Mirror Gambit Protect. That's
so far, the first half of ban draft has been relatively the same, right? Mantis being first gone, then you save the Gambit, then Rogue is being taken away because you really can't afford to let that Gambit Rogue team up slide, and both teams know how strong that team up is, and both sides have a very strong Rogue player as well, so no chances given there. Star-Lord even taken away from Gen G as they respond with a ban on the Rocket. But I think the Star-Lord ban is going to be worth it in the end, at least. So you denied the Gambit and the Star-Lord team up there. Well, not team up, but ultimate
makes sense,
team ups
you know.
there.
That's true, yeah. Well, the Guardians of the Galaxy, they're a team up in their own right. Maybe just in aura, maybe not stats, but still can get some value out there. A lot of synergy there. Kits just really work around each other. You know, the Rocket, the Mantis, the Star-Lord. Maybe one day we get Drax, the Destroyer, to the game. Add a little Vanguard, that'd be nice, alongside Groot. Maybe Nebula, Assassin, Melee, could be fun. You know, we've seen a lot of Melee Assassins, and speaking of one right now, we got Biggie on the Angela on our screen, flying high with the Angela's charge, Assassin's charge. You gotta be very, very careful not to be on the end of that one, right? Oh, straight away, going for a little bit of poking, but you're gonna be able to retreat for now as the teams regroup and rotate around the good old big tree in Krakoa.
We're going to take a look at the team composition, right? Gen G, the idea of their game plan is simple. Try to dive into the enemy backline of Reject, try to disrupt them as much as possible. Whereas on the side of Reject, they're taking a little more of a passive approach, right? Gargoyle on the Magneto just to provide the bubbles to his fellow backliners in case they do get jumped on. Brownie has a lot of that mobility to try to stave off the aggression, but Yaki also on the sky with the Ultron. We'll see how long they last in this first engagement, but it looks like Gen G are going to come out on top with a 3-for-1 trade.
Yep, pick for a pick right there as they do take out 3. Brownie, however, does manage to take Salvation on the backside there. You got to be very, very valuable to get that pick, but FMCL is on the chase. This Brownie's going to have to go for the health pack, but already the devil is on them right now. You got to be careful not to get a clean shot from Bobo. It's taken Brownie as they thought they got away. Zenstar in the sidelines as well, taking out Piggy. Presence of Venom Starry out here. You got to lock in and be careful, but the point does capture the Gen G as they start up their percentage for now, but Reject have time and they're regrouped and they're going to get ready for this next fight.
Right now, Reject have to play very, very fast. Although Gen G do win out in that first engagement, Reject did stall for a little bit, so that Gen G, they're going to have to play this map out for a little bit longer if they really want to secure this first round at the very least. And Gen G, they know that Reject want to play fast, so Gen G are just bringing the fight right to them, right? Get that close hold down, try to force Reject to use ultimates on their end, but right now, looking at the numbers, Gen G do have a slight advantage in that ultimate advantage.
Yep, the advantage is being pushed right now, but it's going to be met by Yaki with the Rage of Ultron right there, trying to even the odds. Sunghun taking out FMCL. That's going to be one down, so Duep's going to hit the Freedom Charge, give it a sustain to Gen G, call them up right now, and give them a little bit of that sauce to get their ult charge up again. We can match it because Skittles has the Royal Flush. Sunghun's going to have it too. Venom in the backline, gets the Tendril, and does manage to detect Lasher, but they're going to Invis jump out for now. Big Optic Blast goes as well, and we're going to let it out with the DD going off right there. FMCL mix it up with a little Kumio unleashed from Berber right there, as everybody just throws bangers at each other. 4 ults coming out from Reject. Is it enough? As Gargoyle does take out FMCL. Numbers game is in Reject's favor here, but the fight isn't over yet, as we're going to see Salvation hit the Beta both worlds and start that dance. And Fury right now is going to be enough to build to something else. It does sustain both teams right now. Still taking a bang for bang each, but Dan, nobody's down. But Gen G's still capturing.
Yeah, Gen G are going to win out in this in the end. Reject committed so many of those ultimates in the initial first half of that team fight. And as soon as those ultimates expired, Gen G, they were able to hold on to Salvation with the Fate of both worlds. And once he gets that off, he just goes goes in, gets the dance floor up, and sustains the rest of Gen G. And Reject, because they use so much so quickly, have no response towards the tail end of that fight. And it's looking like it might go to overtime. Gargoyle, no, it's actually Piggy. That was the one that was able to touch in time. But can the rest of Reject scramble here?
It's a bit of a sacrificial lamb strat right now. They are down a hero, down 2. Nobody's there for the final contest. Overtime ticks down and out, and it goes to Gen G, taking first round here on Krakoa. We're going to head off to the Cradle and see if Reject can come back with a strong force there. But, yeah, it's a tough one. They used too many ults. They dumped ults directly into Gen G's resources, but Gen G staggered out their usage, had the Captain America duet just to build their ult charge once again and really just nullify any attacking force that Reject tried to pull off. However, Reject did have good rotations when it came down to Piggy as well as Brownie, taking different points, Laser Point, Assassin's Charge, you name it. They were available, allowed them to get some picks and take off stragglers for Gen G. But Gen G, once they were down a hero, they went into stall mode and they kept dancing around the point, not allowing Reject to get a fully committed fight. And we know what they want. The combo, Dan, it's right there, Piggy and Brownie. If they can land the Heavenfall Optic Blast combo, it could be the big team fighting play that they need to finally get capture.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, though, right? Reject still have to navigate a lot of that ult charge in order to get those online, whereas look at the side of Gen G, they can go for more aggressive options, right? Zenstar has access to the Feast of the Abyss, so it's going to cause a lot of disruption into the backline of Reject. Duep, there, very close to that Freedom Charge, could easily extend these fights, and Reject, you're going to have to get these online and these ultimates online and get as much value as possible. And Reject, for now, are going to look to try to spread out, get access to the main mission area before it opens up. And there goes Zenstar with the Feast to try to disrupt everyone.
They ain't over till it's over when we got Bobo on the Cyclops right now, taking out Brownie in the long range there. A little bit of assistance from the rest of Gen G, but now it's a 6v5 situation. But they're all on Bobo now as they do get a bit of marksmanship going for Gargoyle, who's gonna swing away just in the last moment right there to survive. But Captain Duep on the back line right there, taking us from the 1-2, and see you later. You're done and dusted by the Captain America there. You got to be very smart, very careful when approaching this Cap right now, who's getting the double KOs, and I think he's hungry to go for a third. He's going to be chasing down Lastro. Lastro has ult, so Duep's got to be very careful here, but he's going to retreat now, get a health pack, regroup with the rest of Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G just barely won that team fight, right? Reject were getting so close to those ultimates, but they all went down at like the 90-95% mark, and because of that, Reject just never found an opportunity to go for it. And now here comes Gen G with the aggression to force Reject to use ultimates in front of their own spawn room, and so far it does seem like Gen G are getting the better end of this trade.
Definitely the dance of the battle from FMCL does get 2 down. At the same time, it does force out the Optic Blast from Brownie, which does take down 1 for now, but they're going to regroup. They're going to run back from spawn. And just even though Gen G was down in the numbers there, they managed to take out a couple from Reject to just nullify that push once again. An effective commitment of their ults Reject get, but you're right, Dan. Outside their spawn, that's not what they want to be. You want to ult on the mission area. You want to get the value. That's what Reject need to activate right now. Let's see if they can, as they do chase down FMCL with the big Royal Flush. Slam of the Venom, face to the Abyss, but he's going to be countered. The damage does manage to get FMCL, but Skittles does protect the rest of Gen G right there as they keep up that tendril action right now. Anti-Venom is going hard as much as they can, but now it's time for Salvation to bring out the flush, and they're gonna go royal with it right now as they do Amplifier right down, matching out with the Captain America Piggy, trying to go in and bring some freedom themselves. They slam on down, they take out Skittles. They finally got the numbers game in their favor here, but do Gen G stall it out once more?
So far, they're doing a good job at that. It does seem like Gen G realized that this fight might be lost, although Zenstar still finding an exit trade onto Lastro. He still goes down in the end, but Reject, look at how much of that ultimate they committed during that fight, right? Also great discipline as well. Piggy saving that freedom charge so that when Gen G go for those aggressive moves, Reject could easily just clap right back with the freedom charge, but here's the portal play coming in to try to get a little more percentage points and also trigger that overtime meter. Everyone on Reject are going to have to respond to what Gen G are throwing at them, and Bubble will find one-for-one trade overall. We'll see who comes out on top here.
We're going to find out right now as the Freedom Charge is launching in from Duep that the absolute portal from Gen G gave them future contention. They gave them the power to keep on going right now. Gargoyle's trying to chase Reject, the holding strong right there. Nobody's down, but they're going to be able to get Zenstar, and they do force the resources out. So how was it of good value? Did Gen G's portal get value? Well, They had to use Freedom Charge. They had to get a bit of a swap now to the Loki. But what did they extract from Reject's Resource Pool? It's the Kumiho, it's the Optic Blast, and now maybe the ult game is kind of balanced out. But the thing is, Gen G, they've got about 85% here to work with against Reject's odds right now. So it's a question of if they can actually extract value now, take away some resources from Reject to be able to capture here.
It did seem like Gen G thought that that fight, when they committed the portal, was in fact winnable. But unfortunately, it just did not translate to that. Reject are able to get the flip over and have a lot of those strategist ultimates online. Gen G still going to have to navigate about 5% more. Seunghoon, does he go for the Royal Flush aggressively, or is it Lastro that's going to be the one to lead the charge to try to keep Reject alive and retain all of this map space?
Well, we're going to find out right now as we see, yep, big teleportation coming out from Yaki right there to be able to deny some of that damage into the midst of it all. Seunghoon's going to go for the Royal Flush. We're going to match it with Skittles, who also goes for the Copy Flush right there as the Loki. Everybody's aiming high, aiming, ready to go, trying to take somebody out. We're seeing a meteor charge from FMCL. Is it going to be Dog City? Is it going to be? Yes, it is, as Brownie is taken down around the corridor right there. Duep on the back line, drop it through the Krakoan portal, taking out Seunghoon. That's another fire-powered up Captain America there. Big punches coming out. Freedom is enlisting right now as they do take down Lastra. Piggy takes another 2 in exchange, and Overtime sticking down now. I don't think there's time for a portal. It looks like it's gonna go to Gen G.
It just felt like Reject. They had control of that site, but then Gen G, despite Reject having access to the Captain America Ultimate uncontested, because Gen G didn't have access to it when Piggy pressed the Q button, Gen G still found a way to isolate some of those members on Reject who didn't get refuge inside that Star-Spangled Path. And that was where Gen G found those opportunities. Just isolate anyone that doesn't take refuge inside of that Captain America Ultimate and then just wipe them out before they're even able to get that overshield to keep themselves sustained. And Reject, just ever so slightly, were a little bit fragmented in terms of that positioning, and Gen G take advantage of it, punish it completely, and are able to get the sweep here and get map number 1. And ooh, Reject, you're gonna have to do a lot of work in the drawing board, because right now it might be a little bit concerning in terms of how well Gen G are playing as a team. And Reject, although there were moments where they were cohesive, it was not every single fight.
The reality is, Gen G, they're taking fights on the multiple fronts. They're allowing everybody to get focused onto one target and then sending someone around back. Whether that's FMCL on the flank and Sarlacc, whether that's Duep on the flank and Captain America, what they do is they take away attention of the priority picks Reject want to keep together. You want to get Brownie on the front line, charging up, building that Optic Blast to be able to take them down. You want to get all that value as well from Piggy on the Angela to be able to pick someone off and displace them. But the thing is, you can't displace Gen G because they've already spread out. They've already prepared for themselves to be displaced, so they're playing all around you on multiple fronts. So how can Reject tackle that? They're going to have to pick a map here. They're going to have to find a way really, really quickly to get momentum back, because right now, that was crazy. That's a 2-0 in favor of Gen G so far, and they already got their first map win.
And we'll see if they're able to keep that momentum up, or can Reject start to get a little bit of a resurgence going. We'll see after we come out of this break as we go into map number 2. So don't go anywhere.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Well, Reject may have forgotten what the sting of defeat feels like, but Gen G just delivered them a reminder here on map number 1. It has been a long time since Reject have dropped a map. Guys, what happened here on map number 1?
I mean, it just felt like Gen G just had Reject's number every single step of the way. Every time they approached the team fight, they knew exactly what to do. And Reject, it just felt like they were trying to play more reactive rather than proactively, because it felt like every single fight, right? Gen G were the ones to be like, hey, we have these ultimates coming up soon. Let's just bring the fight to them and see how much resources that Reject are going to commit in order to try to combat us. And if Reject overcommit, Gen G just step away. They just wait for those ultimates to expire and then go at them again. That was just the rinse and repeat, right? Go in, try to see what you can draw out and then walk away, and then once those resources are gone, you go for it one more time, and that's when the eliminations happen.
Ooh, like, we got to talk about that, really. Like,
Yeah.
what can they change here? How can Reject approach this differently? They know what Gen G do. They've had plenty of scrims, they've had plenty of practice. Right now, it's tough, it's tough. I'm actually unsure. I'm unsure what they can do here, but maybe a different kind of map is the answer. Heart of Heaven? Kunlun? Okay. What does this map invite? What does this map specifically invite, especially with that first area?
Yeah, definitely going to be changing the things up here. Heart of Heaven, a map we don't get to see too often. And yeah, it does kind of feel like on rollout, Gen G kind of had the read against Reject. Very reliant on Brownie Cyclops on point number 1, using the triple strategist, using the Ultron, going for some damage amplification. But that front line, yeah, the Captain America, the Venom there to dive and keep that forward pressure on. And of course, Gen G, a team that it feels like everyone follows in the footsteps of, so reliant on very fast hero swaps, comp changes, and by point number 2, they were back to 2-2-2 and just keeping the ball rolling here. So yeah, very interesting kind of left field map pick for Reject, but that's kind of the question. Is a change of scenery going to be enough to turn the tide?
I think it also has to come down to the band draft, right? I noticed, right? Gen G used one of those bands on the Luna Snow rather than the White Fox, right? It seemed like Gen G went for the die composition. Usually if you want to go for a die composition, you take away the White Fox. But Gen G make an adjustment. They don't go for the White Fox. They go for the Luna Snow instead, which means that Reject seems like they might not have a strong White Fox player. Gen G know that Lastro is very proficient on the Luna Snow, so they target that hero pool specifically instead of the White Fox that most teams decide to go for. And I think that's where Gen G got a slight edge there, and Reject are definitely going to have to figure out how they're gonna maybe tweak their band draft a little bit so that they have an identity of some sort that they want to rely on.
Oh, definitely. And what works with the Luna? Venom. Venom, we saw it. The Venom was good. Slamming around. It got some value early on, but what that didn't have was that Luna boost, which could have given that extra bit of sauce to be able to, you know, actually chomp on down. But maybe if they play this band phase out differently, maybe if they sort of adjust to this convergence map as well, we could see something different here on Kunlun.
Hey, we'll see about that as we head into the next band draft here in map number 2. Reject taking us somewhere different here, right? We don't really see a whole lot of Heart of Heaven here in Ignite Pacific. Usually it's like what? Museum of Contemplation, Lower Manhattan. We're not going to be seeing Lower Manhattan for sure because this is the convergence map that Reject want to go to, and it's going to be Heart of Heaven as we head into the band draft. I wouldn't be surprised if it's relatively similar to what we've been seeing. Manta is going to be the first band here. Reject going to secure themselves the Gambit. Where does Gen G take us here? Is it going to be the Rogue or is it going to be something else?
The options are available. Ooh, Cyclops this early?
Okay.
Normally shows up 4th or onwards, but nice early Cyclops. What are they trying to play at here? Well, Gambit Protect surely has to be next. There it is right there. They're going to be able to secure that for themselves. So at the same time now, what will they do? Could they protect Cyclops? If they get away with it, is Reject going to let them have it? They got to ban Cyclops. Surely Reject do that. Yeah, that's the case. For sure.
So does that mean when both teams ban at the exact same time, is it going to be a simultaneous Rogue ban? Because Rogue is still available on the table here. Reject do bite the bullet and say, hey, we don't want to deal with that team up. We're just going to ban it right now, right before Gen G are about to get their save, which is right now onto the Star-Lord. And because Reject committed the ban onto the Cyclops, they deem that they may be able to handle what is the Star-Lord Gambit Wombo combo that we have seen many teams work with and get so much value out of it. Not just from the eliminations, but sometimes those eliminations don't even show up, but it's enough to scare away the enemy team, and they have to take shelter, and that's when the team with the Star-Lord starts to get more space. Reject, in the end, are able to get the Luna Snow one-sided, which does beg me to question, do Gen G commit their final ban onto the White Fox? No, it's going to be onto the Star-Lord to commit it one-sided. So that Gambit Star-Lord is only going to be in the hands of Gen G as they are on the defensive side. Reject choose to go on the attack. We'll see how they decide to handle this, because right now Gen G, look how spread out they are, right? Some of them are bunkering in that small room. Some of them are taking control of that high ground area right before that first mission area. And Reject, how do you decide to go for this? They're trying to control the high ground. They're going to try to control the low ground as well. But Gen G are definitely playing just a little bit more passive, right? Try to get those ultimates online as soon as possible. But with Seunghoon opening up the bank, it might just become a little bit more difficult.
Well, it was a very early pick there on Zensari, but he will be able to get back. Why? Because they've already gone for the strange switch, which means they'll be able to bring Duet back as well. But it's all on the rest of Gen G to survive this next fight. But the aggression coming out right now. Angela, Piggy, getting the value, chasing FMCL down and out they are. But they're trying to wait. They're trying to portal. Do they have the contestation? I think they do. And they'll have two Vanguards coming out of that portal right now for the stall. So Reject can have to rotate around this portal, try to get that advantage, try to get the momentum they need to be able to shut down this defense from Gen G and get their early capture. They want to get this convoy moving. They had enough of this first area and they want it now. But Zensari's going to hit the Maelstrom, taking out Piggy, the Angela that was terrorizing the backline for now. And they're going to even the odds. But Brown's got the mark of the Phoenix right there. And there's moment and there's power if they can take down Salvation as they try right now. Duep is going to get the pick on Yaki as well. Brownie taking Bobo. Phoenix into the waterfall as well.
Yeah, Brownie had to use the Ensong Inferno to get the health reset, which guarantees Skittles to get a CYA down uncontested, and Gen G are going to hold off of it. Zensari using the portal to make sure that Gen G stay 6 members strong. They get the hold. This is very, very important because now Reject, their game plan was to get as aggressive as possible, especially in the likes of Gargoyle on the Vanguard Deadpool, which guarantees that he will have the first ever ultimate here in map number 2. But the pressure and the tempo is not enough. Gen G are able to match it, and now coming into this next engagement, both Gambits are going to have their ultimates.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. If they can drop down, maybe set up the Agamotto, mix it up, could be big for Gen G. But on Reject side, they want to set it up with the Royal Flush, nice and early, forcing forward the pressure. Angela, Piggy already diving into the backline, replacing Duep into the backline of their own team right there. But they're going to Royal Flush their own. That's going to be Salvation, bringing that to even the odds. But follow up with a bit of Lastro dancing right now on the Luna. Going to bring a bit of dancing firepower to the team. But Bobo doesn't get the advantage with that right there. But the Agamotto does go off into the last stand. Coming out from FMCL, shredding through half of Reject right there. They're down a few Yakis in the backline. They're going crazy on the Devil. But there's just not enough firepower to help. Gargoyle is singled out as well. Bobo on the Starlord, phase shifting and drifting. Hopefully going to take Lastro out of the fight right there. But they survive, but they thrive, and this is an insane stagger right now. Who is in the backline hiding? You gotta take him out.
Yeah, but Gen G are taking a step back for a little bit just to reset, just for a slight moment. Piggy does have to have his Retribution try to block up anyone on the backline. FMCL is the one that is going to be taken away to the waysides. Piggy is able to get another skewer onto Zensari, taken down dangerously low, but is still standing tall. Skittles is able to just in time get the CYA down, but it's going to be easily shut down by Brownie. And now as we head into this engagement, it's still going to be full neutral. No one getting anywhere close to those ultimates. Who's going to come out on top in this neutral fight?
Everybody's trying to set the mark right now. Brownie on the high ground, going for Zensari. Down goes the Strange. That's going to be one down from Gen G. Duep's taking a bit too much damage. Maybe next for the culprit right there as Brownie is charging up that firepower. And they do manage to capture them right there. Piggy is the one bringing the pressure as well. Assassin charging everybody out of there. But it was a good hold nonetheless. And it does force them into a 2-minute 42 time bank right now. This is good movement for Reject right here. May be able to get it up and around, but this is the hardest part of the map to push down. The exact path of the convoy loops in over itself, which means Gen.G have about like 4 different focal point high grounds to defend from. And whew, the high ground is crazy.
Interesting adjustment. FMCL goes off the Wolverine into the Thing, which means Gen.G are running a triple Vanguard setup. Skittles switches over to the Loki, which means Gen.G, I think the game plan is have those Vanguards soak up as much damage as possible, and then let either Salvation or Skittles to heal them up. Reject, if they really want to at least outpace the tempo that Gen.G are about to prepare for, they're going to have to, at the very least, secure all these eliminations, but with how tanky Gen.G are, it's going to be so difficult. Salvation found one pick onto Gargoyle, who had the Banhammer available, but because he went down, that's going to go all the way down to 0%.
Down it goes. Maybe we're going to see if we're going to see Salvation and Sunghun also drop their Royal Flushes at the same time. We will find out very soon. Setting the mark. We do see FMCL on the Thing. We're going to see Big Ben Grimm, but maybe first it'll be Bobo with a Startled in the skies right now with Green. Yaki. Big catch, big slash. But the last stand? No, it was a clobbering time. He did nullify 2, but it doesn't unfortunately protect Gen.G's Vanguard line for now. But still have Zensari flying high in the sky right there. 1 minute 13. Chugging down through Reject's resources. They do manage to get out of the caverns right now. But Gen.G are going to have to regroup. They need to stop that Dragon Total momentum. But Reject have so many ults available.
Yep, most notably the God of Mischief, copy Sunghun with the Gambit ultimate, but Gen.G are able to clap back with it. Gen.G do have the combo with the Heaven's Retribution into the Meteor M. They're going to try to execute it now. We'll see if they're able to get any sort of dunks going, but then again, as all of these CC abilities are used, Gargoyle is able to find a double. That's the strategist line gone on Gen.G, and they're going to have to concede this fight.
Ooh, they might have to, but we got 30 seconds left to still cook up a storm. Gargoyle slashing through, taking out Duo. If there's anybody portable, do you see it? Salvation's there. Maybe there's a chance. 2 meters, 196. Not much left. Bovo taken down. That's another as Zenstar is down out as well. The portal is there for the store to buy some more time. Try to get them to overtime, but the numbers game is in Reject's favor right now, as they do manage to take them out of the portal one by one after another. Skittles does have ultimate, but maybe doesn't have the chance to use it for now. It all depends if they can stall, and right now they're kind of making it out of that portal, but it closes with 2 on the other side, and another 2 are down right there as Reject get the value and will be able to get that overtime shutdown, and another 90 seconds into the pool right here. Dan, they are still in this. Maybe they can take it.
They're playing a fine line right now as overtime went up for just a brief moment. Reject still able to secure that second checkpoint. I gotta give a shout out to Lastro with the regen domain. That was great timing, right? As Gen.G were trying to file on in, Lastro pops that regen domain. Gen.G don't really have a good angle to try to shoot it down, and we're able to just get that advantage going. And Gen.G looking to get on the offensive move now. Skittles gets the copy, but Reject are handling it well, disengaging perfectly, and as soon as those cards are flown out, now it's their turn on the driver's seat.
Now it is time for them to drive. Let's see if they can get into full gear right now. 40 seconds left. Let's see if Reject have the chance. Brownie has the chance for an Ansong Inferno. Gargoyle as well with the Unicorn on the sidelines, into the smoke, into the fog. Will they be able to outsmart Gen.G here? Is the question if they can bounce into the backline. Golden Unicorn for the block of damage to force Sunghun onto the flank as well. 2 different angles allow Sunghun to shred through to Skittles and take another down right there. That is a tough position here. Reject has some clean momentum right now, but it is final fight territory, and all they wanted to do was use resources to move, but Gen.G wanted to drain those resources. They now have 5 ults coming up for this next fight. They are waiting to explode all at once, and we're going to start off with Salvation.
Lastro needs to get the copy quickly down. There it is. He's able to get the Gambit ult down, but he goes down. Reject's ultimate gets cut short. No one's able to touch. Gen.G are able to defend, and Reject are going to have to settle with 2 points here. And how does their defense go for Reject? Because so far, on this offensive side, Reject are definitely looking a lot better here when you compare it to map number 1. They're making more aggressive moves and are actually proactively trying to get eliminations to try to deter Gen.G from making any counter moves. And we saw that, right? Reject were able to find 1 pick with their own Gambit ultimate, and Gen.G didn't have theirs in time, so they just easily concede, and that gives Reject a little more room to work with. And that's what you really want to see when you're on the Reject side, right? Get more proactive. Find more opportunities to get those E-libs before Gen.G want to try to go for the counter punch.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. If they can, if they will. Find out as the 30 seconds till the mission area Weapons up until the spawn doors are out and Gen G get their chance on attack. The question is, what will they want to do here? Now, we saw it yesterday. We did see it again. The fastball special. It might be showing up again. We might see Zenstar and FMCL bring out a combo, what we call the Union of Australia and New Zealand right there, the ANZ combo, as they love to bring out the fastball special. We love seeing it. It's cool, it's fun, and it's cheeky, but is it cheeky enough to catch Reject off guard? Are they ready for it? Are they prepared for it? I think Emma is a good choice for that, but it might be a bit troublesome because I don't know how Piggy's going to feel with a Wolverine flying at your face.
We'll see how they handle it, right? Dweb has to be that anchor vanguard for Gen G. So at the very least, there will be some shields to rely on. Reject looking to try to deter Gen G from making any moves, but with how offensive they are set up with the fastball special, there's the Wolverine Airlines that we've been expecting, as everyone on Gen G will try to get control of that high ground, but Piggy's having none of it right now. Oh my god, wait,
None of it.
What a carbon crush.
That was pretty big right there, but let's see if it follows up into something they can take down. Let's see Brownie charging up that Ensong Inferno, 50% already climbing. Skittles as well, close to the Sia. 3 minutes for Gen G to take some action right now. Thunderclaps coming out from Zenstar. They do get the Exile right there onto Yaki. Will they be enough to take down the Devil though? That is the question. Now it's going to have to be enough for them to just get... Oh, Yaki returns a favor, taking out Boba. What a clean charge from Piggy as they do single out one right there. Startled down, but back with the BR Beacon. What do I say though, Dan? Ultimates are waiting to see Spark up.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Gen G if they're able to get value out of the CYA, which is going to be shut down by Brownie. So Reject doing a great job at making sure that Brownie is staying healthy so that he's not forced to use the Ensong Inferno to use it defensively, and then he gets very, very offensive and just wipes out the back line of Gen G. And it's just Reject doing a great job at dissecting what Gen G want to go for. They wanted to get aggressive with the CYA, but Reject knew that that was coming, and Brownie making sure that he stays healthy and is not going to be in any danger, uses the Ensong Inferno to just nullify it completely, and then Reject go for the clamp down, and that's what you want to see. We talked about it before coming into this round. Reject needed to play more aggressively, and they are exactly doing just that.
Absolutely right now. They're doing exactly what they need to do right now to be able to maybe get an upset here. Maybe take this map. I'm going to find out as they do go full force right now. Boba does take out Brownie clean with the commitment of 2 ultimates there. Is it going to be enough for the value? Lastro's timing out. They're trying to get the marksmanship. They're trying to see where Reject are grouping into the mix of it right now. They're going to get the counter signing coming out from Gargoyle. Phase shift, and Boba tries to clear out the waterfall. They do allow themselves to catch out Yaki right there, but is it going to be enough for another one right now? As we're going to go legendary one more time from Boba. We do it following suit as well. FMCL's on Piggy. That's going to be Trojan action coming out from the Daredevil right there, rushing through as they take Lastro down as well, even though they got the Royal Flush. Unfortunately, it's just not enough, even though Brownie's on the sidelines, landing shots, taking out Salvation and Skittles. We hold for a moment as it might be enough firepower for the score, but it is going to be a portal contestation at the very last second. The contest is still on.
Wait, this is winnable for Reject. Brownie did so well in getting so many exit trades. He's able to go in with a triple before he went down himself, and Reject just barely looking to hold on. Heroics coming in from Brownie, making sure that Gen G are losing half of their team if they want to go for even more stagger potentials. And now Gen G gonna have to quickly hit that reset button. 1 minute left on the timer. How much does Gen G have left in the tank?
There you go, one more play, and that's the moment right there. Do a diamond form right there, absolutely pummeling through Yaki, taking him down, but there's still 40 seconds. And sorry, with the absolute charge of Angela right there, taking him down. That's Lastro down, that's Sunghun down. That's just too much Asgardian force right there. Boom, another one goes as Brownie is down. Even though they had a strong, massive defense here, Reject, whew, they're gonna have to still play this one out. Gen G do manage to get through the waterfall.
Yeah. Props to Reject. At the very least, making Gen G sweat a little bit there. But in the end, Gen G were able to get the cap. But my goodness, Brownie, we need to see this guy clutch time and time again. And it just felt like during that fight, Brownie came up absolutely massive with the triple to make sure that Gen G, if they want to extend this fight, they're going to have to do it with a little less members. But Gen G, with a quick reset, are able to then follow through, stick the landing to secure that first checkpoint as Yaki just barely escapes the spear of Zenstari. But coming into the next engagement, I think that CYA is going to be easily nullified by that Ensong Inferno, but somehow Brownie does not get it down.
Oh, they don't indeed. Duep does manage to get Piggy here. Now they're going to be dropping in on Reject. This is dangerous right now because they know they can pummel in through the taverns here, take different angles, take different corridors, and just start picking them off one by one and really shred through that timer. But enough is enough as Gen G do rotate around, force Reject back onto their defense on the high ground. But, ooh, they're taking quite a bit of damage right here. Hold on a second. Duep actually combines that into the Psionic, and they do scoop up and take Gargoyle down and Seunghun as well.
Oh my goodness, so much offensive coming in from Gen G, right? Gambit ultimate into the Silent Seduction gives Duep more damage, more movement speed, and more leeway to try to charm up the rest of Reject. And with how bad these staggers are on the side of Reject, they're gonna have to quickly hit the reset button because it's gonna get concerningly close if they're able to touch in time. The portal's still on cooldown on the side of Reject, so they're gonna have to make a scramble if they want to try to contest the likes of Gen G, but with how much of offensive firepower, this is an uphill battle for Reject.
Big Crutch coming out from the Feast of the Abyss into the charge combo right there from the Vanguards of Gen G, but Holosuit Gargoyle is going to bring that dual action and allow them to take down Duep, to take down Salvation. Cheeky little pose for the victory that is there, but we still aren't over yet. We still got 50 seconds on the clock to see if Gen G can take it back. All they got to do is win one fight, one clean fight down. They can take it to that second gate. The question is, do Reject have the high ground? Do they have a big play they can line up here? Brown is close to Ensong, Yaki as well to the Devil. It could be big, but it's right. You're right. The Gambit ult, Royal Flush. If that's what enables them, we're going to find out.
Yep, there's the damage going in. Skittles' ultimate getting immediately neutralized by Brownie, and Yaki with the Devil out thanks to the Royal Flush, enabling him to go absolutely berserk in the back line, and the front line then melted tandem with them. 15 seconds left on the clock. Gen G, what adjustments do you have? Can you stay alive in Heart of Heaven? Because Reject are in that driver's seat, but we're about to go into full neutral. But Gen G right now, 76%, 80% on Salvation, on the Royal Flush. That is going to be the win condition for Gen G.
There it is right now. There it is. There it is. If Zensari lands it in the back, does hit the
Salvation's
dead. Taken two. You're goddamn kidding me right now. They clutched it up. They took out the moment. The power over time is taking out Sacrificial Play earlier from FMCL, which does allow him to go down early to bring another portal for the next fight. But Gargoyle swinging on the DP. It's going to be the Banhammer moment. Could it be enough for them? Overtime's not over. We're seeing the Captain America do it. Try to stall it out. Now it's time for Piggy to drop a portal of their own, as well as everybody's going full force with the Sorcerer Supreme right here. Overtime is officially at the last sliver. This is the last chance, the last moment. Can they make it happen?
Wait, Brownie.
Can Reject
Wait, Brownie.
pull off? Lastro takes another. Skittles is down. There's only 4 left from Gen G. Advantage to Reject right now. Is it their moment? Is it the power? Can they handle it? Overtime is still going off. They're getting one. They're getting two. And they're holding strong right now. Reject playing on the front and back foot at the same time. But they got to be careful because Bobo's behind them.
Bobo's behind with the Galactic Legend. Brownie has to go up into the sky to try to evade the damage, but Bobo looking to clutch up. We thought it was Brownie coming up huge, but Bobo comes up even huger, but Gargoyle is still fighting, kicking and screaming. Gen G are able to follow through what felt like the most intense overtime fight we have ever seen here between the two. And Reject, they had their moments. They were able to eliminate Salvation before he was able to get the Gambit ult down twice, but Salvation still was able to get it down, and Reject just felt like they couldn't get those eliminations in time, to the point where the overtime meter went down to 0, and we play on here in Heart of Heaven.
This is insanity. Dan, how did they pull that off? That was absolutely beyond overtime right now. I cannot believe it. I'm speechless. I'm cooked. I am absolutely so impressed right now from that action. Sacrificial Play for FMCL. Switching to the Vanguard, the Venom to sacrifice to get back onto the Strange to contest the portal that Reject were also going to use when Piggy went Strange, and allowed Bobo to buy more time to build it up, to stall it out, and get that Galactic Legend in the backline to be able to take out Lastro, take out Brownie, single out that firepower coming out from Reject, and then turn the tide in their favor. But this is the last fight once more, and we're waiting to see who's going to set the mark. It's going to be Skittles early with a copy shuffle.
Yep, Rostro was easily able to counter it with the Fate of Both Worlds. Seunghun, all eyes are on him if he's able to get the counter down. 1-for-1 trade overall so far. Seunghun is able to get the copy onto the Fate of Both Worlds. Yaki looking to get value with the last stand, but he's not able to do so. Duep goes up with the Meteor. Is he able to get anything? Gargoyle is sticking onto Duep, and he's able to cut him down. The front line gone on the side of Gen G. Reject are looking to get the hold down.
Can they take it? This is the final fight overtime. There's no portal. 2.76 meters. Is anybody there to stall? Duep does have the strange. The portal's not available. He's going to switch back to Venom. Can anyone else make it? Can there be a moment? Is this it? Does Reject take a map of Gen G? It looks like they do! The streak! Then the streak!
The streak is dead. We have a series, ladies and gentlemen. Reject get the hold down. It just came down to clutches at that point. We know that Reject can play at the highest level. We know how Gen G can play at the highest level, but Reject are the ones with the X factor. Shoutouts to Brownie coming up huge time and time again, but in that final fight, it was all Gargoyle sticking onto Duep, who was charging up that Meteor M, trying to one-shot anyone in the backline of Reject, and Gargoyle is able to cut that meatball up into several different pieces, and Reject are able to eat good off of that.
Woo! Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, so well there. Wow. Wow, everybody, we have a series on our hand between the two partner teams in the Pacific. This is officially Pacinema certified. That's what we want to see.
We wanted this.
Oh, yeah.
We wanted this. We waited, what, 6 or 7 months, jokes aside, for this exact matchup. We had a lot of questions coming into this Stage 1 playoffs. This is all we thought about, right? How is Gen G going to play against Reject? How is Reject going to play against Gen G? There were just so many different ways this series could have come down to, and I'm glad we got this version where both teams just going blow for blow, mano y mano. And now, effectively, we have cut this best of 5 down to a best of 3.
It is so refreshing to see such a competitive bout between teams right now, because it wasn't a team lacking as to why somebody won or somebody lost. Both teams went above and beyond, beyond overtime, portal after portal, Venom after Venom, sacrificial lamb for the contest after sacrificial lamb for the contest right there. Everybody did what they could. You had duels swapping to switch to Vanguards that could contest. Venom is fast, Angela's fast, but portals are faster, and they used all of those resources. Captain America to sacrifice as well. So much to consider there. How are they going to handle this? Woo! Gen G, congratulations, you finally get to pick a map. I don't think they've done that in a while.
Do they even remember how to do that? Because they gotta make sure. It was like, okay, we need to make sure that we have to pick a convoy map because that's the only game mode left here. We're gonna go into a short break because we need to breathe a little bit. We'll be back for map number 3. We'll see what Gen G decide to pick here, and we'll be right back in a few short minutes.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Well, no one will go to LAN unscathed. No team will escape this bracket untested. Not Reject, and now not even Gen G. Guys, I don't even know how to begin to break down what we just saw. I mean, you know, a lot of factors here for Reject to take map number 2 over Gen G, but, you know, for me, one of those big factors, it's gotta be Brownie.
No, Brownie came up huge in those final few fights there on Heart of Heaven, right? Getting these key eliminations, especially onto Salvation, who had that Gambit ultimate, and he had it, right? But Brownie was able to eliminate him not once, but twice, and that just stalled Gen G from utilizing that win condition, get that Gambit ultimate down, and just rush down Reject. But Brownie being able to come up huge in those crucial moments meant that Gen G had to make a few more attempts, although they were able to get that second checkpoint. But once they tried to get for the third, they just ran out of gas, and Reject were just able to swarm them over. And Gen G, look at this map pick. We're going to so many maps that we have not seen before here in
this is
playoffs.
exactly
Gen G.
This is the play.
Yeah, they picked the Midtown. And Liger, what do you think
This
about
is
this?
the play. I'll tell you what. This is the play. Every team has been going Manhattan, Museum, maybe a little bit of, you know, Dracula's Castle. But we haven't been to Midtown in ages. And we know exactly what's going to happen on a convoy map with Gen G. And if they're on defense first, they are going to set up camp at that front door and not let Reject take a step out of spawn. They're going triple. That's their plan here.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely expecting some full lockdown from Gen G. I have to imagine they're probably going to pick to play a defense first, like you say. Going to see a little bit of that old school triple coming back into full form here. Gen G, a team very capable of making it work, even all the way here into Season 8.5 of Rivals. So definitely looking forward to this one. But, you know, I wonder if there's a little bit of risk involved here because, you know, there are some pretty nice long sight lines for some potential Phoenix shots. So I don't know. Are we going to see Jean Grey make it through this draft? Are we going to see Brownie continue to cook with her? That's kind of the risk I'm looking at going into this one.
I mean, it's not just the Phoenix getting value as well. There's a lot of other heroes that just shine so well, especially in that right before that first checkpoint on Midtown, right? Things like the Ultron, things like the Emma Frost that just utilize that lane so perfectly, utilizing their ultimates to create all of that space to, at the very least, give the team some room to just move on forward little by little. And we'll see if those picks do end up rising ever so slightly, but I'm not sure if they will be prioritized in the ban draft.
Ban draft is everything. It's everything right now. It's what allows you to download data and absolutely extract some opportunity away from the opposing force that you're facing. But right now, is it really everything in the ban draft for Gen G and for Reject here today? Because right now, I don't even know what these teams will play, because guess what? Whatever they play, they're going to put on a 10 out of 10 performance. That's what we expected from the top of the region, the best in Asia, the best in OCE. That's what's on our screens right now, everybody. Your mini regional is happening right in front of your faces, everybody. It's a little taste, maybe, of the grand finals. We don't know. There's still Z10 and XOXO.
I just want to say one more thing, right? I know there's a lot of people who are like, where's the Gen G Blade? The last time Gen G played Blade on the Ignite stage was in Grand Finals right here on Midtown. If Gen G are on the attacking side, who knows what they pull out of the bag at this point.
Okay. Talk to me about that. Blade. Who's the Blade player?
I mean, that's FMCL.
Who would bring out the Blade?
The last time Gen G put FMCL on the Blade, they used it in tandem with Zen Story on the Groot. Strangling Prison into the 1000-fold slash is just so devastating of a wombo combo. We'll see if Gen G are able to do that, but right now we gotta focus on the ban draft. Gen G are actually choosing the defensive side like you predicted, Liger, and now with the first ban onto the Mantis from both sides, so far it's been relatively the same. Gen G are putting a little more emphasis on the Rocket Raccoon. Do they want to save the Gambit here? They do. There was a little bit of consideration of, do they want to go for the Rocket Raccoon instead? But no, they realize how powerful this Gambit is, and Reject are also recognizing that very same thing.
You know what? There's also another composition that can work on this map. This is a tried and true map. This was the map that everyone played before Museum. There was a certain combo everyone played on this map as well. And when you remember to pay your debts, to the moon, then you can have some fun in the sun. All right, so maybe we see the Moon Knight. Honestly, Reject playing Moon Knight would make sense here. Why? Because Gen G just protected a one-sided Loki. They just got Loki Gambit and have completely denied Reject, which means they will have 2 Royal Flushes every fight.
Yeah, and the Star-Lord also goes untouched. Reject ran out of bans. They put more focus on the Rocket Raccoon and the Cyclops. So that's Gambit, Loki, and Star-Lord for Gen G. I'm sure they're going to take advantage of it in a few short moments, but right now Gen G doing their usual thing, right? The triple with the Adam Warlock and the Loki. So Reject, the game plan is clear. Play fast, get eliminations quickly before Bobo is able to, either Bobo or Skittles really, to get access to their ultimates. Because the longer Reject fight, the more harder it's going to be to win out those fights.
Alrighty, 3 minutes and a half right now on the Reject attack as Gen G are still trying to bunker in with their triple composition. Boba close to that Karmic Revival. That's the key to their first fight defense if they can get that off. But you got to be careful not to get comboed out by Piggy and Yaki if they get that one as well. But Brownie also building up that Cyclops damage. Right now, you do got to notice Reject's ult charge is so low. And why is that? Because they're just absolutely hiding right now.
Oh, whoa. Yeah,
Gen G are playing in corridors, but really early boundary, forcing runes.
Yeah, Invis Boundary is going to be invested, what seems like on the side of Reject. Strangling Prison is going to go in. So much damage onto Zenstari. He's already gone. Skittles is able to get the copy in time to bring Zenstari back into the fight, but he gets taken down himself. But thankfully, he did copy the Adam Warlock, so he takes advantage of the Adam Warlock cocoon, so he's already back in this fight. Soulbon also going to be invested on Gen G, and Reject off of an aggressive Invis Boundary to try to force Gen G to play their hand, are not able to break through, and look how much ultimate economy Gen G have at their disposal. Brownie, though, look at the back line. He's ready to let out that Ruby Rage. Is he able to get it down and get all that value? Duep's investing the Scion Seduction, and Brownie is still waiting.
Waited a bit too long for Gen G right there, and it did not land. I gotta say, we gotta talk about that earlier Adam Warlock ult coming out from Skittles. The copy, Karmic Revival from Skittles, actually extracted so much value. What exactly? It took 2 ults from Reject and denied Reject movement, which then meant Brownie wanted to play a bit risky on the sides, go for a flank optic blast. Unfortunately, Gen G were just too deep already into Reject and couldn't get the lineup they wanted. I thought maybe wait for Piggy, get the Shiny Prison, get the full combo, but it looks like the combo Reject they're gonna need to go for. He might rely on Gargoyle with that Meteor.
It might be an ult dump here. Sumun's going to use the Gambit ultimate, but everyone on Gen G are looking to make the offensive move first. Lasher going down. That means the Invisible Boundary not going to be in play here on the side of Reject, but Gen G, it doesn't matter if any of them go down because they have Bobo with the Karmic Revival, and Reject are still going to lose out in this fight. Gargoyle is going to look for different adjustments to make a different way in. Bobo does get forced to use the Cocoon, but Gen G still have that Karmic Revival. Reject were not able to force it out, and now Lasho coming in, respawned and ready to try to fight one more time, needs to get so much value out of this Invisible Boundary, but Skittles is there to try to shut it down. And Skittles, I gotta give a shout out to him really quickly, right? Throughout the entirety of this playoffs, he has been consistent in stealing the enemy Gambit's ultimate. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to pull it off here this time around, but Seunghoon needs to be very careful to stay out of the line of sight of Skittles.
Oh, there it is. They finally got that combo going off. Brownie does manage to shred through, take Zenstari, but Born Again.
Almost gone.
No, it gets cancelled. There it is. They don't get the Karmic Revival off, which is massive value right now as we see the Shredder arrive right there from Yaki in that combo. The best friends of the X-Men right now teaming up to shred through. Finally, after 3 minutes, they finally get momentum, but this is it. They're on Final Fight territory. They're trying to turn around Ambulance Avenue. They're trying to take it to the subway, but they only have 20 seconds to pull it off. Gen G, they got the portal open from FMCL. Do they need it? Are they going to use it? Looks like we're going to open up the Pentagram of Ferala and see if we can get Sorcerers up in here.
Piggy still has the Strangling Prison. Duep's able to find value. Shout out to Bobo, switches over to the Gambit so that Skittles is able to use God of Mischief to copy it. And Piggy now uses the Strangling Prison, but all of his friends are gone. Nowhere to be seen. Portal needs to be channeled quickly, and now Gargoyle is going to try to do it, but is it going to be enough time? Because right now the timer goes to 0, the time runs slow, and Reject get full held.
caught them off guard on a map they haven't played in a while. This was Gen G literally playing a game before we even walked out of spawn, which now means they have a fairly, on paper, of course, not in reality, not in Wanda's reality, not in Doctor Strange's Multiverse of Madness reality, easy push, but we'll see what Reject can do. Maybe they can hold as well. They can definitely run triple if they want. However, they do have Cyclops Wolverine open, which means they can really shred through whatever composition Gen G throws at them. But Gen G's on attack, they're going to switch it up a little bit, maybe bring out something different, which means now they can actually use what they saved, Dan. They can finally bring out the double Royal Flush combo, and that is hard to defend against.
It's going to be so hard for Reject. They're going to have to, at the very least, put Brownie on the Adam Warlock because of how much distance Reject only were able to get for themselves. They're going to have to play every single fight perfectly. Make sure that Brownie stays alive and is able to get the Adam Warlock ultimate down as soon as possible to make sure that Reject, if a lot of their members do go down, they still have that safety net of the Karmic Revival. But we're going to have to see how they're going to be able to approach this. Piggy, Yaki, and Gargoyle need to take as much damage as possible without getting knocked out so that these strategists can get those ultimates and match the tempo that Gen G are about to throw at them.
We're going to find out. Tempo, everybody raise your volume right now. I don't know, those who are sitting in their seats right now, you better be leaning forward. You better be locked in. You better get ready right now because we might witness some more action here right now. 3:42 on the clock. You got to be very careful as Piggy is building up everything they can. Land in those Thorn Slash walls. Ironwood Wall could be available in very much time. But right now, there's a lot of damage that's pouring into Piggy. But good strategic presence coming out from I spoke too soon. FMCL is an absolute demon.
Oh my god.
Look at him absolutely single out Piggy and then absolutely throw Sungwoon upstairs and take him away from the team. What are you doing right now? One by one they're falling and they're moving already past a corner. They held Reject that for 3 minutes. We're already at Ambulance Avenue.
Skittles is going to be the dagger here. He's already gotten access to the God of Mischief. One copy onto Salvation could be the final nail in the coffin for Reject here on Midtown. There they go. Their rushdown is good. No one on Reject have their ultimates online in time. Blastro goes down at 99%. Gen G are just running over Reject. Reject have no momentum. They have no gas. Gen G should be able to just get themselves cruising into match and series point.
With a celebratory strangling prison coming out from Zenstar, they secure Midtown, putting themselves back in the lead in this series in a crazy round on Midtown. Look, Dan, we saw it coming. The moment that map popped up, we said we know what they're gonna do. But did Reject know? If we knew, then Reject surely would know. But it is a massive MVP to Skittles. The fire within this lad is insane right now. With such a presence, such a great band draft. Whoever coordinated that, I believe Skittles may be the one behind that one. Definitely the big brain out here. Definitely teaming up. Honestly, this whole team, just in unison. I can't even say it. Like, who's the hard carry? The role is shared amongst all 6 of them. Who's the big brain? That's all 6 of them. Right now, they are one unit, and that is the key to Marvel Royale's victory. Right now, Reject, they did show that. Last game, they took a map of GG. They broke the streak. But you can't just break the streak. You gotta build your own.
I mean, you talked about it, right? Gen G, their game plan was already established before they went into the ban draft, right? They tried to get access to the Loki, and Reject, you could say, had a little bit of an oversight there. They decided to ban the Rocket Raccoon second when they did have an option to take away the Loki. And Gen G, it really seemed like they were completely okay with it. That just meant that they were able to get the first save onto the Loki, which means that Adam Warlock will be able to be functionable inside of Gen G's composition. And Reject kind of just, yeah, you might be right here. Reject might have just forgotten what Gen G really wanted to go for. And Gen G, with that triple with the Adam Warlock and the Loki, there's just nothing that Reject could do. The only way Reject could have made this map competitive was to go fast, try to eliminate that Adam Warlock, eliminate the Loki as soon as possible. But Reject, because they were not able to do it, it just got harder and harder and harder for Reject to win any fight.
I have a suggestion, and it's absolutely terrible. Can you lock out the Adam Warlock? You know they're gonna play it. You know they're going to build towards it. You know it's literally going to buy them minutes. The question is, can Reject figure out a different band draft to take on Gen G? They have map choice now. Do they have a map maybe they can catch Gen G off guard with? Hey, if Gen G can do it, Reject can too. We're talking about the best in the Pacific, and we'll be back more very shortly.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Well, after dropping map number 2 to Reject, a massive bounce back for Gen G on Midtown, and we need to take a moment to really set the stakes here. Gen G now on match point, standing at 2-1 over Reject. If they are able to take map number 4 here, they will qualify for the grand finals in this bracket, but they will also be the first team at Ignite to punch their ticket to the mid-season finals international LAN. A lot on the line here, and a big bounce back for them. Really kind of all started at the draft screen.
Oh, go to map choice. Wakanda. Let's go.
Okay. Usually in map 4, because the game modes are reset, so right now Reject have a lot of different options that they want to go for in this next map, whether it be domination, convoy, convergence. They go for convergence here. Definitely a very interesting choice here. Most of the time it's usually a domination map, but Reject definitely looking to throw a little bit of a curveball here.
Yeah, their map choices this series have been interesting because we had a pretty similar reaction to Heart of Heaven back on map 2, and that was the map that Reject took over Gen G. So again, going back into Reject territory here, definitely interested to see if that will kind of turn the tides. But yeah, it feels like Gen G walked away from that that band draft with so much potential. They took a lot of advantage of it, and like you guys were talking about, Gen G just built that momentum so quickly, and it became so much more difficult for Reject to take any team fight wins the longer that match went on.
I mean, you gotta give a shout out to Gen G utilizing the ban draft to perfection. They weren't really banning in terms of trying to restrict what Reject wanted to go for. They really approached the ban draft with their own team identity in mind, right? Try to get priority on the Loki to try to get that secured for themselves. And Reject, it just felt like they kind of got lost in the sauce there. Reject, they wanted to try to limit the resources that Gen G wanted for themselves. But then as they got deeper and deeper into that ban drive, it just felt like Reject were just like, where did our options go? What happened? We got Gambit, but that was about it.
Options are nice, cool, but we're on Jalia. A certain man woke up on this map a few seasons ago. I want Blade. I'm looking at you, FMCL. I want Blade. I've had enough of waiting. I've been asking since we played Bloodhunt when the game came out. W Bloodhunt, W Devs making fun game modes. Shout out, that was such a cool mode. I want more. But I want Blade. He woke up on this map, and I want JG to wake the Blade up one more time, please. All right, look. There's aura. There's aura if you play Blade and secure yourself a land spot. Come on, man. Come on. It writes itself.
I mean, it would be the flashiest way possible, but we're gonna have to see, because right now I'm looking at the feed, right? Gen G are on the defense first. Reject choose to be on the attacking side. Does that switch up how they approach the ban draft? Do they want to try to go in swinging and get as far as possible, and then find ways to stave away Gen G from doing the very same thing? But this is where it all comes down to. It's the ban draft. Gen G, we talked about it, right? They approached this ban draft to try to figure out their team identity. They got exactly what they wanted on Midtown. Can they pull off the same here in Holojalia?
Ooh, low-key ban, okay. A little bit different, but following suit, surely it's going to be the Gambit protect for themselves. Gen G never going to walk away without a Gambit. That's for Salvation. That's for Skittles. That's definitely for all of us watching at home, enjoying the good old Royal Flushes. It's crazy. It's actually completely shifted. Mantis is the priority ban so far in the Pacific. We're letting Gambit through. Rocket?
Why,
okay.
Where's the Loki ban, Reject? That was probably one of the big reasons why you guys lost out in that map on Midtown. Both sides are going to take away the Luna Snow, so none of that anti-dive option available. Not a lot of extra damage as well. But Gen G, yep, there it is. Loki saved. Gambit Loki. The devastation of a death of 1,000 cuts. Maybe 2,000 cuts if you count the second deck of cards that Loki could provide for Gen G. And Reject, you're going to have to hit the emergency button. Just take away things that enable this Gambit and the Loki. They saved the Rocket Raccoon one-sided, but again, Gen G are able to sneak away with Gambit, Loki, and Star-Lord.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that is insanely stacked. That is a dangerous ban drop.
Yaki Spider-Man, we gotta talk about this for a second.
Okay. Alright, lads. What's going on here? Okay. Let's talk a hypothetical scenario for a second, Dan. Let's take ourselves out of the game for a moment, okay? Where are we at in Pacific playoffs? If Gen G win this map, they've locked themselves into the mid-season finals. Where does that leave Reject? How have they performed against the other two teams? Right now, we've seen the Pacific. We've seen the skill levels. We've seen the matchups, but we're cursed with 3 O's or 3 1s. We haven't had map 5. Moments like this, I wonder to myself, has Reject accepted fate? Or are they going to bring something magical here? Okay, luckily, Spider-Man's gone. We scared us for a little bit, but he's gone.
Wow. Okay, I'm a little surprised Gen G are not running the Gambit just yet. They're going to put Salvation onto the Invisible Woman. I guess to, at the very least, bunker down here up in this high ground that everyone on Gen G are just, stacked up together. And it does seem like Reject looking to go for a more dive style of play. It just feels like Gen G might have read the book a little bit on what Reject wanted to go for. Putting Piggy on the Angela, Gargoyle onto the Venom, Yaki on the Daredevil, and this Invisible Woman just rises in value because of the amount of options you have with the Force Physics to try to isolate either one of these dive players. And so far, Gen G are looking to bunker down so well. FMCL also on the Daredevil means that he's able to identify where Reject are at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we're going to identify that the timer is also going down and nobody's contesting because Gen G's high ground is just an insane bunker comp right now. It is not letting Reject get space. But speaking of space right now, we'll hopefully see some Meteor action if Duep can maybe build up that charge. Right now, they almost caught out Piggy, but Piggy's going to get a big bulk of healing coming out from Sunghun. There's a moment right there if we can see the amp drop. Yep, see is coming out from Sunghun. That's going to be big if Bobo lands the optic blast. Gets one, taking out Piggy right there. But Piggy did manage to take another on their way down. Already to the strange portal is going to be Gen G with Duep charging up the pentagram. But Zensari takes out Yaki as well. They do stall it up. But Reject's capturing so fast already. 2 ticks away. They need that portal now.
Zensari is able to find 2 with the skewer, but is not able to find any eliminations. Brownie's Ruby Rage does not get the value that he wanted. Is able to part the Gen G C as FMCL goes in with the Devil out. Is able to find 2. Zenstar is there to team it up. Lastro gets brought right back. But with the Gambit ultimate being expended, Reject just run out of gas.
Running out of gas is not the answer here, but there it is. Reject now have a minute left in the bank to try and do. This was their map. They chose this map. They felt confident they could get further, but right now they got one last chance here. But marked already, FMCL. This is just insane. This is a map so good for Daredevil.
No.
Honestly, if they could have gone for a one-sided Daredevil for Yaki, it would have been the advantage. They would have locked out all the vision Gen G could have scoured for. But nonetheless, they're going to have to roll with the hand they've been dealt here. Gargoyle does have a chance to bring out a massive feast here. Piggy is close to Heavenfall. If they can combo that, they might be able to chomp the strat line for Gen G.
I'm a little scared right now for Reject. Look at how low their ultimate economy is. Gen G have a lot of different safety nets at their disposal. And Reject, you're going to have to pull something out of the hat here, because right now this is a very tough situation to be in. Heaven's Retribution is going to find multiple members. The Invisible Boundary is going to be used in response, and that's going to be a trade of ultimates for Reject. But can they find even more? Duep goes in with the eye, is able to find one, and the rest of Reject are just going to be fragmented for the rest of this fight. 7 seconds left on the timer. Is there anyone there to touch? Gargoyle needs to go right in. Is at the very least able to trigger overtime, but is there more for Reject?
It definitely is, because Brandy's got the Pentagram of Ferala winding up right now, which should mean the rest of them will be there. Lastra goes for some bubbles to get the absolute power from those bubbles to get the speed going. Oh my gosh, they denied the revival right there. Overtime still ticking down, and now Optic Blast is going. Amp is nullified right now. Maybe another Hydro Moto could be in Duep's arsenal, but we're going to have to build to it for now. Eldritch Rip is swinging. We see the Angela slashing. Boyo's getting one, lasering Piggy down. Sanguine falls to the Maelstrom of Madness right there, and Zenstar takes out Brownie. What an insane hold for Gen G. This is looking dire for Reject.
Yeah, no, Reject looked so doomed going into that final fight. Their ultimate economy was in the absolute gutter. Gen G had the upper hand there. Skittles with the God of Mischief, Salvation with the Invisible Boundary. They were willing to, at the very least, spend a little bit of those ultimates, because Reject, all they had was Gargoyle's Feast of the Abyss and Piggy's Heaven's Retribution. And when Piggy went for it with the Heaven's Retribution, it was immediately traded out by Salvation on the Invisible Boundary. And Reject, with less and less of those options, Gen G were clearly in the driver's seat. They get the full hold down. And now Reject, again, in a very similar position from back in Midtown. They're going to have to play these fights perfectly if they want to stay alive, and at the very least, get the easy way into the mid-season finals, maybe.
No! Sorry. Zensari hovered the thing. I got excited. Thought it was Ben Grimm time. Unfortunately, not Ben Grimm time. I'm a sad cap. I just want my Mr. Fantastical Ben Grimm out here from the Fantastics, but that's okay. You got a game to win. You got a land spot to secure. This is the beautiful thing right now. Gen G are currently all playing from China right now. Playing away from home. Well, Bobo is at home. Bobo's chilling. Salvation's chilling.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, just around the corner from home. But nonetheless, this is what they want. They are literally, officially, 83% of a point away from the mid-season finals. Can they lock it in?
We'll see. Can they make their grand return onto the international stage? It's literally right in front of them. 83% separates Gen G from a land spot. Can they get it done? Gen G looking to swarm all over Reject. How is Reject positioning here? They're looking to try to bunker down, try to spread out maybe. But right now the front line is already gone. Gargoyle is going to get exploded by Duep, and this is already bad news. We're already 40% of the way there, Liger.
And it's already bad news. It's already old news, because it is officially gone in favor of Gen G right here. There may be some last straggling hopes, and it's just too much pressure coming from Gen G, who have secured themselves into the grand finals of the Pacific Playoffs, which means they've also secured themselves to a spot representing the Pacific in the mid-season finals.
That just felt like an easy walk in the park for Gen G towards the tail end. Those last two maps, they were able to get the full holds down and just cruise their way into the international stage. Welcome back, Gen G. Welcome back, Chopper Mag. Whatever way you recognize this team, because they are so back. And I feel like the entirety of OCE, the entirety of Pacific are definitely rejoicing that Gen G are back.
Woo. Now, we already know what's about to happen. Okay, I'm calling it right now, Dan. Vaudible's making the Twitter post right now, officially announcing Gen G has qualified. Thank you, Vaudible. Everybody follow Vaudible on Twitter. Now, Gen G have officially won and locked themselves in the grand finals. And a crazy, crazy map pool that they absolutely decimated on here. But we gotta rewind. We gotta rewind. Map 2, whoa, insane. So good of Reject. Like, breaking the streak, bringing out absolutely everything in their arsenal. Honestly, I would be very surprised if they didn't also secure themselves a land spot at the end of tomorrow. But there are still 2 demons who will fight tonight. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, now Reject are going to have to get sent down to the lower bracket. They're going to have to await who they're going to be playing up against. It's either going to be XOXO01 or Zero Tenacity, which is going to be the next best of 5 series that we're going to be covering here tonight. But right now, Reject, it really felt like the only times they were able to stay alive in those maps, in those fights, were off of clutches. I mean, all eyes are on Brownie doing so much work for Reject to stay alive, getting those key eliminations onto the backline of Gen G to try to stall out what Gen G's game plan was. But it just felt like in those final 2 maps, Reject just completely disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about the draft already a lot. Gen G's draft IQ through the roof in this series for sure. But yeah, it was just Reject backs against the wall, forced to play in that clutch over and over again, like you said, Dan, and it just can't be sustainable for that team. And you see it happen. They have the mid-air break up there on Hall of Djalia. And, you know, for a moment, maybe a little bit of progress, but Gen G just get that forward pressure, pedal to the metal, and it is all over in seconds for them. Now down into the lower bracket, not out of the tournament quite yet, but of course that does mean Gen G, the team formerly known as Chopper Mag, their story continues with yet another international LAN in the near future for them. A huge win, and no doubt they are definitely got a lot to celebrate, and we'll hear from them in just a little bit here. But yeah, what a big win here for Gen G. But credit where credit is due, Reject did also break that seemingly impossible to break map win streak for Gen G.
Look, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a chat with somebody from Gen G. I'll tell you what, I don't think they're going to treat this as a win. Yes, they won, but they are so self-critical of themselves, and they did lose a map. Their mantra is no maps lost. Their goals are to take on teams the like of Team Liquid Citadel, the likes of Swamp Gaming, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro. That is their goal, to take on those teams. They were a team that came top 5th/6th in grand finals last year. And they're a team now locked back into mid-season finals. A team that also did come 5th/6th with half their roster back in mid-season last year as well. This is a team that has something to prove, and finally a chance, an opportunity to bring their entire full roster to the LAN stage is what we are hoping they can all make it to the location of mid-season finals. We do not know what's in store, but we do know they still have one more match in Pacific playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to go off of a little bit of a history lesson, right? We know that Gen G as a team are able to, at the very least, take over against like the mid/lower end teams over in the Americas and EMEA sides, or at least what we've been seeing in the grand finals last year. I'm sure they're going to be able to replicate that, but right now the big question is, can they go toe-to-toe with some of the best of the best, like you mentioned, Lager, like Team Liquid Citadel, Swamp Gaming, VP, Na'Vi? Are they able to go toe-to-toe at the very least this time around?
Yeah, and you know they gotta be thinking about that next step, of course. They're always looking ahead to the next battle because, yeah, the job is far from over. It's not even over here in just the Pacific region because there is still the grand finals on deck for them tomorrow, and we will shortly find out who is going to take on Reject in the lower bracket finals. But, yeah, you know, that was the big question coming into tonight was Gen G and Reject, both of them still feels like they came in to this third night of the playoffs untested, and now both of them getting some battle tests in for sure, as Reject did not make it a clean sweep for them. But yeah, you know, we did talk a little bit about the no maps dropped mantra for Gen G, and you know, the Chiefs have given them a run for their money on some maps too throughout the OCE parts of this Pacific region. But yeah, looking ahead, you know, definitely still some work to be done, still some things to clean up, but Gen G looking as deadly, if not deadlier than ever.
Woo! I can't wait. Cannot wait to get
was,
in and figure it all out.
we were hyped for so many months, and we got exactly what we wanted. Although maps 3 and 4 were a little bit one-sided in favor of Gen.G, at the very least, we know that Reject definitely have some firepower in the tank, especially from what we saw in map number 2. And if we saw map 2 for every single map, oh my goodness, I feel like Twitter would absolutely explode because of it.
Ooh, that would be gorgeous. You know, the beautiful thing is our region, we're known for some crazy lower bracket finals, so I think some of the best sets are just in store for us. We got so much in store.
Yeah, plenty of action still left here in this playoff bracket. But before we continue with that action, we do need to hear from Gen.G, see what the team is feeling like. We've got one member on the line here, gonna get our questions in and find out how they are feeling about this win. Bobo, hello, welcome
Bobo.
in, my friend. Congratulations on the big win. You guys are going to the mid-season finals. How are you feeling?
Happy? Just chill. The job is not finished. That's all.
I'm not finished yet.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we needed. Just a quick question, right? You guys lost map number 2 to Reject. Did that scare you guys a little bit, or were you guys able to just recover and then, you know, pick yourself up again?
Like map 2, I think just our comp and our ban pick is bad on defense. Like we should just go invis. I think we just test, like just try, because in Scream we never pick this map. That we will practice more this map. Nah, that's all. No, nevers. Just fail again. I know our team is best.
Okay. Well,
Liger's got.
You know, okay, I got a question, Bubba. I got a question.
Liger's just stunned. He's just like, oh my goodness,
I got a
Gen.G are
good
back.
one. Okay, I got a good one. Okay. Bubba, of course, you guys have now locked yourselves into the grand final. Oh, sorry, yeah, but yeah, to the grand finals and to the mid-season finals.
There you go.
I got a question. You on the stage, of course. You were on the stage at the grand finals last year. You said a message to the world. Maybe. Do you have another message to the world today?
Buy Gen.G button and trust us. Like we can, like I think we are like good team, American team and European team, like VP, Team Liquid, we are same level team. Just because our ping is bad on online, so we can't improve us. Like people always say OC region or just bad, but I think we are same level. Just trust us.
Yeah, I mean, definitely nice to see you guys play on ping for sure. There's one more match tonight. It's XOXO01 versus Zero Tenacity. Do you think one of those teams can beat Reject, or do you think you guys will see Reject again in the grand finals?
I think they are like close. I think it's very close, like Z10 and XO and Reject. I think maybe Reject just higher than a little bit. I think just watch what they play. Like XO is good on dive comp, and Z10 is good at like Wolverine Cyclops, and I think Reject can play all comp. Just watch how they ban pick, like what map and what ban pick. I think will very wonderful this match. Yes, I will watch.
Yeah, Cinema for sure, and Cinema in this matchup with Gen.G and Reject. Bobo, thank you so much. Obviously not the last time we are going to talk to you. Good luck tomorrow, and we can't wait to see you guys back on the LAN stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you heard it there. Job's not finished. No surprise. We expected Gen.G
I
to
feel
go
like
with that thought.
every time we talk to Bobo, he says something absolutely inspirational. It's gotten me hyped. It's gotten the entirety of Gen.G hyped.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like we expected Gen.G to be back in at the very least the international stage, but it's finally happened. We talked about it, right? Can they go toe-to-toe against some of Asia's best? And so far, it has been a resounding yes.
Yeah, definitely has not disappointed at all. Reject able to break that insane map win streak for Gen G, so not unscathed, but Gen G will be the first team to punch their ticket to the mid-season finals. We have one more match on deck tonight. We gotta find out who will be facing Reject in the lower bracket finals tomorrow night. It's XOXO01 versus Zero Tenacity right on the other side of this break.
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, it's official. Gen G are the first team here in Marvel Rivals Ignite to qualify to the mid-season finals, but the paction is not over yet. It's going to be a double dose of XOXO01 and Zero Tenacity as they are going to take the battlefield, crossing swords for the third time here in Stage 1. But guys, the stakes are a lot different here in this matchup. Tournament lives on the line for both of them. How do we feel about this one?
As an XO01 Glazer, a little bit worried, but I mean, to be fair, historically, XO have won every single encounter so far, right? Back in the group stage, XO were able to narrowly defeat Z10 2-1, and then coming into playoffs, we saw them play in the upper brackets back in day number 1 of playoffs, where XO came out on top 3-1 against Z10. And XO, man, I feel like this is an absolute glow up from what we saw back in preseason. Having Dobie all the way at the end as their coach here in XOXL1, this team looks so much cleaner now that they have a coach helping them out.
Oh yeah, like this, they accelerated in this dive meta we just had. They got them so much to a different level. They got to another level. They were able to scrim better teams, get better themselves, and adapt to this new meta, which is kind of like a little bit of a hybrid poke, little bit of dive, you know, sort of. It's really a meta where like a lot of different compositions can be played. We are not talking about the same picks carrying each game. You got Star-Lord, you got Phoenix, you got Bucky, you got absolute things like Ultron, and Mantis is our most banned, and there's Loki, Gambit, Rogue, Cap, Venom, all these picks. We used to say, oh yeah, wrap it up, Devil Dinosaur, Black Cat. Oh yeah, wrap it up, Elsa. Now we have so many different things, and XOXO is a team that are bringing them to the table, bringing different things, bringing exciting different compositions. But Z10, on the other hand, they are a team that have been consistent for a longer period of time. A team that has always been in the podium finish position, and they are definitely here to be marvelous as well. You got Marvel on the team, of course. You got Eggsy, who is a star-studded duelist in the scene right now, who many believe, including CB, shout out CB, that should make it to the land stage as well, and has something to prove and to show one of our best marksmen in the Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are very serious threats here. And of course, in the previous encounters, it has been EXO all throughout Stage 1 that have taken Zero Tenacity to task. So Z10 gonna be looking for their get back here in this matchup. And yeah, you're 100% right, Liger. You know, the field of compositions is pretty wild here. And a team like XOXO01 can definitely take advantage of that because they play pretty wild too. They've delivered a lot since day number 1, where kind of my question for them was, what are they going to do differently here in this meta where dive may not be the outright strongest? Like you said, a little bit of a hybrid, some poke and some dive up in the mix. The answer for them a lot of the time has been run the old tricks, everything that they have done in the playbook before, and it's really worked out in their favor. It brought them this far, but now the question is, in matchup number 3 here in Stage 1 between these two teams, can Z10 turn the tables and move on to face Reject next?
I mean, we've seen the adaptations coming in from XOXO01 coming into playoffs, right? We talked about it just now, right? Dive has taken a slight step back. We saw more brawl, some more rushdown compositions being more prevalent, especially with the fact that Mantis has been so far the more contested first ban, which means that Gambit is being more allowed, and both teams definitely have been utilizing that Gambit very, very well. I mean, historically, XO, they do like to run the dive competition, but when dive competition doesn't really work out, they are not afraid to rebound to things more meta, more of that different adjustment style of play that XO have done in the past, way back last year in 2025. And so far, XO are looking to do something very, very similar.
I mean, what are we thinking here, lads? What are we thinking could happen here in this matchup? This is crazy. We're talking about a team that's about to get sent away in 4th. That is tough. That is very tough for themselves right now.
That's a good shout.
This is Elimination Station. Yep.
This is a good shout. XO, fun fact, they have gotten 4th place in every single Ignite tournament. All the way back in 2025 Stage 1 Asia. They placed 4th.
Hold on.
Stage 2, placed 4th. Preseason, placed 4th. And now coming in here, can they break it?
So you're telling me we got another streak to break?
Is that what's we got another one.
We do.
XO need to get out of 4th place purgatory.
Okay. All right, well, that's up to Z10 to keep it alive.
For me, it's hard to imagine one of these teams being sent home in 4th place, right? You know, EXO has had kind of the performance of their careers here in Stage 1, and they've really made themselves out to be a threat, a team that I could legitimately see on the land stage, but you can say the exact same thing for Zero Tenacity too. A very hard-working team that has taken some big wins, put the entirety of Pacific on notice in this bracket through all the way back in preseason as well. So, I mean, you know, it is tough for me to imagine a midseason finals without either of these teams. But in this matchup right here, like you said, Liger, Elimination Station, the bell tolls for one of them, and we are gonna have to say goodbye. But that's kind of the question here. Have Z10 seen enough of EXO in this current meta to find a way around their tricks, or is it gonna be EXO, like you said, finally breaking that 4th place streak and going on for that top 3 matchup against Reject?
Oh, whichever way it goes down to, it's gonna be a good ending for both of these teams, right? Zero Tenacity, we saw them in playoffs so far, right? They're starting to struggle a little bit, it feels like, right? Some of those picks that Zero Tenacity really wanted to go for, some of those team compositions that Z10 wanted to go for, just did not work out in their favor, right? All eyes, you gotta talk about Jerry for a little bit, right? He has been struggling on the dive duelist, things like the Daredevil most notably, and Zero Tenacity, thankfully, were able to adjust a little bit, right? Put Jerry on more of those hit scan characters, and then Eggsy could also play alongside Jerry with another hit scan hero, but we've seen Eggsy play the Wolverine as well, which has been very, very good for him, at least in the last year.
Listen, it's going to be Operation Ban Cyclops for Eggsy. You just can't let it through. You cannot let it through right now. That is the focal point. You know what you need to do. Do not make the same mistakes other teams have made. Shut that man down. Put him back in the prison before he was released to this game. Get him out of here. Sorry, Moon Girl. No one's breaking you out. You're not reuniting with Devil Dinosaur. Cyclops is going back into the mine prison. Fortunately, Phoenix will have to try again later. But that is the key. Shut that down. Don't let Wolverine through. But I gotta say, Gamba Loki was crazy last set. That could be something that teams need to watch for as well. It is too pivotal. It's too powerful to let that slide again.
It's like that's the tough part right now, right? You're in the shoes as your XO, I feel like, right? You want to get more priority on the Loki and the Gambit, but you also want to think about how you want to shut down Eggsy, right? On those hit scan heroes. We saw EXO do that back in the group stage, right? EXO definitely put a lot of emphasis on shutting down Eggsy. They took away things like the Phoenix, the Star-Lord, but now with Cyclops in play, it gets a lot more difficult for EXO to try to find ways to shut it down. But here in the ban draft, we'll see if EXO definitely do take that route, or do they want to go for a more defensive approach, right? Try to figure out this ban draft so that they're able to get some sort of team identity down on their end.
Dan, I have a question, I have a concern.
Okay.
Do you think it's been discussed, it's been theorized, it's been suggested, do we see a Spider-Man ban?
We have seen it. We have seen it when they played against Gen G, right? XO1, they did not get access to the Spider-Man for only one map, and it felt like XO were able to get access to it, but Gen G were just able to shut it down time and time again. I wouldn't see it here just yet, here in the first map. Maybe if it becomes a problem for Z10, we may start seeing the Spider-Man banned even more. But right now, Z10, they don't really go for the Spider-Man. They instead go more defensive, right? Get the save onto the White Fox. Something that EXO have been doing, but Z10 do both options. They save the White Fox so that they have anti-dive options, and then shut down the comfort of Sungjuk Woo, and now look what it's done for them. They at least get away with the Rogue and Gambit team up, but Sungjuk Woo is still definitely working on that Rogue pick.
All right, I cannot believe I called that. I'm so impressed right now that they went for that. That is clutch from Z10. That's you know what? We're going straight for the jugular.
I had a feeling it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen right off the get-go, which, in hindsight, does make a little bit of sense, as we see a 1-for-1 trade overall. Sungjuk Woo for Jerry. Jerry goes down on the Daredevil. I mean, okay, we saw that time and time again, but back to what I was talking about, right? Zero Tenacity, when they played against XOXO1, the playoffs, XOXO1 played the Spider-Man all 4 maps, and it just felt like Zero Tenacity at times were a little bit flustered by it. And now Jerry finally is able to find a pick onto Zeta. Well, with no one getting control of the mission area, Zero Tenacity can at least breathe a little bit easier now that they don't have to deal with the Spider-Man.
Okay, all right. Well, we got a little bit of Deadpool v Deadpool. The Vanpools are out here today. That's what we want to see. Everybody throwing haymakers at each other right now. We got to see if it's enough firepower. Both these teams are evenly matched. Jerry's taking a little bit of damage on the Daredevil. Got to be very careful, Jerry, on the Daredevil. We don't want to see that end badly for you. But Gonna be Marvel taking a bit of pressure as well off from Zeta. Rebound, Cosmic Blast! Oh, the Optic! Legend! Eggsy! My goodness, do not let this man play Cyclops! You gotta target that out right now. But that's just gonna be a clean fight win for Z10.
Are they able to keep the stagger train going? They're putting a lot of focus onto Olympus, and they're able to get that done. EXO gonna have to wait a couple more seconds because that's gonna give Zero Tenacity more room on the percentage points here. And with Creative having access to the Raging Royal Flush, is able to match what Felix wants to do, because EXO right now, the game plan is simple. Use the Raging Royal Flush, try to get a retake going, but Creative is the one that initiates it.
All right, initiation as Jerry is swinging those truncheons, right? Unfortunately, the map is not your friend, as Zeta is on the legs right now, absolutely getting away from Jerry trying to catch them, but nonetheless, they're only trying to buy some time to just keep up their capture presence. I gotta say, Dan as well, gotta just keep an eye out right now. Lonely Fields has the Optic Blast. It's gonna go off right there, but they're gonna deny that damage with Wendy with a perfectly timed Kumiho to be able to protect the team, but they do lose Eggsy in the slush of it all. But it's going to have to be enough for them to try and keep on contesting, keep on pressure, so that they keep their percentage climbing right now. XOXO needs to really activate. They're going to use the Freedom Charge for now. Maybe they'll have a chance to let the Devil out to try and get more firepower. But for now, Soko's going to Banhammer and nullify that presence and deny them power. But Lonely Feels hits the insane rebound right there, taking out Eggsy. Just got back from spawn, was already taken down again.
Yeah. Z10, they really rely on X to do as much damage as possible, but with him going down early in that fight meant that Zero Tenacity just lost out on so much damage. Jerry can't really do a whole lot unless he's sticking onto someone on the side of XOXO1, and it's clearly not going to be enough for Z10 to win out those fights. XO are able to get the flip down, and now how aggressive do XO want to play here? Seongjukwu lets the Devil out to zone away Zero Tenacity, but Zero Tenacity, look at them on their end. They are slightly winning in terms of that race for the Raging Royal Flush. Creative really wants to get it aggressively down. Jerry and Eggsy for sure are going to team up with Creative here.
All right, let's see how the team up all goes off with the Royal Flush into the Devil. Lennon now taking him to court right now. Everybody, the judge is in-house right now. You got to be very, very careful as they absolutely obliterate through that defensive lineup, pushing them back into the corridors they do not want to be in. But Seongjukwu is taken down by Creative. That is the pressure Z10 putting on the gas right there. But XOXO, they're taking a very good fight here, very slow fight. They're building up their charge. But Dan, I see it. Kumihos could be unleashed at any moment, but Optic Blast didn't get the value they needed. But we're going to see Lonely Fields spark off.
But Creative and XC are able to shut it down completely. Soko with the Banhammer, even taking out Felix. JT3 even following suit. Zero Tenacity are able to flip it over. EXO are able to match the percentage points that Z10 got to. But now we're going to be getting closer and closer to this final fight territory. Z10 clearly in the driver's seat in terms of this ultimate economy. Wendy and Marvel could easily just stall out XOXO1's approach here.
Alrighty, Lonely Fields taking out Jerry. Jerry taking out Felix. That's going to be big. Fist of the Abyss coming out as well from Marvel. That's the pressure. That's the power. 92% and climbing. 93%. But hold on a second. It's getting captured back in favor of XOXO, but they're just shy of the last mark, and it times on back down again as overtime triggers in full effect here. Z10 have the advantage. All they need to do is take XO off the mission area right now. And there's only 6 people to work through.
Yeah, Creative goes down at 99%. XO are able to just barely get the flip down. If Creative was able to get the flush down in that fight, that could have meant the fight win for Zero Tenacity because XOXO1 did not have theirs online. But Zero Tenacity, on this retake attempt, they will have access to the Gambit Ultimate one-sided. Zeta's going to try to disrupt it with the Freedom Charge, gets into the back line. Creative is forced to use the Raging Royal Flush. Ace is there as well to provide extra stall. But right now, XO, the plan is simple. Get Felix onto that Raging Royal Flush as soon as possible. But if Olympio's going down, that's a huge amount of damage going on XO.
Huge amount of damage to the 99 to 99 to overtime. Wendy.
Wait.
Unfortunately, doesn't get the full value from the Kumiho. It's going to be nullified a bit there by Seongjukwu, but it's going to be Soko who does manage to get the Banhammer off, enabling potentially time to take Seongjukwu. They do get Seongjukwu out. Over time, is flipping back in favor of Z10. Is there still a contest from XOXO? They're fast. They got Assassin's Charge. JT3 could make it. Zeta as well, but it's just a bit too tough right now. Waiting for the mark, waiting for the moment. Do they get the last one? They do. And Z10 capture it.
there was a moment there where XOXO1 could have ran away with that fight, but Zero Tenacity just barely were able to claw their way back. Jerry, thankfully, was able to get, at the very least, a ton of value by getting access to the backline of XOXO1, where it was able to rip them apart alongside Marvel on the Venom, and Zero Tenacity, by the skin of their teeth, were able to secure the first round. It got to 99-99, and this is what we wanted to see from both of these teams. There's a lot of history between these two, at the very least here in Stage 1. And historically also as well, right? Zero Tenacity have consistently won out in these domination style of game modes against XO01. So in a sense, Zero Tenacity, a little bit unsurprising that they were able to win out here in round 1, but are they able to stick the landing here in round 2? Because so far, they are consistent in winning out these domination rounds. But XO definitely made a run for their money.
Alrighty, 20 seconds till the missionary unlocks here. But high ground is the route for Z10, so they're going to try and rotate here. Maybe get an angle advantage. If they can line up Jerry in the right spot, Eggsy as well, they'll be able to stage a clean optic blast. But for now, it's going to be Felix who's going to just rush XOXO first on. They're going to get point contestation and actually flank Z10 on the high ground here and put the pressure and take out Wendy, Creative, and Soko in the flash of an eye like that. What a clean rotation from the Royal Flush optic combo.
Yeah, I got a little concerned there. Zero Tenacity were doing a great job at disengaging XOXO1's rushdown with the Raging Royal Flush, but Zero Tenacity, as soon as they tried to go for the counter punch, XO were able to find the eliminations in quick succession. Zero Tenacity just were not able to, at the very least, get a counter punch down, right? They had 3 ultimates, but it just felt like Zero Tenacity, at that point, they realized, hey, this fight might be a little cooked. Let's just hit the reset button and then look for a different opportunity when XO don't have the Gambit ultimate.
Alrighty, shield up on the Vibranium captain himself right there. Zetha taking out Eggsy. That's the pressure, 23%. I've got to talk real here, Dan. It's looking pretty good so far for XOXO. They got the lead, they got the advantage, they got ults that are down, but they're going to exhaust a lot of the resources from Z10 here if Z10 want to capture it. Down goes Jerry, Alone Fields gets the pick there. Now they're going to have to force Creative to use the Royal Flush, but on the flank is Wendy, who takes out Ace in return. The White Fox differential goes off in their favor. But now we have Alone Fields around, rotating, trying to build up their Optic Blast, but it's going to be Zeta who's going to help them with a bit of a assembling force right there. But Wendy goes for the Kumio Unleash, mix it up with a Banhammer directly onto Felix, shutting them down. Sungjaku falls as well. With a strong stall from XOXO, Z10 do manage to flip it back in their favor. As, you know, XOXO still did get a good, nice 70% chunk here.
Hey, they got to the funny number. They did it. I think XOXO won. They did a great job at stalling enough so that they're able to get as much percentage points as possible, right? They knew that the fight was lost. It was just a matter of, can you stay alive as long as possible on the mission area before it hands over to Zero Tenacity as they start to charge up on their end. But look at this ultimate economy. Zero Tenacity, they invested so much to get the point flipped over. Now with Felix getting closer and closer to that Raging Royal Flush, Zero Tenacity either need to disengage completely or find a way to shut down Felix quickly.
Ooh, shutting them down with the big nine-tailed fox right there. You got to be smart with the ace, taking them down. Big pressure. Dan, it's looking good. I gotta say, it's looking good right now for XOXO. They do manage to claim 80% right now, which forces Z10 into the final fight territory. Or we could tie this domination map into a 1-to-1 round. We're gonna find out very, very quickly if they can pull it off. Z10 don't have the ultimates to work with. They're gonna try build Creative up as much as possible, which means they need to take damage. They need to take damage right now so that Creative can get those heals and build up that Royal Flush.
Ideally, XOXO win this fight economically so that they have a bit of ultimates to work with when it comes to round number 3. But Alone Phils and Felix team up together. What is the strongest ultimate combination? Raging Royal Flush with the Galactic Legend just cuts down Creative. Ace is able to slash down Marvel. Soko is able to, at the very least, respond with a pick onto Alone Phils, but it's too little too late. XOXO will bring us to a third and deciding round within map number 1.
1-to-1. Okay. I mean, we wanted it. We wanted it. We're talking about teams who want to fight for third right now, don't want to get knocked out at fourth. They want to make sure they keep themselves in the running, make it to tomorrow, the final day of Pacific Playoffs. That is their goal. This is the final set of the night.
Yep.
30 seconds left till those doors open to see who's going to get their first map in this best of 5 series, though. I gotta say, it's looking pretty good so far, Dan. I'm very impressed with Z10 and XOXO. They've made it so far. They've worked so hard, gone through all of Asia group stage, made it here to the Pacific playoffs, and they're here to say, we want this. Z10 want to prove they're still a top team in the region, and XOXO want to knock on the door and say, hey, we are here.
Alright, coming into this first fight though. Z10, all eyes on creative. He's at 90% with the Raging Royal Flush. XO don't really have that much of an answer. The only thing they can really do is get aggressive as possible, try to pressure creative to the point where he doesn't find an angle to use that Raging Royal Flush. As a Seongjuk Woo, that he might be the solution in terms of trying to get that aggression down onto creative, but XO can't really get there in time. Creative is charging up the Gambit ult, and they're going to use it. Zero Tenacity with the rushdown potential as XE is able to snipe down Felix.
Alright, okay, we see that firepower coming in from Z10 nice and early. They're going to shut down a couple ultimates, shut down a couple presents coming out from XOXO, but capture area still is not in anyone's favor. Z10 going to finally start it up right now. I don't think anyone from EXO can contest. It's going to be Z10 starting up their percentage here on this third and final round of the domination stage, but we're going to see quickly what ultimates will be able to help them. Yeah, Dan, I got to say though, I see the combo. It's looking good. XZ might line it up again.
Yep, XZ does have the Ruby Rage. Wendy also there as well in case things go awry on the side of Zero Tenacity, but he's going to use it aggressively. Jerry goes down again. Seongjuk Woo also goes down as well, so both Daredevils are going to be out of commission. No one going to have access to any sort of wall hack information. And how do both teams decide to navigate this? Zero Tenacity are in the driver's seat, so they can get as aggressive as possible because they have the control of the mission area. XO, they're the ones with the ball in their court as they try to go for the three-point shot.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen for themselves. 30%, 40% in climbing. Right now, big truncheon action coming out from Seongjuk Woo. Oh, taking out Marvel, taking out 5 of Z10, taking the firepower back into XOXO's favor right there. 30% in climbing is what they need, but we've got to figure out how they're going to approach this next fight. They want to get to the high ground, rotate around that Celestial Spire. That's what they need, Dan. They need to claim information so that they can win this next fight against Z10, even if they have the ult disadvantage.
I mean, I'm sure Zero Tenacity have the information that Felix and Alone Phils will be wanting to team up their ultimates together, which means that XOXO1 should be able to get even more percentage points. Zero Tenacity try to go for the counter punch, but with Jerry with the Devil out, but with only the Gambit ultimate and the Deadpool ultimate on XOXO1, they're able to economically win out in this team fight. But right now, Zero Tenacity, they do have retake opportunities, most notably Creative with the Raging Royal Flush. This has been like the ebb and flow between these teams because of how desynced both Gambit's ultimates are. Creative now has the advantage here for Zero Tenacity if they're able to get the rush down complete. But with XO having some of those safety nets, like Alone Phils being able to zone away the rest of Zero Tenacity with the Galactic Legend, or is it going to be Ace with the It's Jeff?
We're going to find out real quick as we go to the Jeff time. Bringing it up right there, scoop it up, see if they can get somebody. But Jerry's going to be taking out Felix. Down goes the Gambit. It's going to have to be interesting to see if they rotate around for the next fight. Jeff time's on out. Creative takes out Ace in return. That's going to be it right there. Seongjuk Woo's down to Eggsy. JT3 revenge play takes out Wendy. And a bit of laser in action coming out from Eggsy as the Optic Blast is online if they need. But they're going to capture it without it. They're going to force EXO again off.
Wow.
But EXO got 50% in that fight. That's insane for them.
Wait, hold on, but they got the exit trade onto Creative, so Creative doesn't have time to charge up his own Raging Royal Flush. That gives Felix a slight opportunity of an advantage here. Now we're looking to see that both Gambit ultimates are going to be somewhat in sync of each other, but it's all going to be up to Felix to try to get advantage of that exit trade onto Creative. But right now, with the Zero Tenacity having control at that point, XO gonna have to look for some sort of retake, and they try to get something with the Feast of the Abyss, but Zeta is not able to find value. But now is gonna set his sights onto Jerry, but he's getting the peel that he needs.
Alrighty, there it is. Akimio unleashed right now with the Unicorn dropping as well. Soko taking out Felix. The resets are there. Oh, this could be big. That's one down. You mentioned it. Felix goes. Soko might be next. It's actually Seongjuk Woo who's next. That means 2 are down. 3 are down from XOXO. It's looking in favor of Z10 as they try to pick off the last few stragglers. Then now is the time.
I don't think they get it.
There's no.
I don't think they did it.
They don't have a Spider-Man.
Wait, JT3.
They can't contest.
JT3 was so
Doesn't
close
make it
to
in time.
He was so close to contesting it, but he went down right before we was able to touch, so no extension of this fight. 8 seconds of overtime will never come to EXO, and Zero Tenacity, they're great at these domination maps, and they are able to convert here in map number 1, but it was tough.
Absolutely tough indeed right there. Ahsoka with the MVP, big on the DP. The Banhammers were so consistent, just targeting through, making sure they could nullify whoever they needed, whether it was Songjiku or Lonely Phils, or even Felix a few times. Probably caught the bad end of that Banhammer way too many times there on Celestial Husk. It allowed them to lock things down and get that value. MVP secured for Soko. That's first map to Z10, everybody. The best of 5 series. They only need 2 more to win and keep on going for tomorrow. XOXO really need to pick a strong map in their favor here. Oh, damn, what's it going to be, man? What do EXO need to pick here? What is their strength?
It's Spider Islands. That's been the default map that EXO really love to go for if they're in this kind of situation, right? Usually they drop the first map. I mean, we saw it happen when they played against Zero Tenacity every single time they played against each other, right? Zero Tenacity always won map number 1, and then EXO bring them to Spider Islands. It's a matter of, hey, Zero Tenacity, they know they're going to Spider Islands. For sure, EXO picks Spider Islands. I would be genuinely surprised if we don't go to Spider Islands. And Zero Tenacity, all eyes are on them, right? How do you approach this next ban draft? Do you still commit the save onto the White Fox? Do you still commit the ban onto Sungjaku Spider-Man? Because so far, it has worked out for them, but that's a lot of investment to try to shut down Sungjuk Woo and the dive composition that EXO want to go for. So now, EXO, what do you do to try to counteract it? Do you try to commit the ban on the White Fox a little bit earlier? Or is it going to be the Spider-Man save finally being brought out for EXO?
Spider-Man save is a very big investment. Curious to see if they need to invest in that now. We obviously know Tokyo 2099, big map, could be the flip that XOXO needs, but we don't know. But we're going to find out after this break.
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, a very tenacious start for Zero Tenacity on a hotly contested Celestial Husk, a team that definitely seems to perform particularly well on domination. So, guys, looking at map number 2, that's kind of my question here. Is this just par for the course for Zero Tenacity, or is this them showing that they are locked in and ready to take this series home?
I mean, we saw that Zero Tenacity usually win out on those domination maps against EXO. All eyes are on EXO though. Where do we go in the map, and also how do we approach the ban draft? We know that EXO really love to play the Spider Islands. We've talked to Sungjok Woo as well, right, in some of those interviews, that they said that Spider Islands is one of their more comfort maps, which was a little bit surprising, right? Back when we saw them in preseason, that comfort map was usually Arako. So big question marks, right? EXO, do they still stick to their comfort of going to Spider Islands? Or do they just throw a wild card? Okay, alright. We got our answer right there. We're going to Central Park instead of Spider Islands.
Yeah,
Very surprising move. Usually it's Convoy. Arako and the Spider Islands are usually Convoy maps. But we're going to a Convergence map here in map number 2. And we talk about Central Park a little bit, right? This map has a lot of open space. You know what heroes like to use open space? It's a bunch of those flyers. Do we see Human Torch? Do we see Ultron getting into the mix here in this second map?
Listen, I have an equation. I have a theory.
Okay.
Okay. You know, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. A squared is Dracula's Castle. B squared is a Spider-Man Protect. And C squared is an absolute spectacular victory. If they have played this map, they are definitely going to play for that Spider-Man. Why? There's a massive well of pain at the very beginning of the map, and if they can get that Spider-Man through and they can get those pulls off, you are going to get your full hold, and you're going to get a 5-minute Dracula's Castle.
Okay,
it's what many teams aim for.
Okay. I was not expecting a Pythagoras theorem here in a Marvel Rivals broadcast, but like you made it work.
They said they'd never use it outside of school. They said you'd never use it. I'm proving them wrong.
I was gonna say, should I write that down? Is that gonna be on the test? Hold on, wait, just give me a second.
My bad. I may have confused.
Spider-Man off map. But yeah, there's pits all over this map here, and you guys kind of alluded to it before the break. Are we gonna see EXO go for the Spider-Man save? Because not only does he work here, there are some options for him here, but we know that is Sungjok Woo's signature, and maybe a big signature of EXO as a team. So that's kind of the question here. Are we getting that Spider-Man save this time around?
We'll see about that, because like we talked about it before we went to the break, right? It's a huge commitment if you really want to save the Spider-Man. Usually it's just reserved for other picks that are just way more stronger in the long term of like within these maps, right? So EXO right now, it's more of, do you really want to target the White Fox a little bit earlier? I think that's a more safer approach when you try to shut down what Zero Tenacity wants to do, which was usually to try to shut down this dive that EXO are inevitably going to go for.
Well, we're about to find out, and I just have a confession to make. I may have confused hypothesis with hypotenuse, but game's the game. We keep on moving for now. Look, I'm suspecting double Mantis ban is obviously locked in. Is that 100% double Mantis so far? Today? It's gotta be.
I think so.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The consistency in Pacific. Promised us cinema, and they promised us no Mantis. Unlucky to those Mantis lovers out there, but I mean, Gambit Protect follows suit. Yeah.
You got to think about it, right? Mantis is just consistently performing, right? The damage amplification is just going to be ever so present throughout the entirety of the game. Gambit is only really present when he does have the Raging Royal Flush. So you gotta ask, right? Do you want to deal with a consistent damage amp, or do you want to deal with an overwhelming amount of rush down potential every so often? And both teams really want to go for the latter here, as there has been so many different adjustments from both sides, right? Gambit save, Cyclops save, where a Gambit is usually there, but now both sides taking away both Luna Snow and Rocket Raccoon. So a little bit of that anti-dive going to be completely nullified, it feels like. CYA also very, very strong of an ultimate, and it's up very, very quickly, right? Those buffs that Rocket Raccoon got back in Season 8.0 has proved to pay dividends in terms of the presence he has in this ban draft. And Z10, with that save by EXO onto the Gambit, will respond with a rogue ban.
Oh, double Cyclops Protect. Both sides will have, again, access to him. That's a ban we have not seen in a minute. Groot, this is wise. This is very wise. If Z10 don't have access to Groot, their defense is going to be very tough. But looks like they're on attack first, and Zeta's going to have the one-sided Groot for now on their advantage.
Okay, but
this could be big. Let's see.
Here's the problem, though. Zero Tenacity, they pretty much have bested slot. They got the Star-Lord, they got the Gambit, that's already an insane combo. They even have Loki and Rogue at their disposal, so if they really want to do so, they could just run what might be the bested slot composition right now at the professional stage. But right now, look at XOXO01, they're doing the triple-triple. Something that Gen G have been doing a whole lot when they're on the defensive side in these convoy and convergence maps. So the plan is simple for Z10. Play as fast as possible. Eliminate either the Loki or the Adam Warlock on XO to give yourself the momentum that you need to try to take control of this game early.
I mean, you can run the comp, but can you run it like Gen G? That is the question XOXO have to answer right now. Z10 pressuring pretty fast, but it looks like they just want to build up their charge, build their ults. That's how it works. It's an ult dump. The moment you throw in the Royal Flush with the Heartbreaker, with letting it out with Jerry, I'm gonna be honest, not a lot of teams can survive that. Like you said, best in slot triple ult combo. Woo! Disaster. But we'll see how it unfolds for themselves. XOXO still have a good defense here, and they've got Felix with Boundary ready if they need.
Yep. So XO already have one safety net alive and ready to go. Zero Tenacity. If they do go for this aggressive move, Felix is there to easily shut it down, and XO are doing a great job at that, keeping everyone on Z10 at bay, and then with a pick onto Marvel, that's going to throw a wrench in Zero Tenacity's game plan, because right now they're still waiting for Creative to get his Raging Royal Flush online, and Jerry goes down on the Daredevil, something that we have been saying over and over and over throughout the entirety of playoffs, and XZ with the Ruby Rage tries to zone away XO, but the problem now is XO have gotten access to the God of Mischief, so he can use it to copy either Felix or Alone Fills, but with him going down, this is catastrophic for XO!
Oh, they don't have a chance to get their revival off. That is unfortunate, but they're going to force a Cocoon. But the question is, do Z10 see the Cocoon? Do they see the chance to take Alone Feels out to deny the Karmic Revival being built? But it's going to be Song Joong-woo with the portal to keep the contestation, to keep the chance alive, to keep their moment of truth. Even though they're winning the fight, Z10 have barely captured the area here because of the point contestation on that little sliver of the mission area right there. XOXO was so clinical in their positioning right there. But let's see if it's going to pay off in their favor. Ace goes for the copy, gets the boundary up. JT3 goes for the Sonic. Jerry's going to let it out. And Sokka's going to match it with a Sonic of their own. But Dan, there it is. It's time to be born again!
Alone Phil's just barely is able to get the resurrection in time, but Zero Tenacity are charging up the mission area. But the problem for Zero Tenacity is they don't have any more ultimates to work with, but neither do XO, and Zero Tenacity are able to just play full court press and zone away XO, and Zero Tenacity, it felt like they got a little bit lucky there. They were able to find those eliminations onto Ace, onto Alone Fills. The Adam Warlock and the Loki could have been the reason why Zero Tenacity would not be able to get a single point. But Zero Tenacity were able to shut them down before they even took refuge inside Felix's Invis boundary.
Definitely going to have to be a tough one to face there, but we're going to open things up as we head to the middle area of Central Park. This is a great spot for Fly, as you said at best, Dan, but I don't think we'll see them in a Cyclops situation right here. He's just going to laser them out of the sky, but we can still play to the high ground. We can work around Roto Toscat, and we can still get value nonetheless. Eggsy takes to the high ground, a little bit of an optic blast of the pass right there, trying to see if they can move fast and get some victory, but they're going to have to build up their charge first for now. We're going to see if Song Joong-woo maybe rotates around, scouts it out, sees and gets a pick. Alonifil snipes out Jerry. Daredevil down, JT3 in return, down from Sokka. Sokka is an insane Emma, Dan, constantly boxing people up in the front line.
Yeah, but Creative is able to get the first cast of the Gambit Ultimate, and because of this aggression, they're able to get value by taking away Song Joong-woo, thrown to the wayside. Felix now gets access to the Raging Royal Flush. A very decent disengage, but with Alonfos going down very late, XO, there's going to be a little bit of problems in terms of this damage output. Felix has to use the Raging Royal Flush, but he gets taken down. That's the Gambit Ultimate cut short, and everyone on XO will lose their lives, and Zero Tenacity for sure will be able to, at the very least, get themselves over the line to the second checkpoint if they're able to stall the aggression, and they do so perfectly.
It's unfortunate Song Joong-woo had to use ult there, would have saved it for the next fight. Maybe they could have sent Z10 off the convoy. Maybe they could have stopped the convoy momentum, but nonetheless, we're going to take it to the throne of Dracula. We're going to open up to that castle, onto these stairs. Dangerous stairs, but Z10 have already staged to the high ground to make sure that XOXO don't have that leverage over them. But We're in a bit of a pickle here, and they're going to have to switch to the JT3 Devil Dinosaur to see if a bit of a meat shield can give him some presence, something, maybe colossal change of the pace here. Nonetheless, the right clicks, the power, lasers coming out from Eggsy are just shredding through Exo's front line. They're taking too much damage.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity are completely okay with this. They use Marvel with the Heartbreaker to draw out Ace's ultimate, because if Ace doesn't use that ultimate, his ultimate's going to go all the way down to 80%, and then XO would not have any other safety net. Zeta now using the Freedom Charge to run down Zero Tenacity, and they do so with that single ultimate, right? Ace unfortunately did have to use his, but with Zeta rushing down the rest of Zero Tenacity, they concede. They're okay with taking the loss here because right in the end, Creative is going to be the main win condition with that Gambit ultimate already at 92% and counting.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to find out right now. Tony Phils is on the high ground. Potential for a big optic blast. I think the staging is about to happen here. Let's see if it's the move. Let's see. JT3 does have, of course, the Rampage ready if they need it any moment of time. And there it is! Chomping on through. It's going to match through eggs. He's going to hit it too! Matching the Optic Blast right there. That might have been it, Dan. That might have been the power they needed to shut down Z10's momentum. And it is as they work through that Royal Flush and finally send Z10's momentum back to spawn doors. Still 90 seconds left for them to hold it. There's a chance, Dan, they can hold it here. They even have Optic Blast and Royal Flush online for the next fight.
Perfect dive execution from XO. You had Seongjuk Woo up on high, Zeta was wrapping around behind them, and as soon as Creative pulled the trigger with the Raging Royal Flush, both Zeta and Seongjuk Woo just completely destroyed them. There was no chance that Creative would have survived that. And it cuts short the Raging Royal Flush on Zero Tenacity, and XO were able to just clap right back there. But Felix, now it's his turn with the Raging Royal Flush. XO are down a member, and it feels like XO think that this fight is winnable.
Well, it might be winnable, but you know, Sonic's going to run out for now from Soko. We're going to see if they can set up that prism, maybe get a bit more damage. But it's going to be forcing Seongjuk Woo to let it out right now. It's going to be matched with the Punisher coming through. Jerry wants to be the executioner, but most of the damage is being blocked. Perfect positioning by Zeta. Vibranium Shield delays that impact, but they still manage to jug on through. Taking JT3. Seongjuk Woo falls as well. Ace falls as well. 3 down for XOXO. Z10's momentum is going straight to the throne of Dracula. And there it is. They do push it to the end.
I think XO's Gambit ultimate there, right before that fight happened, was a bit of a waste. With one member short on the side of XOXO01, you really didn't want to use the Raging Royal Flush right then and there. As soon as Felix used it, everyone on XO kind of just disengaged. They were running away. Zero Tenacity identified this. Was like, hey, they wasted their Gambit ultimate. Let's just run them down, and that's exactly what Soko did. Props to him. You got to give a huge shout out with the timing of that Psionic Seduction, because that was the reason why XO could not just rush down Zero Tenacity.
That is true. Now, this is the tough part. We saw it in the bad phase, Dan. Z10 cannot defend with Groot, so they might be going for the Penny Parker route.
This is something that Marvel really likes to do here on Central Park, right? Use the Penny Parker, set up the nest, and then just take control of the main area, right? Use those spider webs as a little bit of like a red carpet, right, for the Penny nest to follow through, and then just provide that extra control. But Marvel also does a great job at using those Penny mines to control different side areas, right? I remember, I got to call back to another match where Z10 played, where Marvel just randomly got an elimination onto both the strategists of the enemy team, and they might do the exact same here, but look at this. Seongjuk Woo now goes over to the Spider-Man. Is this going to be enough value, or is Marvel going to be able to shut it down?
Alright, let's see. 3:44. Timing down into the midst of it all. I'm looking forward to it, Dan. I'm looking forward to Spider-Man. I want to see if my prediction was right. Are they going to play for the environmentals here? Going to see eyes on very, very soon. But it's taking quite a bit of damage. It's too hard. It's too hard. Eggsy is lasering this Spider-Man out of the sky. But we still have hope for Peter Parker. Actually, sorry. I don't know who that is anymore. My bad. And now, Marvel is on the high ground, setting up on Peter Parker. On the Penny Parker. Spider-Nest are going off. We're setting it up. Jerry building up that comic revival. Marvel's not in a good spot right now. Currently not getting self-healed in their Spider-Nest as they're getting displaced by these Optic Blasts. But Spider-Man rotates around Songjak Woo, trying to get the value. Everybody's trying to see if they can surround these pillars around Dracula's outpost here. XZ does get the pick. Songjak Woo is down. Spider-Man down. Jerry close to the Karmic Revival, might be able to bring the team back in the next fight if they play it right though, Dan, but I see the moment. Boundary drops from Ace for the entry.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity don't really have an answer just yet. They're trying to find something quickly and fast. Jerry getting one tap means that Jerry's forced into this cocoon, and Zero Tenacity, do they have a chance here? Good Ruby Rage to wipe out JT3. Felix is able to get the Raging Royal Flush because Zero Tenacity, they don't have anything like that on their own side. Marvel goes down, goes over to the Doctor Strange to try to channel a portal, but it's now all stall potential here for Zero Tenacity to see if they're able to contest one more fight.
One more chance, one more fight. Open the Pentagram for Allah. Maybe the Sorcerer Supreme can help you win. We will see 2 minutes left still to see if there's an opportunity. Jerry has Karmic Revival. Open and online. Defense is looking good so far for Z10. XOXO have one last chance to make it big here. The combo is right there. It's right there if they can just land it and blast on through. But you know what I'm expecting, Dan? They know Karmic Revival is the key for Z10's defense. Can Songjak Woo cancel it out and take out the Atom on the sidelines?
Oh, it's going to be so difficult because not only do you have to worry about the Karmic Revival, you also have to worry about the Soul Bond from Jerry and Creative on the regen domain. There's just so many things that Zero Tenacity can do to, at the very least, shut down what Songjak Woo really wants to do, right? Go into the backline, use the Spectacular Spin to one-shot the backline of Zero Tenacity. But XE goes down here. This might be the go button, but Jerry is going to try to keep this fight going with that Karmic Revival. Creative now has a choice here. Do you copy the Invisible Woman or do you copy the Adam Warlock? Wendy is going to try to keep Zero Tenacity sustained and stabilized with this Invisible Boundary matched by Ace. JT3 goes in with the Silent Seduction to try to cause even more havoc. And Creative, he was able to steal the Gambit Ultimate from EXO.
Insane Steel taking a Gambit Ultimate right there. That is a game changer. That is a flip of the script right there. You thought it'd be you thought it'd be Invis, but it was going directly for Felix the whole time. That is an exemplary use of the shapeshift from Loki right there, but one more chance.
Okay, Zero Tenacity. They don't have access to the Karmic Revival. They don't have access to the God of Mischief or the Invisible Boundary. All they have is crowd control on Soko and Marvel. Felix goes in with the Raging Royal Flush in a few short moments. Can EXO get the value, or is the CC going to reign true here? Felix gets stunned up by the Agamotto. If he goes down, this might be catastrophic for EXO, and it might be that. No strategies available on EXO. They have to hit the reset button quickly, but there is no portal. This is going to be a scramble for EXO.
This is the moment. Oh, don't miss Songjak Woo. Hitting a Spectacular Spin in the background, taking out Creative. That is the move. That is the moment. Can they contest? You're going to see Adaptability, Marvel on the high ground right there. Venom, could it be big? Songjak Woo taken down from the Venom in the back line. Insanity. Lonely Feels lasers around, takes Eggsy, revenge play. Creative maybe has the moment, maybe has the power. Zeta takes out Jerry, the Punisher's down, and goes straight for that invis right now. Trying to take down Wendy, but it's just not enough right now. And it looks like XOXO are gonna clutch it right here. They got the numbers game. They're gonna be able to do it. Not in time for Jerry to portal. He's gonna have to switch back onto something else.
Everything went so wrong for EXO right before that overtime fight, but in the end, they were able to clutch it up. Props to Zeta disrupting the backline of Zero Tenacity. And that's where Zeta shines here. The Captain America on this guy is so good. Not only can he play the Cap, his Groot is just as strong. And he was one of the big reasons why XL are still alive here in Central Park.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, we're seeing it. Bang for bang right now. Eggsy getting the picks on Ace right there. Ratatoska's trying to move around, trying to get rotating, but XOXO, you know, they got the Diner, they got JT3. It's pretty good. It's good counter dive. Anytime we see that jumping coming out from Gargoyle or from Zeta, you know, they're able to just crunch them through and just deny them trying to disrupt that backline. But we'll see very soon if Marvel can maybe get an opening without JT3 denying it. We'll find out. The boundary goes up. JT3 as well, making it happen for themselves. Marvel taking out Lonely Feels. And there's a chance right here if they can maybe build it. Dan, I see it. Optic Blast might be getting lined up by Eggsy. Wow. Maybe they don't need it to win. No, they don't.
Huge Feast of the Abyss from Marvel. I think it chomped up like 4 people. Everyone was way too low to extend the fight on EXO's side. They had to disengage quickly. But because of that anti-heal coming in from the Feast, Zero Tenacity were able to take full advantage and follow through on those eliminations. EXO now will have access to the Raging Royal Flush, but this time around, Zero Tenacity will be able to match it here.
Oh, they saw them on the high ground. They detected. They have a little bit of rotations with Marvel on the wall right there, but nonetheless, we'll see how that unfolds. Captain America getting amplified by the Royal Flush right there. We're going to see Optic Blast going out from Aloni Fields. Soko's going to counter it with a bit of Sonic to try and just attract their attention here, but that laser's primed by Eggsy. They're going to take Sungjak Woo. Felix is down. There's a lot of pressure. And speaking of pressure, when the rage of Ultron's on the high ground, Jerry on a great switch right there. Dan, you called it. This map is for the Flyers, and that Ultron is dominating the skies.
Yeah, and Sungjak Woo is looking to match it. Switches over to the Ultron himself, but right now, 15 seconds left on the timer. There's not a whole lot of leeway for EXO to make any sort of plays. They want to go for the portal. It should be off cooldown, but EXO need to force themselves out of the spawn room if they want to make something happen.
Alrighty. Big power over time. There it is. Kumiho's unleashed from Ace right there. And we're going to see if that's enough firepower for them. We're going to see how that opens up. And then taking a bit of damage. There is the moment. JT3 on the gen pool. Does take out Soko. This is again another overtime fight in favor of XOXO. They might clutch it to the end end, except the only difference this time, they're not at the very end of capturing the mission area. They're just up a hill to the end of the second gate. Z-Ted still have time to contest.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity still have time to contest, like you said. Creative at 80%. Sungjak Woo is suppressing Zero Tenacity from making any aggressive moves with the Rage of Ultron by Sungjak Woo. Now here comes Zero Tenacity flooding in. Zeta with the Freedom Charge is not able to save Sungjak Woo. Creative 90% and counting. He could be the final dagger. Felix going down. Ace is the man that needs to keep everyone on EXO sustained. Or is it alone feels to come up huge? But everyone on EXO step away from the site. Zero Tenacity force EXO to C9, and now Zero Tenacity are one more map away from knocking out EXO and keep them at 4th place purgatory.
Oh, you know they were still fired up, ready for a fight, but a pivotal mistake like that, it could destroy the momentum of even the best teams in the world. Zitendo, with a bit of oomph, do manage to secure a second map here, which means they are one map away from that glorious lower bracket final tomorrow.
Oh, you gotta feel it for EXO. They did so well in that clutch potential, right? But it just felt like Zero Tenacity just burned too much of that clock in that first checkpoint. EXO were able to clutch up in the end, but it kind of hurts to go out like that. You had a lot of that momentum. You were so close to securing that second checkpoint, but once Zero Tenacity got those ultimates on their end, it just fell apart for EXO, right? Ace really was the only person to try to keep that Galactic Legend of Alone Feels alive in that final fight, but because Alone Feels was trying to do as much damage as possible, nobody on EXO kind of just forgot to stay near Ratatoskr. And now with one map away for Zero Tenacity to secure that lower bracket final, how does EXO approach these next few maps if they are able to do so? Spider Islands is still in the cards here. They went to Convergence here in the second map, and we still have Convoy. Spider Islands is that Convoy map. Will EXO go for it here in map number 3?
Yeah, it makes me reminisce a little bit, you know, that specific spot on Dracula's Castle in the finals of Burger Bash, there was also a C9 there. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Got reminded of a bad moment there, but let's hope that's the end of XOXO's bad moments. Let's hope they can clutch up, maybe pull off something crazy. Whew. We won the reverse sweep with the Chiefs. They couldn't get it done. Maybe XOXO can pull it off here against Z10. Best of 5, it can go any way. We're at the tail end of Pacific playoffs. Could happen, Dan. It could happen.
Yeah, very well could be, but it has to start here and now for EXO. It needs to come up huge. I mean, huge props to EXO as well, being able to clutch up in those key moments. But they're going to have to do a lot more of that, or at the very least, get in a more commanding position. We'll see if they're able to do so in this third and maybe final map. We'll see as we come back after a short break.
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, life bars now blinking red for XOXO01. Zero Tenacity taking the first two maps of this series and speeding towards those lower bracket finals. The one behind the wheel, in the driver's seat, Exy, leading the way for this team. Insane stuff there on Central Park from them, and it feels like EXO just watching this series slip away from them, so close to their best finish in Ignite, but one map is all they've got left. What do they need to do to try and turn this thing around?
Surely they pick Spider Islands, right? This has been their
Spider
comfort pick. We
Islands.
talked about it right before we went to the break, right? Now we go into Convoy. We've already played on Domination. We've already played on Convergence. The only game mode left is that Convoy, and Spider Islands is that Convoy map, which has been a comfort pick for EXO.
Bro, come on. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why?
Did they forget where their playbook is? Like, what's happening right now for EXO?
Why are we contemplating?
Like,
what is wrong?
I'm crashing out because we're not seeing Spider Islands. You, Liger, are crashing out because we're going to the museum. So it's a net negative for both of us right now.
I was gonna say the whiteboard is on its way out here. Yeah, very, very surprising here. I kind of thought if they're going to pick Convergence for map 2, then surely they are keeping that Convoy pick in their back pocket, and they did keep it, but it was not the Convoy we were expecting to go to. So, yeah, you know, teams in the Pacific region are very, very comfortable with this map. We know that checkpoint number 1 like the back of our hands here. I see it in my sleep. I see it when I close my eyes. Please help. Please get me out of Museum of Contemplation.
I mean,
Wait. When you dream about museum, contemplation, where on the museum are you always at?
I'm like 20 meters away from the door of checkpoint 1 because that's where this map always ends. That's where it always stops, right before that door.
I'm a little concerned right now for EXO. You forego your comfort pick of Spider Islands. You're like, arguably, if you don't go Spider Islands, if they went for Araco, I would have understood.
Ooh.
But we're going to the museum, which is a little bit concerning. I mean, we talked about it, right? It's a whole narrative for me, right? I'm the #1 XOXO01 Glazer. I even have a copy pasta made for them. And right now, with backs against the wall, someone in chat needs to copy paste it, because I don't know how EXO are going to get themselves out of here, because we have seen moments that EXO could have gotten themselves over the line, but it never just felt like they were in the driver's seat for most of these maps.
Brother. All right, whatever. Let's get into the bans that are gonna ruin my life on Museum. Mantis, everybody, lock it in. This could be the last map of the day, and this could mean Mantis has a 100% ban rate today as well. Game is the game. We'll see what it is at the end of the day. Look, listen. As fuming as we are, as crash outing as we've been, at the end of the day, Marvel Rivals can surprise us just like that. So, if this ban phase goes in favor of XOXO, if they make something clinically amazing and then they earn themselves a glorious moment to jump into the winner's interview and flip the script and make it game 5, we were saying in the green room before the set started, XOXO in 5, it could happen here today. There is a moment, but Z10 only one map away from getting closer. But for now, the big thing I've noticed, we may have a Gambit issue.
Yeah, XO, they used their first save not on the Gambit, but onto the Cyclops. Which means that Zero Tenacity don't really have to ban the Rogue, which has usually been that second ban that most teams have been going for. They instead use it on the Luna Snow to get rid of the damage, some extra CC potential on the side of XOXO01, and looking at all the bans that XO have committed so far, it's onto the Rocket Raccoon and the Cyclops. So Eggsy won't be able to pilot the Cyclops, and the Rocket Raccoon will be banned away from both sides, but this is looking concerning for XO. You give away Star-Lord and Gambit. We talk about it time and time again. These two might be one of the strongest ult combinations in the entire game. Thankfully, though, XO will be able to get Gambit for themselves, but not without the Rogue being gone on their end. But at the very least, though, XO also will have access to the Star-Lord. It only got concerning because Zero Tenacity could have easily shut it down.
Okay. Game's the game. Well then, let's load up the game, everybody. We are on Museum of Contemplation here in Marvel Rivals Ignite for the Pacific Playoffs. You already know what time it is. It's time to wonder, can Coach Beza, aka Beza Time, make it happen for Z10 or XOXO, the Dive Extraordinaires, the original YWL? Can they secure victory here today and start their reverse sweep? We're going to find out as the Groots are bringing up some tree trunk in action between Marvel and Zeta. But right now, even though the walls are set up, there is still so much firepower pouring in from XOXO. They've got the craziest combo on screen right now. I cannot believe they're walking out of spawn with Cyclops and Wolverine and Gambit right now. This might be crazy bad for Z10, but they do have that Karmic Revival.
Yep, the Karmic Revival, that's going to be the win condition. XO need to win these fights quickly before Zero Tenacity do have access to Jerry on that Karmic Revival. He's already at 50% and climbing. Marvel very close to that Strangling Prison, but Soko going down might be a little bit of bad news because XO, they go on the aggressive approach, and that is the correct play here. They have to get as aggressive as possible, try to deny Jerry from getting access to the Karmic Revival, but also creative to prevent him from using the God of Mischief. Felix now has access to the Raging Royal Flush, so if Zero Tenacity want to try to touch to contest this mission area, it's going to be much more difficult.
Well, there it is. Big plays coming out. Z10 lose 4 to the power of XOXO, and I'm not surprised because what is that powerful combination right now they're rolling with? They got 5 minutes, Dan, and they're already at the second section. Maybe they've cooked.
Good looks for XO. Creative now switches over to the Gambit, so he's going to have a lot of that ultimate charge advantage. He does go down to 50%, but it's still way higher than what Felix is, because Felix had to commit his own Raging Royal Flush to give XO the first checkpoint. But is this where Zero Tenacity find a way to stabilize here? Glartrox is going to be let out, but that in reaction means that Alone Phils and Felix find 2 on their end. Jerry now has the Karmic Revival, brings him right back, but can XO suppress the oncoming approach?
Alright, okay, there it is right now. Big power. Eggsy pushing through, gets the firepower, trying to see if... Oh, Marvel on the high ground. What a clean Ironwood wall. That does separate JT3. And it is enough to pummel them into the wall right there. What a clean combo. It is good execution right there. And they're going to be able to catch a stack. I think they noticed somebody on the sides there. Marvel's got a feeling, a sense for it. You know, their twigs are tingling.
Twigs. I mean that's a weird way of saying Spidey sense, but I mean it's a Groot, so it kind of makes sense in the end. But Creative is going to use the Raging Royal Flush. Ace is in reaction going to use the Invis Boundary to try to nullify it. Soko and Marvel could easily crowd control the rest of XO. Soko goes in with the Silent Seduction, try to scare away XO just for a little bit, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Sung Jung Woo goes in with the Pharaoh Leap, is able to get the solo ult last stand right onto Wendy, so he's going to be gone. And most importantly, that's the Invisible Boundary gone on the side of Zero Tenacity. Great cleanse as well from Felix to get everyone out of the Strangling Prison as well, and Zeta is able to find Soko. XO, now, we talked about it, we need them in the driver's seat, and so far they're doing just that, but Wendy is there to clap back in time with the invisible boundary, but look at Felix with this Raging Royal Flush.
We're going to be looking right now, seeing if they can get that last few meters, and they're going to push it over the line. Border there for the contestant from Soko. Going to bring the rest of Z10 for their defense right here. XOXO still have a bit of time here to work with, but it's going to be Lonely Fields taking out Eggsy. That's going to be firepower. Optic Blast down range right now. Do not want to be on the opposite end of that. So many of Z10 are low, but they're going to be back with that Karmic Revival. Jerry is there as well. Lines it up. What a clean shot right there. They just flipped it completely. All that momentum back onto XO.
Yeah, they just couldn't find Jerry with the Karmic Revival. XO kind of just lost track of him. And unfortunately, we're not able to be able to sneak away, right? Because Jerry had to play safe and get the Karmic Revival down, Zero Tenacity still had to walk onto the mission area, but Zero Tenacity were able to get there in time to contest what XO wanted to go for. Songjok Woo even went to the Spider-Man to try to get themselves over the line, but realized that it's just not possible anymore. Goes back to the Wolverine to get the team up with Alone Fills. Marvel goes in, but it's gonna go get cleansed again by Felix.
Oh, okay, a bit of a cleanse coming out from the Seraphim Shield. It's going to be enabling them if they can get more value from Soko on the Strange right now. Big kidnaps right there, as it is Songjok Woo slashing through, trying to focus down Marvel. But Lonely Fields takes Jerry. That's big value taken out, reducing that chance of building a Karmic Revival any sooner right now. This is the moment XOXO need to activate right here more than anything. Let's see if they can pull it off. Let's see if they can get momentum. Songjok Woo has the last stand. Felix can Royal Flush. This is it, Dan. This is it.
Felix needs to get as much value as possible with it. Oh my god, someone's crowd controlled Soko and stopped the Eye of Agamotto. XO clearly in this driver's seat now. Huge plays coming in. I'm not entirely sure what caused the stun, but XO will take it. They get the second checkpoint.
Yes, they do right there. Love to see the momentum get us through the depths of Museum.
Okay, I think it might have been Songjok Woo with the Fair Leap. That is absolutely insane if that actually is the case. I think that's the only reason why Soko wasn't able to get the Agamotto off.
Would be exactly what they need, but I think I see something a bit green on my screen as Marvel has opted to go for the switch to Wolverine. Fastball Special is now active. That may be great, especially on the third section here of Museum. Such an open sky, a lot of creative with the bounce pad takedown on Songjok Woo right there. Insanity. But nonetheless, it is what it is as they move on forward. Lonely Fields has Optic Blast ready for the next fight. GT3 back on the Devil Dinosaur as well. And I see somebody flying in the sky, and it's not a Human Torch, it's an Eggsy and a Songjok Woo on their Wolverines respectively. It's most likely going to be Eggsy. Does get a bit of a stun there, trying to get some value, but the Dawn Slash Walls are set up for now as we see the Doctor Strange. That's right, he's a duck and a wizard at the same time pushing on through, but the Optic Blast is blocked by the Thorn Slash Walls. Marvel's going to be taken down from Felix. On the high ground, Jerry meets to the fate and the fire of the Phoenix, taking down Songjok Woo point blank into the end. Song Inferno. Will it land? Will it crash and burn directly? But it's blocked by a personal shield directly from Ace.
Soko goes up with the Meteor to try to find something out of nothing, but the front line of XO just gets absolutely shredded. And with 45 seconds on the clock, we're going into final fight territory. But XO were able to get a very good push, because if you think about it, if Zero Tenacity want to stay alive in this map, they have to do the exact same thing. And with how tough it is to push from second to third, XO have a huge advantage if they're able to get very, very far here. Although they don't have to go for the full push, it's still going to be a very, very strong finish for XO if they're able to get it done in the end. Felix with the Raging Royal Flush could easily get Doctor Strange even further.
Alright, here's the moment. There it is. 10 seconds left, everybody. You know what time it is, because it's almost time for overtime here on Museum of Contemplation right now, as JT3 has the courage, has the rampage, has everything they need to wind it up, but they're gonna meet Eggsy in their face right now, slashing once, slashing twice, hopefully slashing, crashing, and maybe dashing out of here with another take in the claws of the Wolverine right there. Gonna focus on the frozen venom, slash through those frozen tendrils and shut the symbiote down. The Optic Blast goes off from Lonely Fields. That's gonna bring a lot of damage right now. That's gonna bring the firepower. More slashes coming in from Eggsy as they do take another. Lonely Fields is down, overtime is down and now, and Z10 do hold it for now.
huge burst from Zero Tenacity to shut down JT3, who had the Devil Beast Rampage in tandem with the Raging Royal Flush. That would have been so much space, so much damage created for XOXO1 to try to force away Zero Tenacity. And Zero Tenacity were able to just completely shred down the Devil Dino. And XO, they're going to have to settle with what feels like around 60% of the way towards that third checkpoint, but still is a very impressive push coming in from XOXO1. Zero Tenacity, you have to match what XO did, but with how hard it is to push with Doctor Strange, because keep in mind, you have to be inside of the raft in order to keep the control of that mission vehicle. So with XOXO1 getting a very good push down, Zero Tenacity, are you able to match it and knock out XO?
Well, we're going to see. We're going to find out right here. 20 seconds to that mission area. Good old unlocks here. Now, it's a bit of a tough one. Bit of a tough one here. This is going to be an interesting one, Dan. We got to go to the length. We got to go to the full length of Museum of Contemplation. And we may have another Hulk going off. We're still going for the fastball.
Yep, we're going for the fastball. Eggsy on the Wolverine is honestly a good move, right? XOXO1 are doing something very similar that Zero Tenacity did. Go for the Adam Warlock Loki win condition, right? Try to get the resurrection down as soon as possible. But with Eggsy on the Wolverine and with 3 Vanguards that he could shred down if he wants to, but Eggsy is the one getting shredded out. Felix is able to find that quick elimination onto Eggsy that burns the passive on the Wolverine as well. So this Wolverine is going to be just a little bit more squishier.
Alright, squishy indeed. Gonna see how they play that one out. Time is not looking too good already. You know how pivotal every second is on Museum of Contemplation.
Eggsy's on the Moon Knight now.
Eggsy
They're going
Moon?
to try to use the condition of the Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu. Can they get that
You telling me
value?
we're about to get
Marvel-
Moon Knight?
Yeah, that's the main wombo combo that they want to rely on. Soko is able to find the kick onto JT3. Zeta switching over to the Doctor Strange. XO are falling apart at the seams.
Alright, Pentagramma for Allah being charged up right now from Zetha. This could be the moment. Nice early defense coming out from XOXO. They want to buy every single moment of time they can right now to deny that bus getting anywhere
Marvel.
deeper into the museum.
Marvel has a Strangling Prison. Felix does have the invisible boundary coming up soon enough, but it's not going to be in time. He still has to get to 99%, but a great regen domain by Ace keeps everyone on XO alive, which guarantees the invisible boundary to go off. Great pull coming in by Zeta. With that as well, Magic going to be in play as well by Songjok Woo. 1-for-1 trade overall. Hand of Khonshu being invested. Soko with the Psionic Seduction trying to force away XO, who are trying their best to get a hold down. Ace copies the Adam Warlock, gets the Carbon Revival, so everyone at XO are still in this fight.
There it is right now. Eggsy shredding on the Moon Knight. Following suit is actually going to be a flip as XOXO do turn the tides with JT3 on the Diamond White Queen herself, Emma. But Songjok Woo on the Magic, hopefully maybe going to make some sparks. Change the pace here. This is very tough, Dan. We're already at the 1 minute 30 mark. Only 2 more potential fights for EXO to defend here. And if they do, they get their first map victory here in Ignite. That is the question right now. Z10 need to really step it up if they want to keep themselves in the game.
The problem is that Owenfields has a Karmic Revival, so if Zero Tenacity are able to find some sort of value, it's going to be infinitely more difficult. And with a stun onto 2 thanks to the Eye of Agamotto, Zeta gets a little overzealous, tried to get a little more bloodlust to try to wipe him out, and that forces the Owenfields to use the Karmic Revival. Zero Tenacity, they draw out the Adam Warlock ultimate early, and now they have a chance to get to this first checkpoint, Liger.
They do indeed, because that's going to be Sonic counter from JT3.
Okay.
That's going to scoop up instant blast of Z10 down again.
I said they had a chance, but then that happens. JT3 was able to save the Psionic Seduction for the perfect moment. When Zero Tenacity ran out of gas, that's when EXO went for the striking blow. Songjok Woo able to rip apart the backline, and with 35 seconds left, all eyes are on Creative to find this Raging Royal Flush in time. Marvel is able to find Songjok Woo and has access to the Strangling Prison.
There it is, a split of the Ironwood wall right now to try and displace XOXO, burn some resources, maybe some disengaging abilities right now. They did get Sonjaku earlier, but Sonjaku is going to be able to limbo back on over to the convoy in a split moment of time. We're already in the 15-second mark. We see the Strangling Prison. We see the Kraken Impact. It does land one reset. The question is, can they get another? Can they take anyone down? They can't because Felix sets up the boundary,
There it is.
denying the chance of the reset, but Creative goes for the flush. Will it be enough for them to get that damage output? They hide behind the museum barrier. They hide behind the ace. They hide behind the second Karmic Revival right now, which means even if they're down and out once, they're going to be down and out twice, but they're going to be back and born again for the next fight right there as the Dark Child is out. Sonjaku getting the value, going to force Soko to go for Psionic right now and try to scoop him up and try to bring the value. This is Z10's last chance to not let themselves get knocked down here and not let XOXO take a map right here.
Sonjaku!
Magic
Sonjaku!
on the Magic!
Sonjaku is coming up huge. Ace is the reason why everyone on EXO are still alive and kicking. And we go to map number 4 with EXO. Backs against the wall, are still alive, still kicking, because they do not want to be in 4th place purgatory.
Sonjaku refused to yield. Switched to the Limbo, to the Legend, to the Magic. And flip the script right here, everybody. We are not done yet. This is not anything to sleep on right now. XOXO refused to yield. We doubted them. Those Spider Eyes was the move. He's the best part now. It's Z10 who've got to pick a map here. They got to pick wise if they're going to be able to shut down XOXO's crazy reverse momentum right now. This is insane. What a step up. What a play up. What an insane push they got.
This is going to be another tough game for EXO going into map number 4. The entirety of the map pool expands now. We played all 3 game modes. We played Domination, we played Convoy, we played Convergence. And now it's up to Zero Tenacity to get a map pick. What map has Zero Tenacity shined the brightest in? It's Hell's Heaven.
Oh yeah.
Zero Tenacity
Domination.
have a chance to pick Hell's Heaven here. That has been their comfort pick. EXO for sure have an idea that they might go there. So how does EXO play this out, right? Zero Tenacity really love this map. And EXO, what do you have left? You just barely squeaked out a win against Z10 here in the Museum of Contemplation. A map that I was a little surprised that EXO decided to pull out here, but at the very least, we're able to follow through and get the map win in the end. But still, the job's not done. EXO, you have another hill to climb. Can you get to the top this time again?
Ooh, I mean, here's the thing. They don't need to climb. They actually need to dive. But technically, diving takes you down, but really you want to flip it upside down, and that's why we're here playing in the Pacific region. So, we're going to return very quickly with map 4 after this short break.
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, like a karmic revival from the golden god himself, XOXO01 are born again here, and they are getting us to a map number 4. A great hold from them coming out there on Museum of Contemplation, and I gotta say, I saw the future here. Stopped dead short of that checkpoint number 1 door. Dan, how you feeling? How you holding up?
I'm incredible. I'm glad that XO won map number 3. But map number 4 is where I'm really scared. Zero Tenacity, now it's their map pick. The game modes has blown up wide open now that we've played on all 3 game modes. And Zero Tenacity's comfort map is on the table, which is Hell's Heaven. They love this map. They win consistently on this map as well. And XO, can you beat them one more time trying to force a deciding map 5?
Well, spoiler alert, we're going back to I'm joking, we're not going back to Museum of Contemplation. That's done.
No,
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not going back. Whatever map it will be should be interesting. You know what I was thinking? Maybe Burn It T'Challa could be a great choice as well. Haven't seen it much. Could really spice things up. And right now, when you're talking about map 4, so far, throwing something crazy into them, never mind. It's
oh, there it is.
All good.
I mean, we expect this, right? They like to
try
pick
to
it
be
consistently. I mean, Z10 have creative on the roster.
I was gonna say,
so I mean, they're trying to get a little
yeah.
creative with the team compositions, but right now they're sticking to their guns, right? They're working with things that they know work for them. As Zero Tenacity go to Hell's Heaven, which is a map like we talked about that has been working for them.
Yeah, I mean, this one's definitely a difficult position for XOXO01 to be in. The reverse sweep is possible, but it is all going to be on Z10 turf from here on out, and they've picked probably the toughest they possibly could have. So if XO are able to take the map win here, I think there is a good chance that we could be looking at a reverse sweep, but that's the question. Z10, a team so strong on domination and so strong on this particular map, the cards are definitely stacked against XO here, but you know, we saw lots of signs of life from this team on Museum of Contemplation, especially from Seongjuk Woo, who I think has struggled a little bit in this series, and you have to imagine there's a lot of pressure here. Like you guys have said, you know, 4th place purgatory awaits XO if they cannot find the win here, so you have to be thinking they want this win. They are hungry to get a top 3 at least.
I think the best thing you can do on XOXO01 is pull out something completely unexpected to throw off Zero Tenacity. I mean, we saw it right there, right? XO, as a last-ditch effort, pulled out the magic with the Doctor Strange team-up. The last time they've done that was all the way back in preseason Asia, and they bring it back here. And we've also seen Seongjuk Woo play the duelist version of Deadpool as well. Keep that in mind as well. But he used it to clutch in one of those group stage matches on the duelist Deadpool, but just now on this map of Museum of Contemplation that we just saw, it was the magic that came up clutch in the end.
Okay, well, let's see as we go into this good old glorious band phase. It might be our last band phase of the day. It depends if Z10 can lock it down in their favor. We'll find out. We'll find out. Double Mantis once again locked in. Everybody know it, and you know it right there. But Gambit Protect makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting a double Gambit Protect, maybe. One-sided Gambit's pretty dangerous, but I gotta say, Hell's Heaven. I don't know about you, Dan. I'm worried for Spider-Man.
I mean, it depends on what sun map we go to. If it's Super Soldier Factory, it's going to be really scary for Zero Tenacity. They could try to take it away here in the band draft. We'll see how XO decide to play this out, right? They used the first save onto the Cyclops. They did this back in that previous map that we just played on. Both sides also taking away the Rocket Raccoon. And this has been a little bit of a pattern we've been seeing on XO, right? They used the Gambit save second instead of first. And so far, Zero Tenacity, it feels like they're completely okay with this for now. Now the second save onto the Gambit comes in for XO. But where does Z10 go? We're taking away Spider-Man. They're not going to take any chances in terms of what sub-map we go to.
That is pretty insane. That is pretty insane.
Oh, wait a minute.
Secure of the...
XO got away with the White Fox ban. Dive is in the cards for XO, XO01. We're rolling out
Black
here.
Cat?
And we're going to Super Soldier Factory too, so Zero Tenacity might have high-rolled here by taking away the Spider-Man, and Sungjuk Woo goes to the Black Cat. We've seen this pick just fall flat time and time again by Sungjuk Woo. Is this the moment where Sungjuk Woo is able to get that value that he also needs?
Dan, I'm going to tell you right now, I think this is not about meta, this is about a message. This is what XOXO want to be remembered for. They said, if we're going to go out, we're going to go out with what we know. We are the dive extraordinaires. We were there before YWL, and we will be there after many more teams like that. They are the ones who represent dive. They said, we're going to win it in our way, or we're going to lose our way. Let's find out as we keep on going through Hell's Heaven right here. Shots are being fired as well. So much firepower right now.
Oh my God.
In right here. There is no nerf on Black Cat when Sungjuk Woo is on Black Cat. There is no nerf. He is still unstoppable.
What in the world does Sungjuk Woo do between maps 2 and 3? Bro just completely revived. This is a whole different Sungjuk Woo we're seeing right now. Oh my God. Goes in, gets a triple in that first fight, and that gives EXO the driver's seat here in this first round. As Zero Tenacity, they have to hit that reset button. Sungjuk Woo is still trying to find different opportunities to get some more cash and try to disrupt the backline even further.
There is literally nothing stopping Felicia right now. This is insane. The slashes, the whip, everything in the between right there. It's just going as they firepower, but it's just still a lot. Never mind, Jerry is here. Never mind, Jerry did that for everybody.
EXO may have overheated a tiny bit, but Zero Tenacity are gonna get the flip over, but not before JT3 is buying a lot of that time though. So EXO are able to squeak out maybe 10-15% extra of that mission area. EXE though is just gonna find 2 more, so EXO are gonna have to go for the reset quickly now.
All right, let's see if it goes. Big rebounds from EXE, using the terrain to their advantage. Knowledge of the map is key here for Cyclops players. Big marks, big power. Kumio unleashed from Ace right there.
Oh my God.
My days, that fire. Yeah, that is a full team wipe with a double, triple, best in slot combo right there.
This might be on me for completely overseeing that Marvel got access to the Rogue. This is one of Marvel's best heroes. I'd say Marvel might be one of, if not the best Rogue here in Asia, but now maybe in the entirety of Pacific. Marvel coming up huge there as well, sucking up the ult charge of XOXO01, who could not defend the oncoming push with creative on the Raging Royal Flush, but now JT3 finds Jerry, but EXE is there to trade. Zeta will clap right back. XO trying to keep themselves sustained, keep themselves alive, and they're able to do just that with a quick man advantage. Jerry's going to channel the portal, maybe to try to get some extra percentage points in favor of Zero Tenacity here.
Don't want to lose that contest just yet. They want to keep that advantage, but we're going to take everything as that's going to be JT3 hitting a heartbreaker right now and absorbing all of their potential right now. Even though Z10 did go for the contest, did go for the stall, they're not going to be able to build up, also try and defend this one, which means XOXO will eventually flip it, but it's all on Z10, how well they stall. It's all on, the double rogue clash right there. Boom! That's another one down. Lonely Feels taking out Marvel for now. And another one is going to pressure. The Jeff is unfortunately getting sliced up by Ace right there. The Fox is on the hunt. JT3 taking out Jerry as well, and it finally flips back, but hey, with one portal, Dan, they grabbed another 40%. It was worth. It was definitely worth.
It's so worth for Zero Tenacity. Now, if Zero Tenacity win this next fight, they're effectively putting XO in final fight territory. Felix is able to get up to 64% with the Raging Royal Flush, thanks to Zeta with the Captain America ultimate. When you're inside of Captain America's ultimate, you get a little bit of that extra ult charge acceleration, and now XO want to keep this accelerated to 110%. XE going down thanks to the likes of JT3 means that Zero Tenacity, either you're gonna have to reset quickly or you deem that this fight is winnable.
Alright, let's find out if it's going to be in their favor. Ace is going to be unleashing the Kumiho. Wendy's going to be there as well. Is that maybe Jeff time? Is it a big scoop? I don't know who's in there. There could be a couple people in there waiting to see if the Jeff is going to make the... There's just not enough space. Alone Feels is lasering them down. Unfortunately, Jeff has been absolutely blitzed through, microwaved, but Alone Feels is going to take out Creative at the same mark. Boom! Final shot from EXE right there, taking out Alone Feels. Felix is down. Nobody contested.
Was no one contested?
It goes to XO.
Wait, what? Is XO? Wait, no. XO had the driver's seat there. They had the Raging Royal Flush. Zero Tenacity did not have any response. They were getting clutches down. They were able to find 2 eliminations through Felix's Gambit ultimate. Zero Tenacity, they had the clutch going. But where was the landing? They kind of just slipped off the edge and went down into the lava on Super Soldier Factory. And now EXO sneak away with round number 1. Oh my god, what are we
out.
watching? What is happening?
That's pretty insane.
This is why we call it Pacinema.
Okay.
This is why. This is absolutely insane of a series right now. Both teams have a lot of history with each other. This is the 3rd time they've played against each other here in Stage 1. And EXO, 1 round away from a map number 5. The first ever map 5 here in Stage 1 Pacific. I need this to happen. I need it.
I mean, I'd love to see a game 5. If we see a game 5, we know that it is officially the best of the best are going right at each other right now on our screens between EXO and Zero Tenacity. Marvel's gonna hit the Heartbreaker. Wait. Hey, JT! They cancelled it! They cancelled the Heartbreaker! Marvel got the ult reset down to 50!
Oh my goodness, that is crazy plays coming in. Songjung is down to 1 HP, but I'm sure he's trying to hunt for a health pack. At the very least, he is able to stay alive. His presence is enough, but Zero Tenacity are able to take advantage of it and are able to flip the site over to themselves. That's the first cap, but can Alone Fills allow EXO to find a different approach in right now? Because they find one onto Jerry. JT3 is able to capitalize, but Sung Jung-woo going down is bad news. But JT3 and the rest of EXO off of the Heartbreaker are able to shut down everyone on Zero Tenacity. Z10 get up to about 24%, and now it flips over to EXO.
Flips over back to EXO with the advantage of Optic Blast. Freedom Charge and letting the Devil out could be their next move for the next fight. But Z10 got to activate. They got to bring their own Optic Blast. Marvel will finally have a chance to really hit that Heartbreaker. Here's the thing. Marvel is good on that Rogue. If Marvel gets the aerial, if Marvel gets the combo, they can take it, denying any of those ults from going on from EXO. That is their win factor. That is the key to see if they can pull it off.
But EXO are going to play very aggressively, keep Zero Tenacity away. It's just EXO trying to play keep away to make sure Zero Tenacity don't have any room to work with, and they literally just run over Zero Tenacity with a single Captain America ultimate. Huge economical win on the side of EXO-X01, and now Zero Tenacity with ultimates coming up online soon, especially Creative on that Raging Royal Flush, and also Marvel with the Heartbreaker. He has to find a way to stick onto Felix to try to suppress EXO-X-O's Raging Royal Flush.
Oh, now's the time right now. Z10 need to activate because EXO are in winning distance right here. If they win one fight, they're putting themselves into final fight contention for the win right here. Songjung-woo is going to be letting it out, aiming directly. Marvel's going to be taking it all right now, but doesn't get there in time. Doesn't have the range to take down Ace. Ace goes for the Optic Blast, and he does go through, allowing him to take out Felix. Ace is down as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 down for EXO. There's no one left to contest right now, and it's going to have to flip back in Z10's favor. Felix did have to save the Royal Flush for the next fight. Still pretty good fight for EXO. They did claim a good 26% from that one fight there, but Z10 are going to get some percentage climbing once again.
Felix wanted to use the Raging Royal Flush, but got tagged up by Marvel's Heartbreaker for a little bit. His ult charge went down to 99%, and then Xe from the high ground was able to just burst Felix out of the fight. So no Raging Royal Flush in that fight. Felix probably wanted to do it. Oh no, it happened again. Felix goes down to the likes of Xe, and that's the Raging Royal Flush out of commission again. EXO are going to have to reset it one more time.
You're going to have to reset, and they're going quickly, which is wise of them right now, rushing back to that spawn. Z10 did get a bit of a lead there, but they're only going to be able to even it out to 75% of themselves as well, which means EXO have the chance to recontest, have the chance to build some ults, but right now, I'm going to be honest with you, they don't have the defensive presence that Jerry on Mag would have to be able to take this space right now. There's just so much range that Z10 have, and so much potential. Wendy also has Shapeshift, so they can get themselves a Royal Flush if they want, if Felix gets in range.
And they
which just happened exactly there!
Oh!
Oh, he fails with the triple Optic Blast KO!
No way! Alone Fills! We talk about Sung Jung-woo clutching, but this time it was Alone Fills! Huge laser to wipe out Zero Tenacity. They had no way of trying to get themselves out of the way, even with the movement speed buff coming in from Wendy, from the Gotham Bishop copying the Gambit ultimate. Now JT3 providing even more pressure with the Heartbreaker. 93%, we're in final fight territory.
This is it, everybody, as overtime is about to tick down and out in any moment, any second, any mark. Overtime is here as it's a chance for everybody to finally find out if XOXO can tie up this series right now. Songjak Woo's on the black guy, Sasha's one, there goes XZ, Creative's going to be taken down as well. And there it is, Jerry charging up the meteor in the skies, crushes down, taking out Phoenix, that's one down. Songjak Woo's bleeding, but it is not enough to take down XOXO. Zayten are down one, they're down two, there's not going to be enough. They're jumping, they're bouncing with Soko, they're trying to capture it. They don't XOXO win the map. They capture Hell's Heaven. There it is, everybody. We are going to Game 5.
The reverse sweep is still alive, and so are EXO's tournament hopes. What are we witnessing? Z10. This is their comfort map. And now it's gone all the way to XOXO 01. Oh my goodness, EXO coming up clutch time and time again. Map number 3, it was Songjak Woo. Map number 4, it's Alone Fills who gets the MVP off of what was a 3-man with the Ruby Rage and then finds one more to boot. EXO have that clutch factor. They are the X Factor. These are the dive connoisseurs and they want to get out of that 4th place purgatory. Oh my god. I'm speechless.
Now, come on. This is the moment. Both these teams deserve a spot. Both these teams deserve to make it to tomorrow. And both of these teams are officially tied 2 maps each. Map selection does go to Z10. Game 5 is going to be insane. I cannot believe it. We got to talk about the rogue factor here. We got to talk about Songjak Woo bringing Black Cat back to the table and cashing in. Victory for XOXO right there. Insane map 4. We got to look at the replays. We got to look at the moments. Oh, there it is. The Black Cat. Oh, it was just too good.
I mean, it feels like every time these two teams go up against each other, we get the pus that we all know and love. We saw it in day 1 of stage 1 of Asia group stage, where both teams just played their hearts out, and here in the playoffs with your tournament life on the line, they are doing just that, like they did back in the very first day of the group stage. And oh my god, EXO, how do you approach this? You are riding the highest of highs, and Zero Tenacity, you could argue, are definitely feeling the pressure now. They wanted to put away EXO in a clean 3-0 fashion, but with the resurgence of EXO coming in right now, Zero Tenacity, you gotta figure something out, because right now EXO could easily overtake you guys, and Map 5, the decider here, best of 1 scenario for both sides. Who's gonna come out on top? We need a breather. They need a breather. We all need a breather. And we'll be back for one more map.
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Jarvis, load map 5. This series has been completely turned on its head over the course of 4 maps, where we thought Zero Tenacity finally had XOXO01's number here in Stage 1. EXO got the phone book and are dialing it in right now. 1 map remains, and EXO just defeated Zero Tenacity on their map pick, a comfort map pick. A huge win here, and I have no idea where we are gonna go next. Guys, what is happening in this series?
It's Bacinema. It's cinema.
Truly.
Absolute game, whatever you want to call it. It's this Jeff spray inside the game we all know and love. What am I witnessing right now? EXO are doing the unthinkable. Every time they are in a position where the odds are stacked against them, they just come out huge with these clutch plays. Like map 3, it was Sungjaku. Map 4, it was Alone Fills. And things like that are definitely stunning Zero Tenacity right now. I mean, I talked about it before we went to map 4, right? The only way EXO could find a way to squeak out wins against Zero Tenacity is by picking things that Zero Tenacity are not really expecting. And Sungjaku did exactly that, right? Putting on a Black Cat masterclass.
Wow.
To stun Zero Tenacity. We thought, what? Black Cat was tied up into a box, buried down 6 feet under after these nerfs. And Sungjaku was like, yeah, nah, I'd win.
I'd win.
I'd win. My guy was locked in, and it looks like we're gonna do the Genji special and settle it on Midtown. This is a even playing field map in my opinion. I feel like both teams are ready for this map. It doesn't lend to either team's preferred playstyle. It really takes things back down. Takes things really into closed quarters, very intimate. Not enough space for dive, not enough space for flyers, not enough space for necessarily long range, but plenty of walls for our rebounding Cyclops. Now, if I'm XOXO, I'm not letting Eggsy get Cyclops. That needs to be the motion and the move right now. That needs to be the clutch. They've been targeting Spider-Man twice. It's time to hit back and go for the jugular this time.
I want to rebound to what you said, right? Midtown is one of the best maps for anti-dive, right? You have a lot of different small rooms. You have a lot of different ways that you can shut down dive, because dive really wants to facilitate in a lot of that open space. And if you limit that space within the map itself, Midtown is probably the perfect option for Zero Tenacity. And I really like they're going to here right on map number 5 to try to put EXO in a very uncomfortable position, but Zero Tenacity, they always had that upper hand, and EXO somehow, some way, just find ways to get themselves out and just go for those aggressive counterpunch moves on Zero Tenacity. Like map 4, not only was Hell's Heaven their comfort map, they had Marvel on Rogue. Marvel was on Rogue and they still lost.
Yeah, and I mean, could you really pick a more cinematic location to wrap up a series like this? Midtown, New York, the heart of the Marvel Universe itself. So many stories over decades told here, and now another story here in Marvel Rivals in the Pacific region. Both of these teams, tournament lives on the line with nowhere left to run. It's Midtown, map number 5. Dan Liger, take this one away.
Thank you, Diatonic. We are witnessing absolute cinema. Map number 5. The winner stays alive in the lower bracket. The loser will have to settle at 4th place. EXO, they know what it's like to be at 4th place. They've suffered it back in Stage 1 Asia in 2025. They had it again in Stage 2 in 2025. They did it again in preseason of Asia just a few months back, and they want to get out of this 4th place purgatory, and this is their best shot.
There is the moment. Okay, Double Mantis ban is locked in. We're going to see XOXO protect Cyclops from themselves in return. Zero Tenacity are going to ban out the Rocket and lock themselves in their Gambit Protect. Alright, waiting for the next double ban, but Rocket is not available for both sides, and the double ban moment, what's it going to be right now?
Okay,
One-sided Cyclops for XOXO.
Yes.
They
Good.
did it.
You deny
They did it.
options you deny options for Eggsy, right? You get rid of one of his strongest heroes, but Zero Tenacity. An adjustment has been made. White Fox has been secured, which means XO, they're going to have to settle with the Luna Snow ban because you don't want both the White Fox and the Luna Snow to team up with each other. Zero Tenacity, thankfully, will have anti-dive options on their end, and XO will use their final save on to the Gambit. This has been normal throughout this entire series, but Z10 use that final ban to shut down the Cyclops Wolverine team up if XO do want to go that route. But Zero Tenacity are on the defensive side. This is the side that they choose. They chose Midtown, the anti-dive map. Can XO break through despite the odds once again?
We're going to find out. We're going to see indeed if that's on their favor on the Maya. As we can see, we're running the true triple comp. Genji Coiner here in the Pacific, and everybody wants to replicate it and cash in as well. Let's see if it's on. Oh,
Sungjuk was on the Magic
Okay.
and no Doctor Strange team up, so he doesn't have to chain for a little bit of that extra CC. All he's going to do is try to disrupt the backline as much as possible, while JT3 on the Devil Dinosaur, which is a very interesting pick that you want to roll out on. Sungjuk Woo getting down dangerously well, is able to draw out the Loki Greens, but Sungjuk Woo will have to pay his life for it.
I mean, XOXO's been throwing meta out the window. They've been playing their comfort picks. They've been playing what gave them dividends. And now they want to get their value as well. And speaking of dividends, we see it. Sungjuk Woo has switched off the magics, everybody. Felicia's back. We got Black Cat on our screens again. Let's see if it's going to alternate and switch and try to pivot them into something they want to do right here. Why would they want to do that? Very simple. Black Cat, what does she get? Resets. What does Adam Warlock do? Provide the resets. This might be a massive investment. Should we took out Adam? Adam's already gone.
That's the cocoon already gone from Eggsy. He's going to be brought back, but Sungjuk Woo finds Wendy in its place. Wendy was so close to that invisible boundary. XO are breaking through.
XOXO are playing on the last patch. They are literally playing on the last patch right now. They're like, you know what, guys? Who said the meta changed? Not in my book. Let's run it. All right, we got Pentagram for our charging up from Circle right now. We got one more contestant here before the first area is captured for XOXO. Let's see if Z10 can stop him at the door of the subway here as we get past Ambulance Avenue. Card's still kind of moving for now, but it's an optic blast in the skies right there. Ooh, Groot!
Oh, Zeta Groot!
Taking out Marvel.
Zeta Groot comes up huge once again! They all
go down! It's a full team wipe!
Zeta Groot! That's the one that XO has been relying on throughout all of that group stage, and he comes up huge again. A multi-man strangling prison. Region domain be damned. They don't care that that's in play. They just wipe you out despite that being in play. XO get through the first checkpoint, and now Sungjuk Woo, he's got the calling card ready. Can he find all of that value, all of the backline access, as Creative does have to call him mischief? He was able to steal away Felix's Gambit ultimate, but Alone Phil snipes him out before it even happens.
Snipes it out indeed, but that optic blast is rebounding, claiming a lot of damage right there for Lonely Fields, but Sungjuk Woo has the calling card still active, gets another, takes out Marvel. Will they get Soko? Yes, they do. They're trying to roll on through and go for another, and the slashes are clean, but Jerry just survives with a clean retreat right there. Magneto refuses to get taken down by the Black Cat for now, but still staging on the high ground. But man, this pace is insane. They got 3.5 minutes, and they're almost at that second stage.
Wendy did switch over to the Gambit so that Creative is able to use it. Xy's going to try to use it in tandem with the Final Judgment. Sungjuk Woo's trying to disrupt it. Look at the line of sight manipulation that Zero Tenacity are under. There is so much pressure, so much different angles that you have to look at, but Marvel sets Z10's sights right onto the Strangling Prison, and they're able to wipe them out. Soko does get exit traded in the end, so XO should be able to at the very least get some map space before they have to worry about Soko getting back into the fight with that Psionic Seduction.
Oh, we're going to see. We're going to find out if the Marvelous Groot right here is going to get that hold for Z10 here, but XOXO are trying to storm on through. They're trying to see if they can make it for themselves. They're trying to see if they can do what they got to do out here to keep the pace flowing there. 2 minutes and a half are left. Waiting to see what the trigger's going to be, what the moment right now. Oh, they see the flank. They see Seongjuk Woo trying to stage on the sidelines right there, and they do nullify a bit of pressure, but it's going to be a Strangling Prison combined with the Optic Blast right now. Doesn't manage to get the connect. Zeta unfortunately taken down from Eggsy on the Punisher. Okay, Gambit amplifying Punisher. This is going to hurt, Dan. This is going to really hurt.
No, that was a good reaction from Zero Tenacity. It just felt like it was very telegraphed that Zeta wanted to go for the Strangling Prison, and Wendy was there to cleanse it away with the Raging Royal Flush, so no one is going to be locked up for long enough for EXO to burst everyone down. So at the very least, Zeta is able to draw out that Gambit ultimate on the side of Zero Tenacity. Creative is still only 30% away from getting any sort of God of Mischief copy down, which allows Felix to go in with this Raging Royal Flush, but Soka's going to try to suppress it.
Judge, jury,
Alright, let's see now as we get the Judge, Jury, Executioner shredding through the Thorn Slash wall. It's going to take Seongjuk Woo out, who's unfortunately in a tough position on the other side of that wall, but gets the value. Lonely feels down. That's going to be another. Eggsy getting it through. Pump action. And this is again what we were expecting. Eggsy hit scan demon for Zero Tenacity. Banned out of the Cyclops. Going to have to go to another. And Punisher seems to be really paying off right now.
I don't know if Marvel's Strangling Prison there was a bit overkill. Felix was nowhere near that Strangling Prison, so him going down was completely okay. Zero Tenacity, though, they are able to stabilize and they're able to control a lot of that map space, and Seongjuk Woo is kind of just playing Mystery Heroes at this point. He goes over to the Iron Fist, and I don't hate this idea. I mean, we saw how strong Iron Fist is on Midtown way back in the Grand Finals, and with Zero Tenacity running a triple Vanguard setup, I really don't hate this idea.
I mean, right now it's paying off. Marvel's getting pummeled by the Iron Fist. They slide Rock Lee to the tree right there. But it's going to be another Gambit taken down for now. Creative did have to cash that one in on the Shapeshift. We're going to see the Meteor flying very, very soon. Jerry, you know it's time to take it to the space and aim it straight down if you can. We need to see the Meteor shower. We need to see the moment. And there it is, absorbing all the damage. Will it be enough to go down? And it crushes down, but it doesn't do the damage they need. And Jerry's taken down. It was a greed Meteor for now. And in fact, it's not going to pay off in their favor. Alone Phil's taking out Wendy. Eggsy's down. Zero Tenacity is losing one after another. 3, 4 down. There's only 2 left. XOXO might be able to push it here. They're setting up the walls. They're setting up the stagger. Jerry's winding up the portal, everybody. We still got one more fight. Z10 are not giving up just yet. Seongjuk Woo's blasted through those Ironwood walls with the rage of the Iron Fist right now. Let's see if it can take another. Marvel is down first.
The rage of EXO keeps on going. Seongjuk Woo with the Living Chi is able to cut down everyone on Zero Tenacity. The front line, the percent health damage is just too much for Z10 to handle. And EXO will just barely get themselves over the line thanks to Seongjuk Woo getting a little bit of inspiration from Molan Ran.
Now we are talking. Seongjuk Woo is like, you think I'm done? You think I only have this dive? I got them all in my arsenal. He's got all of the Infinity Stones of Dive locked in his gauntlet. Let's see. And I just said it. I literally just said it. We saw the Black Cat. We saw the magic. We saw the Iron Fist. It's now time
we have
for the Spectacular Spider-Man. Let's go.
I mean, it's good adjustment coming in from EXO. Z10, they go away from the triple Vanguard. Now they put Jerry onto the Winter Soldier. Marvel does have the Strangling Prison. Eggsy's able to laser down JT3. Ace is going to have to use the Invisible Boundary in response, and they deem that this fight is winnable because Alone Phils was able to find one. Marvel isn't able to find value. Creative does get the Loki copy onto the Gambit ult, but EXO are still trying to stay alive, but the Gambit ultimate is just too much for them.
Okay, there it is, the firepower. Let's see what it does. Jerry out here on the Bucky. 20 seconds left, everybody. You know what time it is. Winter Soldier's going to have to get that Kraken impact. Eggsy's got the ult. They have every duelist ult they need to shred through whatever XOXO throws at them. 10 seconds left. There's no portal. They're just going to have to walk it down. And speaking of walking it down, Felix has the Royal Flush. Can we wind it on up, raise that stuff, and drop it right down into the Psionics coming up from JT3, into the Abyss, into the mix of it all. Do we see the Kraken impact? I want to know if it's going to be up in the skies. Is it going to be time for the Winter Soldier crash down? I think he got one reset for now and will not be able to get more. That's going to be Jerry taken down. Zeta with the Strangling Prison, but he's taken a little bit of pressure off the gas right there. But just when you think it's over, Z10 don't get a chance to hold here. XOXO have one more push to take it to the edge, straight to Avengers Tower.
We're going to be in full neutral for a little bit. It's all eyes on Sung Woo. If he's able to get value with the Let the Devil Out. Soko also very close to the Scion Seduction, trying to CC up the members of EXO that are pummeling their way towards Avengers HQ. Sung Woo, can you clutch again? Can you answer the call? Or is it going to be Soko with the crowd control to shut it down here?
Cashing in one more dive hero to prove he's got them all under his arsenal right now. Sung Woo will be letting the devil out and taking Z10 to court right now. And it's going to be the first one that is going to be sentenced is Jerry. And another is down, but Sung Woo doesn't get them as much as they can. Ace drops the boundary. It's time to see if that Disco Fever can keep him sustained. But it's not. Sonic counters. Marvel's there. Feast of the Abyss. Eggsy with the pump action. Taking out Zeta. Shredding through the tree trunker. Over time, there's still a chance. There's still contesting. We see Jerry switch to the moon.
Oh my god!
Is it enough?
No way!
There it is! Lasers, action, optic, blast from the past right now. One last chance. Who's contesting? Nobody. XOXO take it to the end.
Desperation portals usually don't work out in overtime scenarios, but XO again clutched one more time. Zero Tenacity cannot stop XO. XO get the full push down, and Zero Tenacity, oh my god, the pressure is insurmountable at this point, because XO, how do you stop them? Zero Tenacity, whenever they try to go for plays, XO usually have a different hero in their book, right? Sung Woo, every single fight was on someone different. Iron Fist, Spider-Man, Magic. At that final fight, I saw Black Panther by Sung Woo as well. Black Cat even being in the mix, and Zero Tenacity, they gotta be dizzy at this point.
Get ready.
This is insane. This is insane. This is absolutely crazy right now. Woo! Alright, so got a bit of a switch up of the meta here. Eggsy's gonna go back on the Wolverine. Jerry's gonna be on the Star-Lord in the skies. Looks like XOXO is gonna relegate to that full defensive composition using the Adam Warlock. We'll say though, you know what would be really good here, Dan? Wondering if they could pull it off, maybe Penny Parker. Penny Parker's pretty good on the Midtown defense as well, similar to Symbiotic Surface. But maybe just not in their arsenal for now. But nonetheless, we do know what they're capable of. We do know they got a really good lineup with those Vanguards as well. So, nonetheless, we'll see how it all holds out. Ironwood, Thorn/Walls all being set up right now by Zeta and by Marvel to see if they can capture anyone out. Single them out. Marvel's the one taking a bit too much damage right now, but Wendy's going to keep them nice and sustained.
Yeah, XO are running that triple setup that many teams here in the playoffs have been opting to go for. Win condition being that Karmic Revival for XOXO01. Ace is already at 36% and climbing. Zero Tenacity, they got to be a little bit careful. They're able to find a pick on the JT3, so that's a huge opening for Zero Tenacity if they want to keep this push going as soon as possible. Exy now onto the shotgun is able to just blast out Zeta. JT3 switches over to Doctor Strange, and EXO's defense is starting to fall flat here. The spawn break is successful for Zero Tenacity.
Pentagram of Ferrala, nice and early from JT3 for the early contest from EXO. Slightly earlier than Z10 did around Ambulance Avenue, so let's see if it plays off in their favor. Right on in their face right there. They're going to see if they can try to jump somebody, and quite a bit of damage taken by Eggsy, but not enough for them to take them down. We're going to see, in the corner there, see a little bit of Daredevil action. Got to be careful, the Jerry, but Gambit is as well trying to build that old charge. Fantastic Car is not moving at the moment, but Judge Jury Executioner as Eggsy winds it up in the midst of the boundary. They're going to have to use Ace to... Ace gets the Gambit Royal Flush copy right then and there, and that shreds... No, wow, they Royal Flushed, but Eggsy still shut it down.
And it was just a panic move by XOXO01, right? Gambit Ultimate is usually not used as a defense mechanism, especially with the nerfs that have been hitting this gambit time and time again, that it's not that much worth using it defensively. You have to use it offensively, or at the very least neutralize it, and that's exactly what Zero Tenacity are doing. Soko with the Silent Seduction suppresses all of XOXO1 if they need to. They even have Marvel with the Strangling Prison, and Ace, poor guy, is just gonna get seed bombed right in the face, and Z10 are able to get the first checkpoint with 4 minutes on the clock also as well. Zero Tenacity, look at the ultimates that are available. Marvel with the Strangling Prison, and then Jerry could easily combo it with the Kraken Impact.
Ooh, that is the moment right there. 4 minutes left. Still quite a bit of time available for Z10 to take it to the end right here. But this is the moment. Down here in the subway, around that good old Iron Man statue, we need to see if XOXO can take their time. Oh, Strangling Prison right now does capture a couple of them, but now it's going to force the devil out. And it's going to be Songjak Woo who turns the tides and takes Jerry and Marvel at the same time, countering the Strangling Prison. My guy said, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Good lord, that was lethal.
The devil out of all things nullifies the Strangling Prison Kraken Impact wombo combo that Zero Tenacity were going to try to break the backs of XO with. And now because that combo falls flat, they switch their composition completely. Marvel over to the Angela. Jerry back on the Daredevil. We've criticized his Daredevil play, but is this the moment where Zero Tenacity figure things out?
Oh, we're going to see, we're going to find out, we're going to know, is it going to flow in their favor? There's 3 minutes timing out right now. Songjak Woo trying to take to the high ground right now, having a bit of trouble with the staircase, remember, 1 foot at a time. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter, as we can see.
It's a little hard at times.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean it like that. Don't get me out here, man. Twitter's dangerous, Dan. Don't get me on there. All right, now, Zethal here with the Freedom Charge. Keep him going along the fields. Oh, downrange, but it's going to be a good deterrence for now. Felix gets another double KO for the Gambit out here. Triple KO for Felix. Felix is hungry.
One fight at a time is what XO are going off of. Great win for XO. Only investing 2 ultimates. Captain America and the Cyclops being invested by XO. Zero Tenacity are just going to take the loss there. They're just going to take the L for that fight and try to clap back here in this next engagement. Both sides will have access to the flush, but Felix is prepping it first. Creative needs to get his online ready to go as soon as possible. Felix, though, now pulls the trigger. Creative and XZ trying to team up, and XZ is down. XZ is gone. Final Judgment out the window. XO are handling every single strategy that Zero Tenacity throw at them.
Every single moment, every single swing, every single hit is pivotal right now for XO to shut down Z10's momentum. This is a tough spot to be, trying to recapture possession of the convoy here, especially in the subway, especially after terrain has been altered. When you only have a couple corridors you can try to engage from, you don't have flyers, you don't have a portal, you're gonna have to switch to some crazy firepower, and the Phoenix is the good move here, but JT3 gonna have to try to make it happen for themselves as well.
He's going to use it in reaction to Soko with the Silent Seduction. Try to defend the rest of the team, but why use it defensively when you can go on the offense? Felix and Songjak Woo find 2. Ace uses the Kumio Unleash to extend this fight even more. And Zero Tenacity, what is going on? They are looking in shambles right now.
Only 60 seconds left.
This is absolute insanity coming in from not Zero Tenacity, it's XOXO1. They're clearly in this driver's seat. Zero Tenacity need to quickly get into that convoy and move it further and further. Marvel's going to do exactly that. Alone Phil, Songjak Woo, and JT3. They have so many offense ultimates at their disposal. Marvel's doing his best to try to defend everyone. Songjak Woo with the devil out is going to try to nullify all of Zero Tenacity, but he goes down. Now Alone Phil needs to pick up the pieces. Marvel's Freedom Charge now will expire. They only settle with 1 elimination, but with all of these health bars on XO dancing up and down, Zero Tenacity, is this the moment? Do they have what it takes to break through?
Do they have the moment? Do they have the meteor? Do they have the firepower? Do they have the marksmanship? It does take down XZ right there. That's going to be value. That's a double KO for JT3, taking Marvel as well. 5 seconds left, everybody. You know what time it is. Our favorite time on Marvel Rivals Ignite, because it's overtime right here. Final fight moment is on our Maya. Zeta is here going for the Freedom Charge right now, and it's going to be a maximum effort right now as Songjak Woo is going for creative. Overtime sticking down and out. Nobody's there for the contest. Is anybody there left to contest? We don't know. There's no more time. Who's the final contestant? Is it going to be XZ? Is there a chance for a portal? No!
It's over!
It's over! XOXO claim victory with an insane reverse sweep, taking 3 maps, going to XO in 5 right there, and they are going to the lower bracket finals.
They have broken the curse. 4th place purgatory no more. They are now in the heavens of a lower bracket final berth. XO, the narrative is so perfect. It doesn't take them once, not twice, not 3 times, but the 4th time is the charm for XOXO01. Heroics from every single member on XO and Zero Tenacity. You gotta feel it for them. Everyone on Z10 played their hearts out. Eggsy putting on a masterclass on every single map, but unfortunately it was just not enough. They could not get over the line, and XO will find their way out of that 4th place purgatory. Oh my god, what an ending. What an ending.
Cannot believe it. Cannot believe it right now. What an ecstatically stellar, absolutely marvelous performance from XOXO. They did it. Reverse sweep, make them weep. The dream is still alive for these dive demons. They are not done, and they took the meta into their own hands, and they flipped the script on everybody here tonight. That is how it's done in the Pacific region. That is our finest right there. I love to see it. The ecstatic variety in hero picks, the counterplay, the mental warfare. When all was looking desperate for them around map 3, they said enough is enough. It is our time to bring momentum back in our favor. Look at that score. Look at that score down there. My goodness. That was 0-2 at one point. Wow.
Okay, Diatonic's back. How are you feeling? I'm sure you're also in shambles like both me and Liger right now. I mean, okay. For me, as the #1 XOXO Glazer, the delusions worked again. I'm just saying right now, the delusions worked again. Let's go. We're like, I think I'm like 3 for 3 right now. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, where do you truly begin with a series like this? Iconic, absolutely iconic. One for the history books, no doubt. And like you said, Liger, at one point, we thought this was over in 3. There was an 0-2 scoreline for XOXO01 at one point. It seemed like they were in shambles, had lost all hopes of continuing in this bracket, stuck yet again in, as you guys have called it, 4th place purgatory. But no such luck here for Zero Tenacity. XO slay the demons, and they slay them in style. And I mean, you know, kind of looking at this final scoreboard here on map number 5 and looking at the bigger picture of this series, every single member of this team firing on all cylinders, and they all got their star shining moments. Map number 3, it was Sungjuk Woo recovering from some big pressure in maps 1 and 2. A surprising performance for him. Map number 4, Alone Phil's coming in clutch. Map number 5, my GOAT, gotta be Zatha on the Groot, keeping everything in check for EXO. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I feel like the only way we can really get a good picture of what happened here is by talking to a member of XOXO01. I've got one on the line, and you might be able to guess who we're going to talk to today.
Oh
it
my
is,
god, it's Sungjuk
he is
Woo.
back one more time, at least. Sungjuk Woo, my friend, congratulations. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I feel really very happy because like when we down at 2-0, like everyone was so like so quiet and like we so depressed, like but still we never back down and we get back up, and yeah, the reverse.
What was the communication like? You guys were down 0-2 at one point, going into I believe it was Museum of Contemplation, right? How was it, right? Who was there to keep your guys' mental in check to, at the very least, start the unthinkable of a comeback?
Yes, I think Seda and JT maybe, like, yeah, they were saying like, yeah, we can come back this, we can reverse this, and yeah, we did reverse this.
Now, everybody wants to know, why did you lock in that black cat? Because I think that was the turning point. That's when the world was like, what are they doing? Hold on, they're cooking.
The black cat play, Yeah, I totally forgot that she is like nerf, but I mean I just think like I just think like maybe she can work on with this situation, you know, like where they have Loki, so I can maybe farm my coins, and yeah, it went pretty good for my team.
Yeah, I was gonna say after Hell's Heaven, I kind of forgot she was nerfed too. I won't lie, I completely forgot. I mean, yeah, you know, looking ahead, you guys are on the dream lower bracket run here. Now in the lower bracket finals, the only team standing between you and an invite to the midseason finals is Reject. How are you guys feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, you know, we always like lose against the Reject, and maybe this time, who knows? Maybe we can change the history. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
I love it.
Well, certainly you guys rewrote what could have been history here tonight, coming from an 0-2 scoreline all the way to the 3-2 reverse sweep. Sungjuk Woo, I gotta let you have the floor. Anything you want to say? There are a lot of people watching right now, and they want to hear from you. So if you got a message to send out there, please do so.
Yeah, thanks for all the fans that like never giving up on us, and yeah, we did try our best every game. And we keep trying our best like in next game. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys played your hearts out. Absolute pleasure to have you back on, my friend. And we will see you guys back in action tomorrow. Thank you so much, and best of luck in that last match.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, rewrote history, or looking to rewrite history, and they definitely avoided a potentially dangerous time stream here tonight. Stopped one of those possibilities, maybe an incursion blocked there by EXO on the reverse sweep, but yeah, absolutely a poetic finish here tonight. And can you believe that that's not even the end of the tournament?
It feels like it was the grand final at this point, but we still have a best of 5 and a best of 7 here in the Pacific playoffs. We saw Gen G punch their ticket to the midseason finals, and now going into Championship Sunday, is it going to be EXO or is it going to be Reject? Because right now EXO, off of that reverse sweep, are definitely running an insane high right now. I'm on cloud 9 right now as well, because my goodness, my EXO are here. They have made it to Championship Sunday, finally.
Man, like, you could feel the emotion through that right there, talking to Sungjuk Woo. You could definitely tell EXO, they are feeling elated right now to break their streak and to claim a podium finishing position right now. Question is, can they knock out a partner team and claim a spot to land? That is the tallest order you could possibly have in Pacific. But it wouldn't be the underdog region without an underdog story. And right now, everyone is staring at EXO, attaching their dreams to theirs. Let's see if they can pull it off tomorrow. It is going to be absolutely something to tune in for. Everybody, you know that's the first match of the day, everybody. So log in early, get loaded up, get your notifications on. So much is going off. It is going to be amazing to see.
Yeah, you guys will definitely want to be there. Daily Bugle headline today is that win for EXO and their appearance tomorrow in those lower bracket finals against Reject. But here's how the night went in case you forgot or you missed out. EXO started off their night with a big 3-0 win over Triple AD, and Zero Tenacity took a 3-1 over the Chiefs. That's how we got the matchup we were just coming out of. And then, of course, our partner teams here in the Pacific region, Reject and Gen G, taking on each other, and they both broke each other's map win streaks, but it's Gen G that walk away the winners and your first team to qualify here in Ignite to the mid-season finals. We'll find out who claims the other Pacific spot tomorrow as XOXO01 are set to take on Reject, and you know that one is gonna be a banger, so you gotta be here. Do not miss that one.
We're heading closer and closer to Championship Sunday. Taking a look at this bracket, you can see it right down there. The lower bracket finals. XOXO01 up against Reject. For some people have not expected this outcome here in the lower bracket, but EXO, they've already broken the curse of 4th place Purgatory. Can they get even higher?
Ooh, this is crazy to see the bracket full. Cannot believe we're already at the final day, but everybody, the upcoming matches, lock it in. Tomorrow it's going to be Reject versus XOXO, and the winner takes on a team already locked in, already probably booked their flights.
I mean, CB mentioned it during like the middle of the broadcast. Genji probably should have just booked their tickets right now and just.
I'm pretty sure they already have. I'm pretty they booked the tickets. They booked the boot camp. We'll find out very, very soon. Everything. I know everybody's waiting. Maybe we might have some information about mid-season finals tomorrow, but till then, it's to be determined. Just like that final opponent.
Yeah, cannot wait to see who takes that last slot. And of course, you know, cinema from top to bottom tonight. And you can't overlook the effort from Zero Tenacity in this last match either. It's been a long road for them as well through the group stage all the way to now. And they played their hearts out as well. Gave us an absolutely insane show across those 5 maps. So cannot overlook the efforts from Z10 here as well. A team that no doubt will be a threat going forward in Ignite. But for now, their tournament dreams come to a close, at least until Stage 2 rolls around later this year. But guys, that is it for day number 3 of the Pacific playoffs. We got one more left, and of course we got a couple things we'll leave you with here at the end of the broadcast. You know, the latest and greatest from Marvel Rivals, all the skins, all the content you need to know about, because there's a lot happening in Rivals. There's a lot coming out on the daily. So yeah, I mean, I'm just absolutely thrilled that we were able to be here. But before we go, of course, gotta check in with the latest in Rivals. Welcome to the Hellfire Bay Beach and happy Rivals Summer Festival. It's time to trade those heavy combat suits for swimwear, because the ultimate beach party has officially arrived. Players that need to cool off in that water. The sun is shining, the waves are rolling in, and our seasonal hub is packed activities and rewards. The Summer Snapshot photo event, Pop and Win, Krakoan Reels, and you can simply log in every single day to claim up to 1,500 limited time units and participate in festival activities for a chance to earn up to 2,500 units in total.
Hey, you know what you can use those units with? You got new costumes coming at your way. Strike from the shadows, or you can guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch. A little bit of an irony there, because Daredevil literally can't see. But either way, we're not gonna talk about that. Gear up to dominate the shore here in Marvel Rivals Season 8, available right now. You can literally open up the game, go into the shop, and buy it right then and there. You get 2,500 units in total. Why not just buy one of these costumes with it? Claim the coast, and you can also leave them breathless.
Woo! I'm definitely breathless after today's matches, but
oh yeah,
I am not done watching yet, because I want to get my Twitch drops in Season 8.5, everybody. The new drops are on the horizon. They are available now, all the way until July 10th at 9 UTC. Tune into your favorite streamers. And shout out to the co-streamers from today. I believe we had Space and Jelly watching today. Shout out to them and a couple others as well, and everybody supporting the scene in the chat. Thank you very much. You're going to all earn some sprays, some emotes and nameplates, an exclusive Will of Galacta costume for Storm. Up to 4 hours of watching Marvel Rivals Ignite action. You got to get it all, everybody. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, no worries if you're lacking in hours, because after we wrap up tomorrow night here in the Pacific region, there's still the Americas and EMEA waiting. So, you know, plenty of cinema on deck, but that's it for us here tonight. That is all we've got on the table. Dan, Liger, any final words here as we wrap it up?
W delusions is what I'm going to say. I did it. I'm going to keep saying it. XL will make it to land. That's my call. That's my judgment call right now. XL are going to land. I'm calling it. That's where I'm going to do it. Mic drop, everything. We'll see it in Championship Sunday.
You know, add on to that, I want to give big love and big respect to 2 teams today, to Chiefs and Z10. Fortunately, they were eliminated, but they are the reason that these 3 teams tomorrow are here. They put them to the test. They said, if you want this, you got to beat me. And Chiefs and Z10, we thought they were teams that could take it to the end as well, which just goes to show, we used to say our region was so top heavy, but now there are so many teams battling it out at the top. It's beautiful to see how Pacinema has evolved. And to also, of course, those watching World Championships, support Team Australia, support Team Japan. It's still in the running, so those are coming up as well. And of course, I'm gonna investigate some future OCE potential Ignite pros tomorrow. There's a lot of things coming up, but I had pleasure being here alongside you guys, Diatonic and Dan. Everybody, it was a fun time today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely honored to have been here to witness everything that went down tonight, and no better way to kind of wrap it up in a bow but to let you know that there is so much going on in the world of competitive Marvel Rivals tournaments across the board. Of course, like you said, the Content Creator World Championships still rolling all weekend long. Plenty of action in OCE as well, and of course, tune in for another round of that Pacinema tomorrow night because, yeah, 2 big matchups on deck. And then, of course, you know, just a few more days until Americas and EMEA are back in action as well. So, you know, it's been an absolute pleasure here. Ever since the start of preseason, Pacific has been proving time and time again that we do bring that heat and we do bring the passion, and I couldn't ask for anyone better to call that action alongside with. So, yeah, to everybody in chat, of course, thank you all so much for joining us here tonight. It has been absolutely fantastic having you here because love to see that energy coming through. And you know, one more wrap up before I totally wrap this thing up. You can't forget the China region as well. There's some heat happening over there too, so definitely keep an eye on some of that because you know, you got some big teams over there, big names: OUG, Iconics, Fiat Lux, SLZZ, some big teams doing big things over there. So definitely keep your eyes out because if you are hungry for some pro Marvel Rivals, there is so much of it out there. Whew. What a time, guys. What an absolute time. I mean,
What a time.
This has been one of the craziest days here in Pacific. We finally get that crossover episode here in the playoffs, and I would not have this any other way. This is probably the best timeline we have ended up in, or at least for me at least, because EXO are in the lower finals. I need to stop talking about EXO. I feel like I'm just like totally biased at this point.
It's okay,
I gotta
it's
give
okay.
respect. I do need to give respect to Z10 though. They have done so much, right, in terms of trying to claw their way back, and unfortunately we saw how that ended up, and it's going to be tough for them to try to figure out what they want to do because they need to find a way to adjust a few things before stage 2.
Definitely looking forward to it. Diatonic, right, take us away, man.
I was going to say, no doubt things are going to be on the move, but don't worry, we've got some more Paction coming your way tomorrow night. XOXO01 in the matchup of a lifetime against Reject, and then we'll see Genji back in action one more time. But that is it from all of us here. Thank you all so much, and thank you to our production team for the hard work behind the scenes to bring you these matches. I've been Diatonic, this has been the Legends, Dan and Liger, and we will see you all in the next match.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 거야